Hello everybody, welcome to Intel Monsters Reloaded. This is an exciting event going on right now. Plenty of action to come up. We got two best of threes for you today to qualify a team to the main event. Now there are going to be 4 teams at that event, one coming from the Turkish qualifier, one coming from this EMEA qualifier, and then 2 invited teams at that level as well. So this is all to play for. Only first place counts here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day. Everything's on the line. Teams are excited to play. Start the offseason, always an exciting time. You get to show yourself versus some of those, potentially bigger invited teams. So it means a lot for these players, and they're going to give it their all today.
All right, well, I'm Twiggy. I'm joined today by Eccles. You're making your castorial debut, as it were, but I've heard you do it before, so I know, if nobody else knows, how good you are. But look, this is an exciting one. We only found out very recently the 2 invited teams to this stage of the tournament. Of course, the other 2 teams came through. Had to fight their way to this stage, and those are mixes, but they are going to be playing up against 2 formidable opponents themselves. So why don't you talk me through who we're going to be seeing today?
Well, first of all, we've got Team Liquid Academy. They're coming up versus LPZ. Obviously, Team Liquid Academy, bit of a story going on here, as they recently run another off-season event with one of the LPZ players. So that is something to look out for. They played that with Yopa, and now he's no longer playing with them. So bit of drama. Maybe Yopa's got a bit of his chip on his shoulder, so that should be something we should really look into. And then coming up later, we've got CGN ESPORTS, which is a staple of the German scene that we've all know and love today, versus Hasabi, which is quite an infamous off-season thing of a Pora mix. So we have Pora, Avova, Hoodie, Natank, and Kushina. All ex-tier 1 players, all been in VCT, all been at the top. So a little bit of the misfits, maybe you call them, a little bit of the outcast players who are coming back to really show they've still got what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, this is your classic kind of off-season mix tier 2 kind of thing going on, because we do have that mix. Team Liquid Academy, CGN Esports, obviously mainstays, as you all know, in the kind of, well, the EMEA VCL kind of circuit going on, doing good things there. I mean, we saw both of those teams make it through to the first round of qualifiers for Ascension, and then these other 2 mixes made up of kind of tier 1 players, tier 2 players. Really exciting stuff. These are some stacked rosters, regardless of whether they're backed behind an organization or not. So it should be really exciting. One team can make it through this one. It is just going to be a single elimination bracket. So we're going to see these 2 games, and then there will be one more grand final game tomorrow to decide who makes it to the main event. And that will be completely stacked. I mean, there are going to be 2 more invited teams. To get an idea of kind of who they're going to be playing up against, other than that, the teams that we're looking at right now to qualify on the Turkish side, you've got Eternal Fire on their way there, Fenerbahce, Supermassive, Galatasaray, Fireflux. So lots of big names from the Turkish scene are going to be coming through that stage as well. So no matter who is getting through, they're going to be up against some really difficult opponents.
Yeah, we've seen quite the rise of the Turkish scene over Valorant, haven't we, recently? So much talent in this region, so much good aimers, good players. So being able to take that opportunity versus so many good teams is going to be such big for like proving yourself in the off season, right? I think Turkish teams generally are very aggressive, and they put the pressure on you, and it's kind of like a test. Like you can have a great team, but can you stand the Turkish test? And I think this is like where it really shows, that you get to play them in these matches in this off season. You get to see what you're good at. Can you deal with it? Can you not? What players can, what players can't? And this really is like shaping up for how do we set up the start of our season. So it's very, very important.
Yeah, and as far as we know, obviously, we're bringing you this broadcast to represent the wider EMEA side, right, as it were. It is likely going to be Turkish teams that they're up against. It's a Turkish event, and EMEA gets one chance to get a proponent through for themselves. And I mean, we've got some good names coming through so far, so I'm excited to see who will come out on top. Obviously, CGN later today is going to be a big test. I'm excited to see them. But Team Liquid Academy, this is a slightly different look for them. I mean, they kept the same roster throughout the whole of this year so far, and they've only just had to change it up here. 2 new kind of faces, although, I mean, I was literally casting procs yesterday during another off-season event, so Project Blender definitely warmed up into this one. And either way, it really should be good, right? These are names that you will know. 1-0 and Prox both kind of mainstays in the tier 2 side as well. So yeah, I don't have any kind of thoughts coming into this game to begin with. Obviously, when you come up against a mix and you come up against a new kind of look to Team Liquid Academy, you don't really know what to expect just yet.
The thing is I love about Team Liquid Academy is their willingness to experiment, right? This is Sliggy's final dream of being able to try different things. And obviously we've seen here the Teo come back in. Something we've not seen too much, but this is what the off-season's for. You're able to take these risks to not play the meta. You're not going to get shunned for maybe making a blunder of a comp choice. But here they're experimenting. Also with the double controller. No Viper running the Brimstone and the Omen. Yeah. Maybe something where the players are more comfortable. Prox obviously got his little stint in Gentlemates at tier 1. Coming back in, using that experience. Maybe they want to put him on this role, try something out like that with Brimstone Omen instead. And LPZ kind of going more for a little bit more traditional with a Viper in there. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. Going to see how much Team Liquid Academy could have cooked, because obviously they just played an event with a different roster, different fifth. So how much practice is in there? How clean is this going to be? Do they have the fundamentals there, or are they going to rely on more of a set plays like we've seen them do before?
Yeah, it's an interesting question as well when we move into the off-season, right? Are teams just practicing Corrode more and more often? Or is this going to be a map that, you know, teams want to see picked all the time, right? Is this just getting in reps, getting in practice in case it is picked, or are teams starting to favor this map as we go forward? Because I have seen a lot of Corrode in the off-season so far.
Yeah, a lot of Crow coming in. It's an interesting time to see, but getting into the pistol here, taking the A site so early.
Yeah.
See the power of that double initiator, just being able to overwhelm and push the team far back. Now coming into the post plant that set up in good positions.
Yeah, I do like this, honestly, from La Polizia. We're seeing, you know, schools of thought when a kind of map is, well, it's not really new anymore, but coming through where, you know, how do we play each site? How do we play on the defense especially? And the retakes seem to be working a lot of the time for different teams. This time around, it does not seem like it's working for La Polizia. In the pistol round, they will not take down a single player. 1-0 comes close to dying, but it is a flawless round to start things off for Team Liquid Academy. This side making a big first impression.
Yeah, I just love the group mentality on pistol rounds. It's like been a fundamental part of Valorant for so long now, where you just play grouped up and together. Like being able to multi-frag on pistol is such a hard task, especially with people with armor. So Team Liquid there is playing together, taking the space. And this is the thing is that I love. It's like you don't have to make things complicated, right? You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can just go together, play on your fundamentals, use your aim that Team Liquid Academy does here. And if it's executed well, it's very, very effective.
Yeah, that was really clean from Team Liquid Academy. Obviously, both teams are still just kind of getting a look at each other and figuring out how they want to play, especially on this map here. Definitely, I would say, more difficult to hold. We see a lot of, you know, really rough kind of B executes from teams so far when the defense is well coordinated, making use of the Viper wall a lot of the time, just making sure nobody's going to get in without paying a price. We might see that this time around as well, but Team Liquid Academy, obviously they have the weaponry to make it in towards the site and hopefully take down a couple of names before anything goes wrong for them, but they're defaulting pretty hard this round.
Yeah, I like how Team Liquid approached it. They take B main, they have the pressure. They have the whaley 1-0 towards A. Stuck in the corner, gets out though, gets lucky.
It's a lot of
But
damage.
now this is the value of 1-0 towards A.
Yeah.
He has this space, and this is a fundamental thing where if you do 4-1 versus anti-eco, it allows the option, right? They prod into B, they look for a reaction from the defense. They don't get it, but now they can just pivot into towards the A side together, and once again, we're just going to see the group mentality.
There goes 1-0, he's found one with the Outlaw. Prox has already done damage on towards site, plenty of time to get that spike on the ground, and now it is up to Team Liquid Academy to hold down the spike. 1-0's weapon was covering up, you know that, but he still makes the reaction work, and it's another flawless round for Team Liquid Academy. Double flawless, let's call it a platinum flawless round. They did not take a single point of damage.
Might have to trade that one, Mark Sliggy. A platinum flawless. Could get some sponsors in there. But no, just a very good round, well called by Cupid, making the team have like this good fundamental start, allows them to have options, right? So the last thing you want to do is run an eco and have no options, right? That's where things go wrong. You run out of options, you're forced into a bad decision, and things go wrong. But here they set up well, nice fundamental play from Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, loving it so far. I mean, nothing to fault them on as it stands. We barely scratched the surface. Nope, Biggie is out where Prox is.
Yeah, efficient TP coming in, as they would say. Good retake here coming in, but the Waylay able to get out, and they're getting punished on the Viper wall. This is not looking good for Team Liquid Academy right now. They get tail between their legs, they have to move back. But that is what we see, Swiggy. When you don't respect the Viper wall, you get punished.
Yeah, taking 2 casualties for it, but not the end of the world. They stemmed the blood flow, got rid of Yopa there. That mid-intersection is going to be held down now, and that's some damage down onto Yuno too, so Team Liquid Academy have balanced the scales just a little bit, and they have plenty of time to play with, keep in mind. 1 minute left on the timer. Still got all of that utility to work with too. Cupid's going to do a lot of mid-rounding here, as we know he does.
Yeah, he likes the mid-round, and this is what I'd like to see from an in-game leader. I see a lot of, they're kind of meta kind of shifting away from an IGL that mid-round, which for me is so alien and different, but I like that Cupid as a leader likes to have that decision. Obviously, he enables his players as well, but being able to take that control and having that leader, that person you can rely on, is very, very important.
That's another big pick there from La Polizia. But the fight isn't over yet, 18 seconds left. A decision does have to be made by Team Liquid Academy unless they want to pick up a weapon and save it. 1-0, yeah, definitely erring towards taking up that Vandal. They've got a Phantom in hand. They can chill now, but they're going to have to fight off the remaining members of La Polizia hunting for the kills, and Ease will find the first. Doesn't quite know where 1-0 is yet. It's looking all but over. 1-0 will survive to the next round with that Phantom in hand.
Yeah, good round again from La Polizia, instantly coming in, ready for that mid-fight. Maybe he's suspecting something there. Maybe it's a bit of Yopa, knowing how Team Liquid Academy like to run things. But like I said, they have to take a bit of a risk on that bonus. They go for an aggressive mid-start. Unfortunately, they get shut down. And now I think we're going to see like general gameplay. The gimmick arc is kind of gone. And we're going to see more of a standard gameplay here. Because they did quite well in the first 3 rounds with more of a default. And we're going to see this here.
Nothing as of yet, and it doesn't look like that Polizia, apart from that mid-aggression, don't really want to be peeking out on the extremities too much. I mean, Hawks has already been taken down now for getting a little too greedy with space on mid. Ease manages to take one back in his favor. Takes a little bit of damage as he retreats, but that's absolutely okay. Team Liquid Academy, however, deathballing now towards A, looking for a little more. Yuno, it's a great flash to get on out of the smoke. Rexstone and GSR are able to stop it. These two mainstays in Team Liquid Academy, and they've worked well together so far this year. It's looking good for them now, but they still need to get on towards site.
You see the smokes there kind of working against them. Obviously, they got more smokes with the double control, able to block off 4 choke points, but that allows the KO to get up closer and pop flash through. So great player there from La Polizia to flood in together, but Team Liquid deal with it pretty well. Now we've got a 2v2. Little rewrap coming in. I do like these players, the double rewrap, because you never really expect both of them to do it. It's been kind of like a staple gimmick that I've used in the past, this double flank when you've both been spotted, because you expect one, but maybe not 2, and sometimes that can just be enough, that little bit of doubt that comes through.
Well, it's looking okay so far, but here come La Polizia going for that fake defuse. One taken down by Rexstone, and Soren, the weight of the world on your shoulders. Time is ticking down. There's really nothing you can do at this point, unless he is able to take down both, but GSR stops him from doing so. It didn't look like there was enough time left on that anyway. Team Liquid Academy are looking in control of things, even when they do take some casualties.
Yeah, that plant coming in there actually, like, I think wins them the round. Because the double reflank comes in, and the position from where they're flanking, like the angles of the Team Liquid Academy there, they were tapping the bomb, but Liquid could see they weren't actually sticking it. So like the rewrap there, kind of bit of an overplay coming in, but like good fundamentals from Liquid, playing up, down, on the angle, mollies down. And that's why the rewrap, if there's not enough time, it doesn't work out. You have to make sure you're starting at a good pacing.
Well, they've confirmed a couple of pushes on A will work, but they haven't really tried to make a B push happen yet. And that looks like it is the order for this round, as Team Liquid Academy are just going to move on through. Deathball their way on that one, and well, LPZ made a gamble, headed all down mid, and maybe Team Liquid Academy have figured out that that is the game plan now, because they are taking CT space here.
Yeah, taking CT space here. My screen has frozen, Twiggy. You're gonna have to keep going.
I will
Sorry.
do so. It is a full flank now from LPZ. 4 players coming around from the attacker's side, but that has been tagged on the map by Team Liquid Academy now, so they are aware of it. They're just going to have to hold it off. Stunned up, 1-0 gets... Oh, he's going to get taken out by that grenade in the end, but Prox is on things, holding down the middle of site, trying to play ring around the rosy here from the remaining players. It's great from Prox. He's doing so much work. 1-0 is back in the game, and he'll take down the final 2 LPZ players. I mean, it works for them, right? A lot of casualties are happening, right, on the Team Liquid Academy side. It is a tough game for them, but they seem to be in control of every single round.
Yeah, they play very well off each other. And I think this is like the biggest value you have as like a young player. And I explain it in like mathematical terms, right? Once you're playing people at the same level as you, taking fights is not going to be consistent.
Yeah.
But bring your teammates, make sure you're playing off each other. That's what makes you more consistent. And around like Valorant, where it can be decided by 1 round, having that team play, that consistency there, that's what's going to get you over the edge in the end.
Right, and I think, you know, obviously coming into this one with 2 fresh faces on the Team Liquid Academy side, it's always going to be a question of, do they gel with the rest of the team? What's the chemistry like? Are they able to keep those fundamentals that we knew Team Liquid Academy was so good at, playing off of each other with a year of experience together? It's looking good so far, right? We haven't really seen everything yet from them. We've got plenty of Valorant left to see from these guys, but it's looking good, right? 1-0 and Prox seem to be gelling well with the rest of the team. I have not seen any flaws in that regard so far.
Yeah, 1-0 and GSR working very well together. Him taking the space. Seen maybe once he's overextended, but GSR is always there to back him up. And that's the kind of player you want to enable with GSR on the team. You don't want him getting owned by running into an AWPer. You want him having like the ability to trade, because his individual skill ceiling is so high. You want him there backing up the player. He's like a Scream type player. You don't really want Scream going in first, unless, you know, you're the first iteration of Team Liquid and he's just the best, so you got to let him go in the jet. But like, he's there to be set up by 1-0. 1-0 himself is doing very well, like we've mentioned, but having that space creation for GSR to enable him is so important. And we can see now he's 9-2. He's taken off with it.
Yeah, really so far doing. I mean, this is kind of what we knew him for over the course of his career on Team Liquid Academy, and got several chances to shine, but of course Team Liquid Academy never really reached the peak of their ability, right? The peak of their potential as a team. And while it was a successful project over the course of 2025, you know, a couple of EMEA performances was probably not exactly where they wanted to be by the end of the year. So a little reset for them. Seems to be working out right now, and GSR gets another chance to shine as a player.
Yeah, it's another one where like you kind of, Valorant is such a game where changes happen often, right? You're always looking for like the next big thing, especially with Team Liquid Academy. Their players are so talented, other teams are looking at them, and they're looking at other players as well that can look to pick up, right? So this off-season is the perfect time. See how the players gel in like a pressure environment instead of the scrims, and just seeing how it goes. Because obviously you never know who the next big thing is, so having a look around, testing the waters with people is also very important.
They're on point right now. I mean, 1-0 definitely making the outlaw work, right? Not switched off it at any point during. Oh, there we go. Finally, switched off it onto the Vandal here on this round. I mean, people will of course know 1-0 has been all over the tier 2 northeast scene, right? Played for TLA, played for Formulation Gaming, Shackmat very briefly. After all that. Finding a home here on Team Liquid Academy, seems to be doing a very, very good job. Of course, Waylay is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to being a duelist for a team like this, and while on a map like Road that will be a big choice, he's going to have to switch it up at some point, so I'm curious to see how he'll do on other duelist roles.
Yeah, but I think Waylay's going to be the most important role coming up in this current meta. I think teams have kind of realized the power. Look at Team Liquid, 3 people peeking together there. It's just great team play coming in. No chance for the defender.
We've always known them for being a good fundamental team, right? While maybe this is not the team in EMEA Tier 2 that you looked at as the best individual skill team all around, right? It is a team with a deep strat book. It's known for having, you know, a heavy analyst power for a Tier 2 team and having really solid fundamentals, and none of that seems to have changed so far. They look well drilled, and right now La Polizia are crumbling under the pressure. Can they manage to get one more round in their favor? I mean, so far it has only been the round where they have been at the economical advantage that has worked out. GSR fully just looks at the flash for that one. It does not work out. You know, the final remaining player. The nade comes on through. Prox will get out of dodge. Into 1v1. You know is able to make it work. It took a 4K. I think he's just about going to be able to get that defuse done.
Just about. Bit of an overextension there from Team Liquid. I think that's getting a little bit too comfortable maybe. So he might humble them. Keep them honest in the rounds to come now. Don't think Bacon will be happy with that one. But great round coming in from La Polizia. Maybe this is the bit of hope and momentum that they needed to really get back into this game.
Yeah, it's really the first level terms round that they have been able to make something work on. Unfortunately for them, though, they did make it work. They lost 4 players. They're going to be at a lower by this round anyway, while Team Liquid Academy have been building up that bank for quite a while now, so they have plenty of weaponry to work with. So the tough times are not over for La Polizia.
Coming in here. Got a little ult play coming in from Team Liquid Academy. Just good fundamentals. Making sure the ult's being used. Combination coming in the Waylay to take the space. Counter Waylay ult. This is where VALORANT gets juicy. Hawks running it down.
Great trade on the side of Team Liquid Academy, but Jokova is the one holding things down with the Guardian right now, and when your aim is that good, clicking ahead is one of the easiest things in the world, but Rexstone just comes around from the other side, finds that kill, can't make any more space happen, and in the end, La Polizia are able to extend, well, not their advantage, but their comeback.
Yeah, good play there from Yopa. Kind of sold Hawks to the dogs there, but sitting in that corner, you're never going to expect someone there. Their teammates fighting 2 meters ahead of them. You're never going to check that corner, so it works out in this regard. Yopa coming in, securing the round. Team Liquid Academy, timeout, lose 2 in a row. Bacon's not happy.
Yeah.
What do you think they're talking about here, Twiggy?
I mean, look, I think things have slipped away from them a little bit in the last couple of rounds. It's one of those fine margins one, right? They have just about barely lost those last couple of rounds, especially the second round that La Polizia won. It was really like down to the wire. And Team Liquid Academy, I think, is the kind of team that can get carried away with things, can kind of slip a little bit and get just a little bit complacent, right? I think we saw it a few times in Challengers Northeast when this team was kind of top of the pops over there. They did have a couple of games where they got a little bit silly, maybe. I do think it's an emotionally charged team, right? We've seen the reactions from the players when we had face cams for those. So I think for Team Liquid Academy, it's just chill out, keep playing your game.
Yeah, you don't want to be over harsh on these types of players. I've seen it before. I think all competitive players have gone through a part where you go from playing full confidence running around to then trying to play too smart. And I think with this Team Liquid Academy team, that's like the fine balance they need to get. You don't want your players overthinking, because what they do is why they're so great. But also at the same time, you don't want to be throwing away big advantages, right? So it's a fine-tuning process that Bacon and Cooper are used to, and probably the best people for the job.
Yeah, and look, in the end, this is an off-season tournament. These teams are trying to work out what works, right? La Polizia are looking to make a statement, get picked up by a team. Team Liquid Academy are just trying to make things work and see how everything works out in the end. And this is certainly working out. That's an execute from Team Liquid Academy. That's not something you're going to see too often from a mixed team like La Polizia. That is something that has been thought about extensively by Cooper and by Bacon there in the strat room. It's worked out incredibly well for them. It does seem to me like on B, It is a difficult time to make executes work. There is so much that the defenders can work with, especially when they have a Viper to slow down players, to isolate players, to do damage before they even get in towards the site. And they didn't do anything there. They couldn't do anything against Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the composition from Team Liquid Academy. I spoke to Cupid before this tournament, and he mentioned how he thinks they might be ahead of the meta. What they're doing is really good. I'm just thinking about towards the B site, where can you stand? Because obviously you have the two Tail Rockets. You've got Molly from Brimstone coming in, Kale Flashes, Paranoia. Where on that B site can you actually stand? Because I think they can fully cover it with their utility if they wanted to.
Yeah, essentially, actually. It's a good point. A lot of what I have seen on this map has been using the Viper, has been, obviously the KO is between both teams here, but yeah, I have seen the Lapalizia comp a lot more, or something close to that, a lot more with the fade and everything.
For sure.
Team Liquid Academy, this is something slightly different, right? You do not have anything like the Viper. It is two just full-on smokers, and then the Teo is definitely an interesting addition. It's working out for them so far. I'm interested to see how it'll work out on the defense. You're right.
Really nice setup there from Yopa. Spamming the Odin, covers the steps for the Waylay to take the peak, but also just that little bit of doubt. You're like, oh, Odin here spamming, you might not expect the AWP. And these small details are what can really get you the pick. Works out there. Nice little set play from Lapalizia.
Yeah, it's looking good for them as well. This is the Odin map, if ever there was one. Walls made of paper, and Yopa's definitely making it work. Team Liquid Academy
and just look at
recalculate.
This is what we spoke about before in like the pistol, right? Where no, it was on the anti-eco where they took B main and didn't have that out option. Now look how slow they have to reclear everything because they didn't have that A space. This is a big issue with teams running into the Viper, but Sorin might be getting a bit over aggressive here. Might give. No, takes down Rexstone. Okay, I was worried then. He was risking it for a biscuit, but he wins the fight and he takes that down. But back to my point with the Viper wall, when that Viper wall is up, you kind of have to treat it as a brick wall. Unless you're throwing absolutely everything behind it, and still even then it's not worth it. Viper wall plus Odin equals bad time. I can tell you that for free.
Yeah.
So we see that again from Team Liquid. Just not being able to get out that B main, hanging around a little bit too long potentially, getting spammed, getting chip damage down where they don't need to, instead of just resetting.
You know how to come in clutch there, because Hawks...
Oh, Yopa's giving it. He's body spamming.
Oh, no.
Won his last event with Team Liquid Academy. Didn't get invited back. Maybe a bit of salty there, but he's letting them know with the body spam with the Odin. Recon on the body saying, I'm looking at you, mate. He's not happy.
Yeah, I mean, look, there may be a little bit of that going on behind the scenes, right? And we'll never really know for certain, but... we can take the clues from in the server to piece things together.
You can imply a little bit.
Yeah,
I think it's fine.
Team Liquid Academy now, I think definitely want to get one more round. Obviously, we don't know what their defense is going to look like, but they seem, from what you said, relatively confident that it will work out. So 8 rounds would definitely be a nice start for them just to work off here. But they've already got that pick on towards B. They can make that execute happen. They know it might work. And another shot missed with the operator on the side of Lapalizia is not going to make things any easier for them. Wanzero and Rexstone get on in. The spike is going to go down. Are they ready for the flank already? Because Ease is definitely there, and the knife is out, but he doesn't get a single kill.
No!
Prox is able to take him down. It's just Yopa left, and it does look like it will be that 8-4 half for Team Liquid Academy.
What I love here is the detail of Team Liquid Academy. They simply just do the same thing, but change up the timing, right? They want to do a big hit towards B, but they go, nah, let's just wait, let's just sit and spawn. Lapalizia again, a little bit overeager, doing things at the start of the round. Maybe Cupid picked up on that, maybe another player did. And this is the simple thing about VALORANT, where it's so beautiful, where you can just change up your timing by 10 seconds, and the other team could think you're doing a million other things across the map, right? Where Yopa, passive towards A, no early recon, no dog. So now there's a threat towards A main, there's a threat towards mid, and a threat towards B. But because they wait and they don't use that utility, they're in the blind, and that kind of allows Liquid to have that advantage. They get the opening pick, they take the space and just go from there. And we've seen their executes versus in 5v5s they've done great, but in like a 5 versus 4 where they have the advantage, I don't think you're holding that B site ever.
No, really, really difficult time for them. Now we get to see how this composition is going to work out here on the defensive half. A lot less holding down B than you would see from any standard composition on this one, but GSR's Sheriff is going to do a lot of work on that regard. Anyway, Hawks down to 8 HP already, and Hawks has kind of been hamstringed this whole game so far as that solo duelist role, right? Mostly just making space for the rest of his team to get in and do some work, because the frags have not been coming through as often as I think he might have liked.
Yeah, we saw him, I'd say, forcing issues, especially that last round, right? The AWP peak worked before with the Odin spam to mask it. Then the very next round, just sprinting down B again. Maybe forcing the issue a little bit too much, not being as patient. But he's just pressured into it.
Oh man, Rexstone can't find a shot to save his life there, quite literally. Is taken down and, well, pistol round at the very least. You know, maybe the players don't have their full utility kits just yet, so we haven't seen the peak of the ability from Team Liquid Academy, but it hasn't quite worked out for them. They haven't been able to stop any of the pressure from La Polizia so far, but they're going to try their best to go for a retake. 1-0 taken down, Prox taken down in quick succession, and La Polizia start things off with a pistol round.
Yeah, doing very well there. That post-plant wall is going to be interesting. The Viper held it and had it towards B, CT there. It's going to be interesting to see their Viper wall placement on this attack side. Looks like he's going to place it towards A? No? Maybe not. So if they're going to hold it for post-plant, this could be really interesting. Like we said, a new take on the map, because the Viper wall is so strong. But if you can guarantee it on your post-plant, you get the site, it's going to be so hard to break. So be interesting to see what they do with that.
Well, indeed. They're opting to just fully stack this round, hold down that B side, and it's a default from La Polizia, so they're not going to run into too many troubles, but Juno takes a little bit of damage, a little more damage. Going to have to run away from those scary classics on the side of Team Liquid Academy. Get out of dodge.
I think they wanted the ecos. I saw a little repeat coming in there, nearly cost them. Got dinked, got away.
It's a very effective.
Able to reset, take the A space.
It's like running at somebody with 5 chihuahuas. Works out in the end, but Team Liquid Academy are being picked apart systematically now by La Polizia. Only 3 classics left in hand, and I mean the main goal would be get a few kills, pick up a couple of weapons maybe. Save them if you can. If not, try and win the round, but it's not looking so good right now. La Polizia just kind of said, okay, no. But there's one for Team Liquid Academy, and that is exactly what they need. The trade is there too.
He went to shoot the body! He went to shoot the body and died. Okay, maybe he's a little bit angry, short like, or he's just having fun. I don't know.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta get your frustrations out there. Yeah.
You gotta let him know. I respect it.
Can you get one more? Play it right there. Go on, keeper. Nah, he's gonna let himself die. It's not a bad round for Team Liquid Academy.
Not a bad round. I would have liked to see them allow La Polizia get closer up and towards B main there. There's no real activation on the trap besides maybe a bit of sound. I'd like a player off angle. Let's guarantee, because if we invest in paranoia, rockets, all this heavy util into getting the kill, let's make sure they're up as close as possible. Because as we saw, they were able to run away and escape around that corner. So I'd like to see them let them up a little bit more. But big bonus coming in here for La Polizia. If they can win this, it really turns the game on its head. Yeah. We've got a Marshall, Sheriff. Not great util, but maybe a little contact play could be coming in here towards the B side. Could be nice.
Very much be interesting here. It's all quiet here to the start of this round. I mean, they're just trying to take that mid space, right, and hope that they can use it. Especially if La Polizia want to try and make a rotate happen through there, because they are sitting so far back on their attacking round right now.
Yeah, they did good, having a bit of pressure towards B main with the knife. They've done a bit of a lurk smoke. Well, I think Liquid know this isn't real. I think if they know, like, no one's walking through a lurk smoke so early like this. They have the Rexstone there, putting spam through the smoke, making sure no one's in it. Proxa, though, gets the opening pick. This is big from Team Liquid. La Polizia are going to struggle now. As their Viper wall down, mid-pressure fully goes away. I'm going to see what they can work out here. I think this is a contact play. Contact and hope at this point for La Polizia.
That is all you can really hope for on an attacking bonus round right now. Team Liquid Academy not getting too greedy, not hunting too much for these kills either. They're waiting out the timer. Oh, but they do pay the price for one, not quite checking the side, but Wanzuru is there for the trade, doesn't let a second teammate fall, and a lot of damage has been done to the La Polizia side, so it really shouldn't be on paper, any more casualties for Team Liquid Academy this round.
Hopefully not, but you never know.
Ooh.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, because the execute's coming in.
Indeed. Oh, Keeper will find one through the wall. That's good enough. Spike will go down in the end, which is a nice little extra bonus for them, but I do think this should be a relatively simple cleanup now for Team Liquid Academy. Not if Yuno gets his way, but there it is in the end. Decent round from La Polizia, but they probably would have wanted maybe one more kill on that bonus.
Yeah, it could have been important for the economy, making sure that the triple rebuy, only 2 comes in. Cupid keeps his Odin. I think that's going to be a staple for him on this map. Where you see him starting towards middle, getting a little 2k spam there, really abusing it. And that's what I respect from players, and I think it's something that we need to see more of. Obviously, we have Brock, world champion now, hard abusing the Odin for quite some time now, and finally gets a shot on a tier 1 roster and takes them down. I think it's one where maybe like a bit of an ego, a bit of a pride thing for the players. Like, they don't want to say, oh, I don't want to be known as an Odin player. I want to be known as the one-tapper, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, respect, it's a great gun to use, especially on this map. The walls are paper thin.
Yeah, it's working out. That's all that matters now. Team Liquid Academy maintaining their lead, though. That's what they wanted coming out of that first half. And now they can really, you know, let the cogs turn when it comes to the defensive half. See what's in store for these guys, because you have to imagine, honestly, the way things look, they just look like a retake team, right? This just feels like the kind of defensive side where it would behoove them to back out of the site and run back in.
Oh yeah, no, the amount of utility that they have, a full-scale retake is next to impossible. That's why I was curious if the Viper would hold the wall, see his knives, and put it down towards middle. Got a good lurk position in though.
Trying to hold this down.
Coming in.
Fox finds the first kill, Soren finds the second, coming around from behind. GSL just can't quite react in time, and yeah, see, they're getting picked off when they're not able to reconvene towards the start of the execute there from La Polizia. It's going to be a full-scale hold from them, just trying to get better post-plant positions. I don't know where the final 3 players from Team Liquid Academy are going to be joining them from. Smoke's soon clear. The fight is going to get started. Prox with the first kill, 1-0 with the second. The new guard for Team Liquid Academy get things started here on the retake, bringing it to a 3v3. 1-0 drops on in. The utility's out and he can't quite shoot. You know, Prox is back there, finds one. Rex stoned into 1v1 to close things out. The time is ticking down. Down goes the snake bite, and Soren is able to make things work. Team Liquid Academy with a good start to the retake, but couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah, LPZ made it hard for themselves there. That's why it only takes one good shot to get back into a round. 5 versus 3. Next thing you know, 3 versus 3. Very losable at that point, but they did well to win it out in the end. Good play from Soren. But yeah, it's looking like a heavy retake team. If you give Team Liquid these opportunities, they are going to take them. They are very aim heavy. Yeah. But Pause coming in, and this is interesting because I spotted this in the pre-round. Team Liquid Academy gave up so much map space, Twiggy. They were passive across the entire map, which is a bannable offense, as Sliggy used to say. So if that trickles down to Team Liquid Academy, they were passive in middle, passive towards A main, passive towards B, and this allowed Soren to get up through middle, get into that close position that we saw, and get the lurk kill. But this is a fundamental issue of Valorant where maybe like, oh, we have a bit of space, we're comfortable playing like this, but you still need map control. Even if you're playing retake, you still need map space. Because if you don't, they can be anywhere and they can take timings, they can do what you want because you're essentially playing blind, so you're more susceptible to fakes, timings, all this kind of stuff. So Team Liquid, they need to be getting this map space. If they're giving up, they can't be giving up the full map. This is not good from them. So hopefully next gun round, we're going to see them more aware of this, taking more space, taking more information. Obviously, they have the drone, they can do that for free. They have the KO knife. Use these at a better interval as well to keep the time and keep the space in a different type of way. But that can't be happening, and I'm not really surprised the timeout came in so early.
Yeah, it's a little bit like, it's a fine line to toe, right? Because you don't want to play too passively, because then obviously you're giving up all of that map space. Oh my lord! But you don't want to. You also don't want to have what happened last round as well, where 2 players are left stranded on site. While the rest of the team is kind of backing up to give space to the other team. Because then you're kind of caught with a the worst of both worlds, right? It's a bad hold and a bad retake. You've only got 3 players remaining. This is good from LPZ, though. They should be able to clean up this round with no problems whatsoever. A nice anti-eco from.
Yep, nice and clean. Team Liquid going for a little flash play. Maybe a little bit too orchestrated from them. Like as I mentioned before, a lot of like set plays coming in where they have won the rounds. So like even there, it's like an orchestrated retake where I guess it's easier to read into if they're doing every single thing together. It makes it easier to read into. So this is where at the higher level where unorthodox plays make sense. You need to sprinkle them in. All right, it's a little bit of spice to your meal. If it's too bland, you know what you're getting, but a little bit of pepper, a little bit of something here and there keeps you awake, keeps you on your toes. So Team Liquid needs to keep LPZ on their toes this round.
You've been living in America for a little while, and you're starting to bring weird alien concepts into my mind, like spice. I don't know about that one. Regardless.
No, we're not used to it.
My British sensibilities.
Oh no.
That is a
gets out though.
Deep cut. Yeah.
Wow.
Already out.
That is remarkable.
Oh, but he's get caught by that one. Somebody's going to need to come in clutch here. Prox is watching the other angle at the moment. He's just going to go for it while he's slowed down. Why not? That works. You've got an operator. You just need to hit one shot and the flick is good onto Yuno as well. Can he do a little bit more? Wanzera going crazy. Oh, it's 3 already. And it looks like it might just be a confirm on that Yuno kill too, because LPZ can't do much to say no to that one. Wanzera is going to get that confirm on Yuno now, and everybody else from Team Liquid Academy can just clean up the rest of this team. Yopa tries to get involved.
Wow.
1-0 with a 4th.
Amazing round from Wanuzera. Really had the shotgun AWP out there. Pressure was on, and he delivered the goods so well. But Twiggy, once again, I had to highlight it. We saw Soren up through middle again on his own. 2 players in the bomb site getting split on for Team Liquid Academy. If Wanuzera doesn't have an absolute round out of nowhere, Team Liquid Academy should be losing that round, I have to say. So the issues have not been fixed from the timeout. Hopefully, we see some adaptation coming in here from this, because that was literally round repeat. From Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Oh no! Wanzera gets revealed. He wanted to go for the peak. He saw the Viper wall. He backed up, and he'd already gone a little too far. And oh dear, this is a little too much from Prox. Look at the side of your screen. How big is his periphery? Not big enough.
He's going to see him.
The end there. Cupid finds one, but he's taken down as well. And this is a good start to an eco round for LPZ. Team Liquid Academy got a little too comfortable there. Overextended in so many positions without checking their corners. That's not what you expect from this team.
No, obviously Wanuzera having a life round, as they say. And next round, dying instantly to the eco by getting revealed. Yeah. Maybe a bit too confident there, going for a peek on his own. No one to break his utility, gets punished, doesn't have a good disarray to be able to warp out of there. And then, once again, the mid is split in half, Twiggy. They get the entry onto middle. They crunch on towards A. We have A main control whilst the rest split. Team Liquid Academy, once again, getting hit from all angles. LPZ are like a Valorant snake, crushing you from all sides, squeezing everything out of you. So they need to adapt. Yeah. How do you counter a snake, Twiggy?
I've usually seen it done with like a big pointy stick, like, you know, one of those things you spit a sausage on, but like really long.
Yeah,
that's usually how I see it. Well, but hey, I don't know. Either way, this is this is a difficult one. I think this is kind of a thing that we've seen a lot from Team Liquid Academy, though. One of our most kind of long-standing, maybe not criticisms, but kind of something along those lines that we see about this team is when they get adapted against, they find it very difficult to go and formulate a whole new plan, right? They come into the game with an idea, and when it goes wrong, that's it. It goes wrong. Right now, Wanzera is keeping things alive with the boomstick, but nothing has actually been changed from this team.
There's your big pointy stick. It's just the AWP. That's all we needed. And they've pushed him away now. Seeing again, I think they're just going to end up going back towards EMEA in a little contact play. They've done a lot through middle. So it is the question of, do we just keep on taking the space? They clear it there with the knife and the reveal. They see that middle's full clear. Proxer off angle takes them down. No chance for Soren, and he's there. Team Liquid Academy looking much better into this round. The big pointy stick has helped them out, get the entry. Oh no.
Wow, 3 for Prox. I mean,
there.
that was an easy round for Team Liquid Academy. Appolitia just walked into everything that they had. They didn't have to think about much there. And honestly, the hard work they did in that first half is really helping them right now, right? They are holding on to their lead, and that's all that matters for them.
Yeah, no, they've done well. They've done very well. They're looking a little bit more comfortable. Rexstone picking up the AWP here, going for some aggressive play, it looks like. Changing the place in Lapalisia. And if I'm Lapalisia, I'm thinking to myself, guys, we've gone through middle every single time and won. Then we don't go through middle and we lose. Can it just be that simple? Maybe. Looks like they're grouping up for some kind of mid play.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. Mid play, they're going to have to find something, or just go in for that A push or the B push, maybe, if you want to go all the way up there. Might just be a default. I mean, oh, that's a lot of utility coming on through. They are going to have to be very careful here, but Waranzero just doesn't hit the shots, gets taken out. That's really been one consistency for Team Liquid Academy so far, is Waranzero hitting those shots. Doesn't work out, but there's GSR. I mean, this is a name that we have known as kind of the pseudo-duelist for Team Liquid Academy. Got moved on to the initiator role, has stayed there since, but has still been fragging that whole time. That's exactly what we needed to see from this player right now.
That's just his angle. I think I've seen like an insane ace from that angle where he one-taps absolutely everyone. GSR feeling at home at Crow, and as do all of Team Liquid Academy, to be honest. Good Viper utility coming in. This is what we spoke about before. Can they pocket this versus the heavy retake comp? KO ult comes in to counter it. But 2 players there, they're kind of blocked off. The KO ult is for nothing.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the flank, but it's going to be too late. They're going to expect it, surely.
Very possibly, you know, backs himself into the corner, takes a tiny bit of damage. Oh, but Rexton isn't thinking that there might be a player there. Prox is going to have to take it all into his hands now as they move on through. It's going to be so close. You know, backed into a corner, hoping to just find one extra kill, and the time is ticking down. There's no defuse coming through. GSR cannot get anywhere, saving the weapon. It's 10-11 now is the scoreline, and Lapalisia just cutting down on that lead round by round now.
You can see the lack of reps in Team Liquid Academy there. A bit of hesitation coming in. They're doing the mid retake. Ults come in. Wanuzera is going forward. The rest of them are holding because of the Viper wall.
Yeah.
And like we said before, this is such an important rule to have in your team. Are you going with the Viper wall? As you see, Cupid and GSR far back there while Wanuzera is trying to go forward. We've committed our resources to it, and it's more of a question of when we commit them. Do we wait for the Viper wall to go down? Maybe. But if we're using our resources, we have to go with them. You can't invest that much utility and only send one person.
Lapalisia taking advantage of that momentum there by getting the first blood in this round. And honestly, the way things are going, Team Liquid Academy are holding on by the skin of their teeth. They need to make something work now, and they've used both of their pauses. So that's going to be very difficult to bring on through without some real mental gymnastics from the team itself here. No help from Bacon or Deluxe.
Well played by GSR here to highlight. He's taking the main space, allow Team Liquid to gamble more toward this B side. It's the correct call. Can they find their shots?
Oh, Prox is
yes,
just
they
so
can.
consistent this map so far. I mean, it was looking warmed up yesterday, but today just as warm. It's not enough though so far, and you know, it's going to be right back into things. Cupid has a lot of
like that
under his belt though, doesn't he?
He does. He's a very smart player,
Yeah.
and he's the one who you can look to create something in this type of situation. He does have his stun ready. GSR's got a molly and a flash. If they're able to work something out here, he's maybe slightly over peaking, but looks like they're more content to save.
Yeah, it might just
not
have
looking to
be
get in this.
Yeah, look, you're not giving up overtime. You are just getting them on level terms with you. It's not the end of the world. And saving 2 weapons into that one is going to be a big difference maker, right? The rest of your team does not have the money to buy up into this one. So keeping some economy may just be the only way to keep this one going and not let it get to overtime. I think that is the plan here.
Yeah, they are really struggling on this defense. I think the AWP has helped them out. It's been kind of a crutch for their defense. Obviously, not having a sentinel, they need to control more map space, as we've said before. And AWP is the easiest way to do that, bar a judge. Maybe that's something they should look into with the low money here. It could be a good option. But the thing is, they need this map space somewhere. They need this aggressive angle that LaPalese is not allowing them to have. The Viper wall towards middle is being so oppressive. They're putting pressure on mains. Team Liquid probably have to go more into like a refight later on in the round to be able to get some map control here.
We will see. Wanzero is getting aggressive here on mid using that ability, but he's blinded and cannot press the button to get out of dodge. Oh, which does once again put Team Liquid Academy into a really awkward position. With a one member down, it's a very critical player as well. Really the only player who has come alive in a round-changing way in this half so far. GSR and Prox have had standout moments, but nothing that has changed the outcome of a round whatsoever. It does mean that Team Liquid Academy are just left with a normal defense where they're missing a lot of their stopping power.
Kind of forced an issue there for Manu. We've seen it before, being super aggressive with the waylay, but just gets taken down. Now Cupid's caught in middle, going into the B split. Once again, LaPalese getting so much joy through this middle area. Team Liquid don't really have answers.
Eyes,
you know, going crazy. I don't know what that was.
Oh my God.
Got a spider on his mousepad, maybe?
Oh yeah, check his PC, check his PC. Team Liquid Academy now 3v5 and no answers to anything that LaPalese have come up with here in this half. It's just getting worse and worse. They did not get themselves to 12 rounds, so it is going to have to be a all or nothing in the next round with no money in the bank. Why they're saving these weapons or trying to save these weapons, it doesn't look like Yoba has any plans on letting them do so. GSR able to take down one. That is all she wrote, I think, and Prox is going to have a hard time holding on to his. One more. Get out and run. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to have to take another fight here. Sees Soren, manages to get the kill, but there are more players on every side. Prox is going insane. That's about as good as you can hope for there. Loses the bulldog.
Okay, you got too giddy. You lost the gun. But still, fair play. Nice shots from Prox.
It's a bulldog. It's fine.
It is a bulldog. It is a bulldog. But to be fair, he used the bulldog pretty well, as we saw. But Team Liquid, yeah, just not having answers. Like I said, they did a bit of a tempo change before on the attacking side, but now on the defense, it's like if we don't send Wanuzera down middle instantly, we don't know how to deal with middle.
Yeah.
They did a bit of a delayed retake with the ults. That didn't work out. So they're just looking at options here, and they're just not really sure. Looks like it's a bit more solidifying in towards middle here. Rocket's coming in to deny, breaking this recon, which they have been struggling to sometimes. But Wanu popped his get out of jail free card once again, and now can you be confident holding these deep angles, Sweet? No, you have to be committed. It's not a Yoru. You can't TP away after 40 seconds. Yeah. They're committed to this position. Yeah. But because they're committed to this position, it makes B weak.
Wow, Rexton immediately takes down Soren. He hadn't even got close towards the site. I would be screaming. How is my teammate not getting taken out? But I am. But Rexton will pay the price for that one and get traded out. The spike will go down on the ground, but not before Wanzera is able to get one back in their favor. The spike is now in no man's land. Nobody's control whatsoever. Both teams on site, both searching for an inch of space. You know, throws out the fake flash. You know! You needed that. You needed that. Oh, but it's just these
the ult, that's why. The ult, he's ahead of everyone. He's ahead of everyone. Now Ease comes back in. Oh, still, you know what? I respect that play. I respect that play. Maybe they heard him because I'm running towards A and like, they're going A surely at that point. So nice little play from Ease there. Dropping the bomb for his mate. Actually, amazing teammate there for a chance for him to win the round. Yeah. It just didn't work out.
It's a good idea. It did not work. And it does bring us to overtime here. Team Liquid Academy, again, just everything they can do to hold on to this one. Thankfully, their first half good enough that they have been able to squeeze out enough rounds to stay in this one.
I'd love to highlight, only play a positive on LaPalese, and it's not all about the stats, but that just shows it's not all about the stats. One positive player, and now they're currently tying with Team Liquid Academy. They brought it all the way back. On the ecos and stuff, they're not getting the kills, but when the gun rounds come in, they're making it matter, and that's the most important point.
Really is. I don't know how to separate these two teams when it comes down to an overtime situation here, because both of them have looked very capable on the attacker's side at this point. I do think that Team Liquid Academy really do need these attacking rounds, though, from what I've seen.
Yeah, we know they can rely on these set plays. Soren getting good information here. Senses them coming. Rocket's coming early. Team Liquid, nice little early execute to catch him off guard. But once again, this Viper, boys, you can't go through. They're respecting it. They're doing better.
Oh, they tried to clear the corner, but they did not hit the shot, and it's just going to be clean-up city for Soren. 3 in a row. It's all up to Prox now in a 1v3, and that just feels like a bracket to the end of the game here. The end. Nothing more Team Liquid Academy can do unless Prox is able to bring something out of the bag here. That's 1, but 2 players remain.
Just history repeats itself, Twiggy.
Yeah.
Maybe Proxer can do it with a 1v3. In a unique position, got a TP and smoke to work with. Can get a little bit creative here. Has the bomb.
Oh, jumps up, jumps
Love
down.
this smoke.
Time is ticking away. 20 seconds, 8 bullets remaining in the chamber. He's going to go for the plant. He's going to stick it. He's going to get taken out by Yuno. And that is that for the first round of overtime. And it does feel like the way things have been going, LPZ are absolutely in the driver's seat for their attacking round.
They are. LPZ playing very well, coming back. Liquid look a little bit out of options, making the same mistakes over and over again. Once again, trying to go through that Viper wall. Like, they're so close to a great call because they do the execute early, Twiggy. They hear the guy jump spotting. They know it's probably Viper. They're going to try and catch him off guard, get the executing early so we can't block them. It doesn't pay off. They commit the utility, and once again, it's like when you commit that utility, you're kind of forced to go in. Not in this case. They still had time. They still had no map space, actually. No map space. It was a full 5, so Team Liquid put that pressure on themselves to go through into a bad situation once again. Viper Wall still has full toxin. They've already burnt the flashes for the waylay, so they just have to go through. But it's just going into the blender, Twiggy, and there's not much you can do. LPZ holding down strong, of course. They need their praise. Soren keeping that toxin up, getting in that slow little cubby on the left. Team Liquid not checking it, and it's just absolute chaos going into that bomb site.
Yeah, it really is. And Team Liquid Academy with a much needed here overtime timeout. Thankfully, your bank getting refilled there in overtime, and they can make use of that. But it really just has been Team Liquid Academy going for, obviously, to LPZ are a mix, so timeouts aren't going to be that useful other than just taking a breather. But Team Liquid Academy have a whole team of coaches to make sure that they have somebody to talk to and somebody to, guide them in those moments. Maybe something will change this time in Team Liquid Academy's defense. It will be a change that is needed to hold on to this overtime.
Yeah, kind of splitting up the initiators a little bit here, having more solid of a presence towards A with the AWP. They're able to more contest these areas. GSR, as we see, kind of being a little bit more aggressive. Hawk's going for an ambitious play. But like I said, LPZ love that split. They've had middle for free this entire game. GSR, the adaptation comes in. Now he's holding it. Little bit of a change up from Team Liquid. It pays off. Is this from the tack pauses? How's the bacon? Telling boys, does someone look at middle? They come through middle every round. It can sometimes just be that simple.
Yeah, it has worked either way, and middle no longer a problem for Team Liquid Academy. They don't know that. The Viper's wall is still up, but at the very least, they've cleared out one player. Yeah.
Soren walking up here. This is the issue Team Liquid have by not having an out. Soren here is the out. He's going to go into the AWP, unfortunately. Yeah. That is the chance that they have, but now walking up through middle once again. Like I said, they don't really contest it. Cupid playing very passive with the Odin most rounds. They kind of know where he is with the spam. It'd be interesting to see if they can, once again, do that Odin fake, maybe spam somewhere else and have the AWP towards middle.
Well, Prox has already called that A push now, and everybody's on their way, so LPZ need to make it count and need to speed it up. Got one kill. They're going to get the spike on the ground no matter what here, but 1-0 is waiting, ready for any sight of a player. Cupid found one with the Odin, and all they need to do now is start that retake. All 4 players able to come on through. GSR finds the first. Yuno staging that 1 versus 4 hold. has the ult up, finds the second headshot.
Oh,
Can he
wow.
get all 4 of them? They're falling like dominoes here, but it's just 1 player remaining on the La Polizia side. Can he find 1 more? Not quite. Cupid makes it work. And it is a second overtime that we will be heading to. Team Liquid Academy finally with a solid defensive round.
Yeah, I really fancied Juno to win that round there. I think if he knew it was both, the call came in from the teammates. Maybe some damage somewhere, maybe we know. But like those angles are so hard. You have such a good off angle as Juno there in that position that you can just kill people before they even get around the corner. So I have really fancied chances. Great decision here to crouch on the angle, take that first bullet, trust himself to hit that first shot. Believe in it, hit that, and then the round all of a sudden is so much more winnable. Nice try from Juno, but Team Liquid Academy, a little bit better showing there. The adaptions have come in. The pause might be just what they needed to get back into this game, Twiggy.
Yeah, it does feel like that. They felt confident on that one, right? And the mid control looked better. And then they were able to just calm down and make that retake work, even though they lost 2 players. That's what having the man advantage does for you. You can afford to lose a couple of players here. And Team Liquid Academy looking more confident here on the attacking side as well. The A split coming through straight away. No ifs, ands, or buts when it comes down to it. They're just going to head for it. And still, the first sight that they have seen here, La Polizia, is of 3 Team Liquid players rushing them down. Juno is stuck inside of the utility. 1-0 gets taken down by it as well, but who cares? That's fine. That's, look, you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet here, and Team Liquid Academy are making one hell of an omelet.
No, I think it's like a great call from the coaches. Pre-planning the rounds. We've not seen this out of Team Liquid yet. A main pressure with a mid-walk. Some slight little pulling the rotation from La Polizia, exploiting it. Coming in now.
Oh.
Not checking the corner!
No. Thank God he was fully flashed there, because that would have been an easy 3K if not. Either way, Soren, it's all on his shoulders now, and he is suppressed. Even after taking down GSR here, the high-low is there from Rexstone and Prox. Can he just spray him down through the wall? He'll find 1. That's good enough. Oh, almost the second as well. Rexstone needs to do something here, but taking his time. It's okay. Every fight where Team Liquid Academy have a man advantage, it somehow comes down to the wire.
That was almost so beautifully played by Soren.
Yeah.
Just there, this little adjustment, angle adjustment, move back, change the angle, right? He jiggle peeks from close, then move back, take a wider swing from further away, mess with the opponent's crosshair. Goes for the wide swing nonetheless, but so close from Soren. Team Liquid Academy played great there, great adjustment, but nearly was taken away from them.
So almost, but Team Liquid Academy, I mean, this is kind of something that we saw out of them a lot at the start of this year, this team, where they would just be able to, right when it was required, bring out an insane performance and manage to take it on back, whether it was by the skin of their teeth or not, who cares? If they get over the finish line, they get over the finish line, and right now, they are in the driver's seat to do so. 13-14 is the scoreline, and Team Liquid Academy just need 1 more. 1-0 once again picking up that hero operator. Throws out the blind, and they back up, but La Polizia are coming on through. GSR sends 1 back, but finds a headshot on the second, almost onto Yopa as well. Oh, but that's a good position from Soren.
Soren, once again, taking this mid-space instantly. Team Liquid can't afford this. La Polizia create space, create chaos in another area, causes rotation. Soren hears this perfectly and is able to do the exact play he needs to do because he hears the rotation. Now, speaking of rotation, he's going to be cutting it off. Hawks, what a shot on Wanuzera. La Polizia. The round's gone from not looking too good to looking amazing.
Really. He's very nice, and Prox manages to eventually find the kill on Yopa with the, well, I don't even know, semi-truck peak at that point. Ridiculous stuff, but 3 players left to deal with for Team Liquid Academy here, and Soren has seen Cupid's head, so it's only a matter of time. He'll find Prox as well. Buy 1, get 1 free. It is just Cupid remaining, and Hawks will take him down. We're heading to a 3rd overtime.
Wow. Like you said, you just cannot separate these 2 teams. The stuff that I'm witnessing, I'm in disbelief. Disbelief at it, Twiggy. It's going crazy. Soren, once again, this mid-space is such an issue from Team Liquid. I guess it is just due to their composition, right? There's no sentinel to allow, trusting someone to solo a site. So that means middle's going to be more weaker unless we have a weak site. So we're just playing with the pros and cons here, but looks like they're going to go through middle. No, this is B. B once again, B direct hit.
Yeah.
Trusted and true, but Lapalisia might have the read.
Oh my god, they're just going for it though. And Wanzera, if he can hit headshots, it doesn't matter if you know he's coming. That's one down.
All 5 spotted.
Yeah.
All 5 spotted. Look, down middle. Proxer locked them in already. Great play from Proxer. Has that tier 1 experience coming in.
That was some scary
Locks them
timing.
in. Very scary.
Well, he's going to take even more space and just head in towards A main here and wait, I think, is the plan. And look, Team Liquid Academy, I'm sure, know that they don't know anything about mid or A, and therefore it may just be a B re-hit, which is why Lapalisia are stacking 3 more players on there. They have the information. If Team Liquid Academy do head A, Lapalisia will know about it. But
there should be a big tell here.
Yeah.
Sorry to the lurk smoke. They've only faked it and gives away the kill ease. You're in the perfect position, mate. Just disconnect keyboard. All you need to do. All you need to do, TL. Yeah. Literally. TL going to be taking this free A bomb site now. That is how you undo all your good work. That is so...
Yeah, I mean,
so
look,
unfortunate to see.
Worst case scenario for Team Liquid really would have been that they lose a kill there, then they still have the information, they get a trade, and they head towards A either way. But it would have been so good for Lapalisia to have just evened the scales a little bit and gotten that advanced information before Team Liquid Academy were just able to take him down. And now it is a really tough retake for Lapalisia coming on to the A site. And Wanzera is just getting ready with the ult. Catches one. In they go. 1 pick, 2 picks, and 3 picks. Team Liquid Academy, an easy attacking round once again there on the 3rd overtime.
I think that just shows like the pressure of doing nothing, Twiggy, right?
Right.
There's a gap in middle. Lapalisia stacking B. There's a gap in middle. They have deep A main as far as they can. But now, because that gap opens up in middle, they're worried about A short. And I think this A short pressure is what has caused the East to potentially explore a little bit further. Because Team Liquid freeze and do nothing for a certain amount of time. But now it is plausible they're up in that mid space and walked onto the A bomb site. Ease gets a little bit uneasy, as we should call him. And then forces a peek and then walks into an absolute stack. So it just shows how important map control is. And both sides on this map have been struggling with it. And I think we'll see it in overtime. The team that deals with it the best will be the victors.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, this is now make or break once again. And Team Liquid Academy have really started to feel a lot better as they got in towards overtime here. Their first half was good. Their second half, not so much. Their overtime has been solid so far. And while, yes, their defensive half on the overtime rounds are still left a little bit to be desired, you can tell that they feel a little more confident about every single round that happens now. Wanzera looks like he's itching to try and find a kill, go for a peek here on mid. Can he find anything this time around? Yes, he can. Maybe second. No. Taken out, but the information is gained.
Yeah, it was good from one who's there. Changed up his time, and as we've seen him too many times going for the early fight. Now takes the fight around 48 seconds, much better. Allows the round to develop, allows him to get better use of his abilities. Gets one, wasn't able to get out, but now what a replay from GSR. This is great play. The read should be coming in, rotation should be coming towards A.
It's big stuff now. Taken down. Prox just can't see anything. Cupid there with the trade. Finds a second as well. Taken out, but the time is ticking down, and Lapalisia need to get the spike on the ground. Rexton is right there. Can he do anything on this retake? 1 versus 2. All to play for once again. Team Liquid Academy just on the brink of success. This is a really good timing. He might get both here. He gets both. That'll be it. Team Liquid Academy. It took them 16 rounds to get it done. Well, it took them 30 rounds to get it done. Yeah. But they managed to take the first map. And in fact, that is their opponent's map pick. So they will be very happy about that one.
Yeah, they fought very hard for that one. Like you said, takes 30 rounds to decide it. Good old-fashioned Counter-Strike numbers right there. But as we can see, Team Liquid Academy, happy to get it done in the end. Lapalisia put up a VALORANT fight. We saw great gameplay from them, really using the map space well, using the lurks, playing to their composition strengths, Twiggy. The Viper, up in the wall, taking that space, hearing the rotations, able to make those good mid-round calls. And we saw that consistently from Lapalisia. Great mid-rounds.
Yeah, that was brilliant stuff there. I think both teams looking strong so far. We have not seen the end of this series yet, right? We're going to see another one. I'm excited to see what Team Liquid Academy can bring on Abyss as well, because if that is their map pick, you know, we saw last time around when we saw Team Liquid Academy a few months ago, Corrode was their favorite map, right? And now we are moving forward in the year. We've got a new kind of roster coming through, a couple of stand-ins from Team Liquid. They're looking like Abyss is their next favorite to come on through. They've always been a bit of a team that has enjoyed a pick that most other teams don't like. So I'm not surprised that Abyss is on their radar right now. But it's been a little while since we've seen a good Abyss from any team.
Yeah, and Team Liquid looks like in the last event they played, they're running the exact same composition as those running on Corrode. You're going to have that Waylay, Teo, Omen, Brim, and KO. So it's going to be like a roll for roll, exactly the same. So interesting to see how this plays out once again. I think Teo on this map can be so strong. The rockets are going to be so important on taking the bomb site.
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Yeah, look, I mean, Team Liquid Academy right now, I think, definitely have a lot to talk about off the back of that one. But the way they played that, I think they stayed in control, right? They kept level heads until the end, and that is exactly what you need.
Yeah, and it comes in from the coach and staff as well, able to... We see the exact difference in the play style before and after all the pauses. After every single pause, the players were playing more better, they were structured, they looked like they had an idea of what they needed to do, they're playing with a purpose. So that coming in, that we see the pauses are very important, especially in like pre-season events like this where we've got new players in. We've not been able to go through as many reps. We're making changes. We're not sure what we like, what we don't yet. New compositions are coming through. Then the coaches are there able to come in. They're able to steady the ship. And once they steady the ship, the players are there able to just focus on their crosshairs and produce the results that we know Team Liquid Academy can do.
Yeah, exactly right. And again, this is a super important game for these guys, right? They are heading into another game off the back of this one. It's a single elimination bracket. They need the win to get into the grand finals. The grand finals will give them the chance to head forward into the main event. This is the EMEA qualifiers, the EMEA main event. To be the one representative from the wider EMEA region to play up against the Turkish teams in that final grand final. So important stuff here to just keep the pedal to the metal for these guys. And look, for Team Liquid Academy, I don't know if that's their strong suit, but hopefully it will turn out to be by the end of this. We're going to head to a quick break now, and then we will be back with Map 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly. everybody, welcome back to Monsters Reloaded here. I'm joined by Eccles once again, and we're one map into our first series of the day. And right now, Team Liquid Academy just about on top, making it work. That final timeout doing wonders for them. So, I mean, 16-14, the first score line, bodes, I think, a little bit scarily for the rest of the series, right? But they're moving into their own map pick now of Abyss, so hopefully things will be a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, I think it's one of them where you only have certain time to go over the maps you want to, and running a map like Corrode with no Sentinel, it just means you can't plug the holes as well. So there's a lot more team play, rotation, all the types of dynamics that need to come in to fill these holes. Same from La Policia, they also don't have a traditional Sentinel. So that's why I think we saw a bit of like a chaotic start to the map where it's back and forth, people getting timings, people getting gaps, because we've just not had enough time in the off-season to really flush out these comps and understand fully what everyone's role is, what the gaps are, what the timings, how we deal with them, all this kind of stuff. But it looks like here, La Policia coming in with a traditional Cypher, coming in with a traditional Sentinel with Soren here, that could make their things a lot easier. But it's interesting to see how the Team Liquid Academy composition combats this. Obviously, we've got the Teo, we've got the KO. If that Cypher, if they know where they are, they're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a comfort comp. It's a comp that has always worked quite well on Abyss for La Policia, and as kind of expected from Team Liquid Academy, something a little different, right? Something that they've cooked up themselves here. I mean, it's the same composition they ran on Corrode, but I'm assuming that's not the case, really, in terms of why they picked it. I assume they have some set strats going on that works well with this team composition here on Abyss. So I'm excited to see what will happen, right? It's their map pick, and when this team picks a map, generally it tends to be quite solid for them, so I'm excited.
Yeah, Bacon and Cupid definitely been cooking up in the server, but one thing I will say is I'm quite impressed how Cupid, the transition so far, obviously him being more of a controller main, now going into the initiator, doing very well on the Teo. Maybe it's his own brainchild, maybe he's the one who sees the vision, so he's like, nah, I gotta do it myself. But seeing great utility coming in from him, decent drone timing to re-clear, which I think is very important at this map. Like we said, like, you're gonna have gaps with no Sentinel, and if you can't guarantee that aggressive line with the Wanu Zera on the AWP, that's not always going to be a luxury that you can afford. So the KO knife from GSR, the Cupid drone, that's going to be pivotal to becoming a good timing. He's handled that pretty well. But can I just say, like, how impressed I have been by ProxH. His aim is ridiculous, and he's really making this Omen role his own. Obviously, he's bumped Cupid off the roll to come in and play it. And you just see the individual skill that he's showing, the display, the crispness, how nice his shots have been. He's really dominating on it.
Yeah, so far really good stuff, and I think these have been two good injections into the team, right? I think Prox mostly acting as a stand-in right now, but of course with a team like Team Liquid Academy, roster changes can be made at any point, and it's good to ingratiate yourself into that kind of upper, that Team Liquid, the Team Liquid kind of situation going on. So it's an exciting look, and they've been really good, right? This does not look like a team that is, just put together out of nowhere, right? They've just asked somebody to come on and fill in some gaps. It is a genuinely exciting look for the team, and Wanzera especially has been doing a lot of work, especially on that operator.
Yeah, he really seems at home on the operator role, getting deep lines, doing very well. Gonna kick it off again. Teams playing kind of together. See the Cypher getting that early mid control with the camera, Recon coming in. And this is what La Policia did much better than Team Liquid last game. Already the control A main, the control middle, have Asher towards B. And this is what Team Liquid really suffered with. So I think it's more of a game plan for La Policia, realizing they don't have a Sentinel. If we just push them back off mains, we don't give them these free early lines, they're going to really struggle. And we're kind of seeing it again now. They're in a 2-1-2, passive around the map. GSR being a little bit braver here towards middle with that Sheriff. He kind of has to be.
Oh, I mean,
but they come in and get the kills.
Yeah, it's all over the place to start things off, but as is going to be a pistol round here on Abyss. Zero narrowly avoids that shock dart, but gets taken out in the end, and GSR gets one more on the board. But good map control has been taken by La Policia. It brings it down to a 2v2 in the end. The spike is still not on the site, not on the ground. It's actually heading over towards mid.
Soren once again being the thorn in their side. GSR, nice shot. We know he's got it in his locker. East with the rewrap. Might hear Proxer running here. Could be in a good position to take advantage of this.
Yeah, if
Doesn't know if he expects both.
Yeah, GSR just a little bit quicker on the trigger with the Sheriff and doing a lot of work already. I mean, we know GSR has been historically a bit of a linchpin for this team, right? Done a lot of the fragging work, especially since moving on to the initiator role, where he seems to have found quite a home. You know, not going back onto the duelist when Wanzero, or you know, when the duelist role opened up, right? Wanzero has been placed on that duelist role, and GSR has stayed on the initiator. So I think that says a lot about his potential on that role.
Yeah, I think it shows a lot to just be able to play that role so well, have such good fragging impact as well as support is a rare combination these days. So being able to do this is like, it shows they have faith in him. Also looking at the bigger picture, there's 1,000,001 Jet players out there, but there's not that many high fragging KO players like GSR. So there's keeping the value where he's played well so far. So I like this idea. It gives them ability to do double duelist if that does come back into meta. Double duelist is also available for GSR. So I think it gives Liquid a really big agent pool coming into when meta changes happen, right? Currently, we're still trying to find the meta. They believe this is it right now with the double initiator with the Teo. But if double duelist comes back in, they've got the perfect player ready, waiting, and able to come in for that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to need you to fill for another 20 seconds right now.
Oh, that's perfect. That's fine. But this is what happens on online broadcast. Sometimes people show up when you're not expecting, but we've got a bonus round coming in from Team Liquid here. Guardians, Buckies. Could be something a little bit crazy, as we like to see. Doing an aggressive play on middle. We saw this a bit out of Wanuzera. Flash does not come in. We jinx TSR. We talk about Wanuzera's aim. They miss a flash and then they whiff. So that is the caster's curse coming in. I need to get used to that. Rexstone coming in. Gets the dink onto Yuno. Nice, valiant try, but it's looking rough here. Cooper's going to have to make magic happen. Proxer with the Sheriff and Bucky across the map. Looking pretty brutal right now. Yeah. For Team Liquid Academy.
Well, only 2 players left, and they're not really the kind of weapons you want to go into a retake with on a site as open as Abyss. So Prox is going to be taken out. It is just Cooper left. A little bit of damage done, but that's all she wrote. And it's not the end of the world for Team Liquid Academy. They're not unhappy that they lost that round, but in the end, LPZ dealing well with the setup either way, right? You never know what's going to happen when you come up against a team like Team Liquid Academy, a team that obviously has more reps on this map, obviously has a deeper strat, but just based off of the fact that they're running a non-standard comp. So, you know, you come into the server and you might be knocked a little off kilter, but LPZ just played it by ear there.
Yeah, it's like going for like direct plays. I think it's going to be a strong way to deal with it, because if that KO knife lands in on a good timing from La Polizia, Team Liquid Academy don't really have much to stop it. Their utility's all counter-active. There's no pre-placed utility, there's no sentinel. Wanu making the jump here is quite nice. Wide flash from Yuno there, but still catches him, forces him away. They've done well, and this is what La Polizia do really well, but Soren this time, GSR more aware to it. Execute coming in, they flooded out onto the site.
Prox is in no man's land and pays the price for it. Wanzero gets taken out as well, but things even up by the end, and the spike still isn't down on the ground, so very much some value still to be gained here. Rexstone and GSR, these guys have been on this roster for a long time, and GSR, he's going to wait for it, bide his time, take the kill onto Hawks, and now it is just 1 remaining. Yopa with the anti-flash does not get caught out. And therefore, down to a solid 1v1. Whoever hits that headshot first will get through. And that is how you do it from Yopa there. That's a round they needed sorely.
Yopa playing with a bit of an attitude about him. I like this. Not getting invited back to the next tournament. He's body spamming. He's going for the one-tap lookaways. He's in a movie right now, and he is the main character. Performing very well on this overall. GSR there, great timing to walk out, and the detail to left-click the flash instead of right-click there, bounce it off the wall to get that longer flash duration. That's what we talk about GSR. Such a high-level initiator player, where something I think like his aim is so good that people just don't consider how good his abilities are as well. It kind of just goes under the radar, Twiggy.
Yeah, for sure. This is now an awkward round though, right? All sheriffs in hand. For Team Liquid Academy, and they once again are going for something a little crazy. Walking up in mid there, it's working out for them so far. 2 for 1, they will happily take that. trade, and now they get a couple of weapons as well. So a Vandal in the hands of Prox. It doesn't look like they need a Vandal whatsoever. That's 3 Sheriff kills on the side of Team Liquid Academy already, bringing it down to a 2v4, but there are still Vandals in the hands of those La Polizia players, and they can do a lot of damage. Uno on site already, and it is Rexstone still trying to hold things down now. One well-placed shot will completely hamstring the La Polizia side, but they managed to get on site and get the spike on the ground.
Yeah, looking to make plays in the 2 versus 3 in the smoke. Nearly got a bad time near from Ease. Little pickup coming in.
Oh! I mean,
they get taken down.
You really can't get a better eco round there from Team Liquid Academy than that, right? The walk up through mid, they didn't commit too much to that push, but they still managed to get everything they needed. They're going to get 3 weapons off of the back of it as well.
I'm a little bit disappointed, though, because Team Liquid Academy ran that on their bonus, that deep middle smoke coming in. As La Polizia, you've already seen that deep smoke coming in, right? And you've already seen them walk through it and flash through it. You kind of need to be more ready for that on your eco. Obviously, they get caught off guard. 2 kills come down. You can't be affording that. And I'm not saying you have to play scared, but you need to play in better positions, right? We need to show respect to our opponents still. Of course, we have the better guns, but that's a play they've just done, and then you get caught off when they do it again, and it's the exact same timing, exact same everything. It's quite disappointing.
Yeah, a little bit. But look, there's a lot, I think, probably for La Polizia to learn off the back of this one. They're moving on to a map where I'm sure they haven't got as many reps whatsoever. They're definitely not the favorite coming into this map specifically. 1-0 is going to keep being a menace with the operator, especially here, where there is such a long sight line in mid that is going to be locked down every round on the defense for Team Liquid Academy. It's going to be so hard to displace him there, especially how consistent he's been today already on that weapon.
Yeah, we see the Team Liquid already dealing with middle much better. GSR getting the pick, and now Wanu Zera must be something they really spoke about. Hook down coming in here. Who's going to break the drone? They both do it. Hold it together. Proxa again. Nice shots.
Yeah, wonderful
Playing
stuff.
so well today.
Oh, he won't get away. He TP's up into heaven, but there's not much more you can do when La Polizia, the remaining 2 players, are falling down on top of you here. But just about manages to get away from that. But full flash now. And 1-0 will point blank hit him in the head as he rubs up against him there in main. Ease has been found. Just one more to take down before the spike can be defused, and they get it done in decent fashion here. Team Liquid Academy, you can tell they know what they're doing on this map, I think.
Yeah, looking a lot cleaner. The retake there coming in, playing nice and together. Wanu Zera creating space, jumping through the smoke with the operator. Being that selfless teammate, that's what we need here. Obviously starting off with a good pick. Nice overall round from him. Up, down, holding tight together. Proxa, maybe a little bit too ambitious to TP into the smoke instead of just CT, but we'll let him off there. Then, once again, coming in from all angles, peeking together. Team Liquid, sorted out. La Polizia back on the eco here. Jet Knives coming in, so they need to be aware for this. This is something that can easily get out of hand. Proxa on the Outlaw to try and counter this, get some early eco kills. Going to see how it's where he's positioned towards middle here, can TP out. Nice setup here from Team Liquid.
Yeah. See how it works out. Obviously, an anti-eco is always a bit scary. You don't want to lose any weapons in this round and just maintain that. Obviously, on paper, it should be your round, but you never know, especially when the Jet gets out the knives, but GSR takes him down. And unfortunately, Rexstone is going to pay for his positioning with his life, but Prox gets a trade. And La Polizia still unable to find too much meaning out of this round. Another kill would be very nice for them, but I think they're already aware that the round isn't going to go in their direction. Well, Ease will find that kill onto GSR, the trade there. Ease will get a weapon as well for the Troubles, hand-delivered, in fact.
Team Liquid forcing the issue a little bit. Now they're all three together.
Okay.
Works out just in time. There's an opportunity there. I was a little bit scared, but Team Liquid dealing with it well. Showing the confidence already. They're making these individual plays. They're taking the space. They're taking all their timings that they can. And it really looks like a different Team Liquid to what we saw towards the end of Crow. We're a little bit more timid, a little bit not sure, making some mistakes, but now they're full of confidence. The plays they're making are working. They're hitting their shots. They're playing together. It's much better from them. Yeah,
I think, look, realistically, GSR would not have done that, jumped down without looking behind him if he didn't.
Where's his teammates? Look at his teammates. Yeah. Two of them are in spawn.
Exactly. He's completely alone, jumps down between two players. He's not going to do that unless he knows, or he feels confident, right? He feels really confident, and that's a good sign, I think, for Team Liquid Academy. This is an emotional team. They play best when they feel good, and that is a good sign for them. So needing to keep that up. 1-0 has been taken out, but the rest of the team fully capable here. Mid is going to be a lot more difficult without 1-0 there to hold it down.
I really am experiencing the caster's curse here. Every time I say they're doing well, winning their individual fights, they both get taken down. Yopa with a nice shot into 1-0 with the operator. Cooper picks it up.
Oh, Cooper takes the upper way around. Could have gone around the side.
Maybe too confident once again. I reckon we see a tactical port here coming in from Team Liquid Academy. Just settle the nerves a little bit. Maybe Bacon trusts them a little bit more now. For sure they're capable of the comeback they did in the last map, but I wouldn't be too surprised. Getting a little bit giddy here, making some little mistakes on the A-bomb site, running away, trying to go fancy locations instead of just getting out. As you know, as they say in football, if in doubt, get it out. Team Liquid Academy obviously missed that memo. So looks like they're going to be going for a save here, trying to preserve some guns. But more concerning is LPZ have big ults up, right? Astra, KO, Sova, they're ready to do a massive site hit here. And honestly, this is probably part of the reason why Team Liquid Academy was so aggressive this round, taking those individual fights, because they don't want to allow LPZ to combine all these ultimates together onto a bomb site. They want to pick them apart, they want to go for these plays, but they had the read, they were ready for the fights and punish them for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, we saw a similar thing at the start of, well, towards the end of the first half in the last map, right, where Team Liquid Academy got a little too big for their boots, had to be kind of cooled down slightly as they moved through by their coaching staff, but hopefully that won't happen this time around. I do think that a pause will come through, but maybe it won't be quite as... Oh, no, maybe they're just going to leave them to their own devices. It's fine.
Trust in the boys. I like this as well. It's like a bit of development, but you also have to show faith in your players. If you take a pause every time a mistake comes in, you know, you maybe have them doubting themselves or whatnot. So I also like this version from Bacon, not calling the pause too early. They still have a very good chance to win this round. Maybe there's a plan in place from the players. And generally, like as a coach, you hear what the players are saying. And if you're liking what they're saying, you're not going to call the pause. You're just going to let them flow because you agree with it. But Hawks, nice little peek there. 1-0 once again. This is nightmare fuel for Team Liquid because they get the advantage now. LPZ can convert with the ults, but looks like they're going to go for the retake, but Hawks is sat here ready and waiting. Yeah.
I mean, if you can manage to take down 1-0 and make sure he doesn't get any value in mid at the start of every round, you're going to have a much easier time getting value out of all of these. That is the philosophy that LPZ have embodied so far, but Team Liquid Academy is still definitely capable enough to hold on to these sites, or at least retake them by themselves without the help of 1-0, despite how impactful he has been on the frag. Potential here, and Yopa turns around the corner, knife out on the flank, and Prox will take full advantage. Decision. That's the siren call for the rest of Team Liquid Academy to make their way towards the site, but it's LPZ that will just clean up house. GSR on his knees on the ground here. It's just Cupid left. He's had clutch situations before that he's managed to make something out of, but not this time, as LPZ managed to get it done once again.
That was back and forth. That was chaotic there. I was like, Team Liquid have the perfect flank. Proxer gets the kill, gets the paranoia, allowing his teammates to take the space, but the kills come in the other way. LPZ doing very well. I like how they're playing. They're really, really impressing me of how they're approaching the map, how they're working picks, going back in, using their executes, playing the percentages, and even like hitting their shots. Like on an individual level, they're keeping up with probably one of the most renowned, individually skilled teams in all of Tier 2 of Team Liquid Academy. And they're doing very, very well.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that is a story that we will see again in the next series, right? Is these two mixes that have made their way through the qualifiers to get to this point are very, very strong in their own rights here. Yeah, they didn't get invited, but that means they had to fight their way through, and there's another round where 1-0 gets 0 value at the start. 3 first deaths in a row for him.
Yeah, this is what we talked about before when I said younger duelists kind of force the issue a lot of the time. Obviously, this case, very unfortunate. The drone didn't see him. He's taking the space as he should. That's just an unfortunate one. But sometimes taking the fights, you just change up your timing a little bit, play a little bit of an off angle, re-go into the fight, as we see here, because Hawks has the AWP up. He's got him stuck in the corner, get him locked in. The operator on this attack side is finding so much value. And now it's a question for Team Liquid Academy. How are we going to counter this?
Yeah, this is where definitely that timeout would come in clutch for them. They seem to just be losing the plot here. GSR finds 1 kill, and the operator shots are not coming through from Hawks, finally, but the round is all but over anyway, so it shouldn't matter. GSR, can you even save that weapon? You're going to have to go on a great escape for that one.
Shot.
That's 1 kill, but he's been revealed here. And 5 HP remaining. I mean, maybe LaPolitia just go, okay, let's not lose any more weapons, but regardless, it doesn't matter, right? If you can put the anchor on Team Liquid Academy and just go, yeah, we'll find you anyway. It doesn't matter if we take a couple of deaths. It just puts that mental toll on them, right? And as we know, Team Liquid Academy, a bit of a mental team.
Yeah, and stuff like that for Wanu, like you said, getting picked off 3 times in a row, then the drone not checking the angle, Team Liquid not checking their corners, and this is quite characteristic for them when sometimes you get a little bit frustrated, things aren't going as well, the fundamentals lacking. Yeah, the timeout comes in here because it's got to be mentioned, like, okay, how are we going to deal with this attack operator, right? It's not something you see too much in Valorant where an attack gets an AWP up so early and is getting so successful with these picks. You can go AWP on AWP, you can go a little bit more aggressive, but I tell you what I would love to see here from LaPolitia. I would love for them to drop that AWP or maybe give it to Soren to hold a mid-rotation and just go for a flat-out like B hit, like full rush Jet dashing in, because right now Team Liquid Academy aren't expecting the Jet to be dashing in. They know he has that operator. If he can drop that, get a rifle, dash in, maybe they're not prepared for that, and that's something that I think would be so cool to see. So I've got my fingers crossed, Twiggy. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, I do hope so on this one. But look, Team Liquid Academy, bigger fish to fry right now in just kind of calming down and making sure that, first off, they're not losing their...
Oh, look.
Yeah, well, there you go. Operator back out.
Love it when a plan comes together. Oh, hopefully they hit B as well, and I look like a super genius. We'll take this. Yopa with the Solver ult. Astra Wall coming in. It does look like a B hit as well. I couldn't have predicted any better, Twiggy.
I mean, you're the one with the big brain here. I just shout a lot. The operator for Wanzero is going to need to come in clutch here, right? He's got 0 value very recently, and it looks like that might just happen again as Hawks just makes his way in towards site, takes him down. Wanzero's got to be feeling the pressure now. 4 rounds in a row where he's been the first death.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal on the mental to be losing the first duel this many times, and a lot of it's not really his fault. There's not much he can do. Hawks has had a few operator shots on him, getting dashed on here. Hawks might just have him in his pocket in general at this point. Great off angle coming in, dashes away. Great decision from LaPolitia here, playing well together.
Yeah, look, it's what they needed, right? Rexstone finds 1, but I mean, look, 2 versus 4 already on the end of this one. Prox TP's in towards the site. He's revealed his location. He finds 1. Smoke goes out, but that's no more. I mean, knife. Yeah, that's so... Oh, no. It can't get much worse, can it?
He gets his revenge. He gets his revenge. Wow. Great stuff coming in from LaPolitia. I have to say, they're playing a very, very high level. I think a lot of people come in this obviously see the big logo of Team Liquid and just think, this is going to be easy. But LaPolitia, these are players that have played in the Spanish League, the French League. These are high-level players that are now using this off-season to get their chance and going up against some of the most upcoming talents of EMEA, and doing this to them has to get you on more people's radars, has to get organizations looking at these guys like, hang on a second, how far can these guys go? And they're really putting on a great showing for themselves. Yeah, really, really good one so far. The adaptation from this team has been so good. Team Liquid Academy come into every map with a plan, and LaPolitia kind of pulled it apart over the course of kind of the first half, or the first 10 or so rounds. Very frequently here, I mean, twice in a row, they've made life really difficult for Team Liquid Academy. And again, look, this is a team that's trying out new things right now. It's the off season. It's a slightly different roster. They've got stand-ins. They're not going to be looking their best, Team Liquid Academy, but they're still a team that just has a deep strat book and knows what they're doing at all times. They're backed by an organization. They've got coaches in place. So they really should be a well-drilled team, and yet LaPolitia are being able to soak up that pressure, being able to come up with answers over and over again. It's not going to happen this round. We are going to end the half at 6-6 unless something crazy comes through from Yopa, but it won't happen. Brox takes 4, and it will be a 6-6 half. Honestly, once again, so inseparable of the two teams. The 6-6 half, they're really at each other. It's a back and forth. Proxer, once again, having a great half, 14-7, really showing his worth at this point. And if I'm Team Liquid Academy, I don't know what the Prox situation is, but if he's not signed, I'm like, hey, hello, can we give you a contract offer, sir? Because you're playing absolutely fantastic. So a lot is on the line for these players, and it's going to be interesting to see how Team Liquid approach this attack side, right? Is it going to be execute heavy like we've seen in the past? They're going to be a little bit defaulty. Are they going to change the pace, take mains, then go back into a default? They have lots of options with this composition, and I think that's why they enjoy the double initiator so much. Is it's very, very adaptable. It's not one-dimensional like a double duelist composition. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this.
Yeah, I think so. Well, again, so many questions that are yet to be answered that will be very shortly, and I think this is a really good test for Team Liquid Academy, both at the maps that we've seen so far. They're coming up against a team that is...
Forxinio's behind them already.
Yeah, so good at being able to read them, right? That is the spike. Oh, another headshot as well just makes things more difficult. Look, the space has been made by Team Liquid Academy. That's great. They have the site. They do not have the spike. They will get it in the end, but it is ease now remaining in that 1v4. And as I was saying, I think this is just a really good test for Team Liquid Academy in that they're coming up against a team that is able to challenge them in a way that they're going to be able to learn from.
Oh yeah, Hawks is playing absolutely fantastic. That repush there, that is when you know like a player's feeling it, right?
Yeah.
Instant mid pressure from Team Liquid Academy, 3 people there, putting pressure, shooting guns, and he just walks through the smoke because he knows, he has a feeling, he has a read. He's like, this is fake, I think they're going back. Takes that opportunity, and it nearly pays off. He gets one, gets the bomb, dinks the other. Could have been that much more, but GSR bails him out on the bomb site, going crazy, getting that 3K. And Team Liquid Academy, it just shows the fundamental skill on display. Even when the odds are against them, they just find a way to make it work.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff. You know, it all fell away from them very quickly, but they reacted well to the surprise now, and that's another pistol round in their favor, which they sorely need. Obviously, the winner of this series is going to be in the grand finals of the EMEA qualifiers tomorrow against whoever wins between CGN Esports and the other mix that made their way through the qualifiers. A very, very impressive looking mix as well. Tier 1 players all over the shop. So, you know, your test is not going to be over. Whether you're against CGN Esports or Basti, it's going to be a really difficult game.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think it's something they're not taking too lightly. But good little fundamentals here from Team Liquid. They've changed their approach, as we've seen before, where they like to go as a 5. They're giving themselves an out here on this eco, and as they get stopped on A, this is exactly why they have that out. They have Rexstoned here, getting dinked actually by Soren. Things might go a little bit pear-shaped here. His team is running back after him.
Doesn't know where
Soren
to look.
have the timing. Takes him down. But look, this is the value of having that split attack on an anti-eco. You allow yourself options, and all you need is options, right? You're consistently at an advantage as soon as you start the round in a 5v5. Even in a 4 versus 5, you can still be at advantage if you have more space, and that just shows like the value that comes in by having the space, having an out option, being able to adapt yourself in the mid-round. And it's interesting to see, we don't see it too much from Team Liquid Academy on their buy rounds. They play more as a 5, they play more committed and more executed. Maybe just playing the full percentages of the execute. More utility equals more chance of getting it. Great util again from GSR.
Yeah, I think that is part of it, right? Is when they do have the util unlocked is when Cupid gets on the mic and goes, okay, we're running, you know when a player goes up for a corner and does this little hand signal, right? I feel like Cupid gets on the mic, says, we're running page 5, line 50, right? We're going to do that execute with that utility. We have the weaponry to get it done, and I think that's more how it works out for them, whereas on those kind of eco rounds, they are just kind of defaulting a lot, and we do see more individual skill from them. But when they are well drilled, and when everything goes right at the start of the round, you can really see the full potential of this team, because they are so clean with it if they manage to get the first engagement and you know, LPZ fall into the trap.
See, big execute coming in here, expecting the KO to come in. Bonus rounds, is a very high chance that we get this in here. We've not seen the Cypher yet, so the KO has not come in. I think that's what the drone was for. Soren doing well.
Get reading out. Hawks, however, has been doing well so far here. GSR has got in behind the boxes, finds 2. 3 even.
once
GSR is
again.
awoken. What a monster with the Guardian. Mind the punt there. A 1v2 now. Spike will go down on the ground, and Rexstone is standing by from long distance. Gets taken out, but does a lot of damage. 20 health here. It's going to have to be an instant headshot from Ease, and that's exactly what it is. 8-7 becomes the scoreline.
Wow, what mechanical display. So GSR, the free one-taps coming in. Get this man on the Team Liquid main team. But Ease here, what a 1v3. Isolating the angles. Little bit of an overpeak at the start. Someone holding on the headshot box, allowing him into the round. Once again, we talk about one good shot is all it takes to get you in a round. You're in a 3 versus 1. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 1. It's much less likely to win that. So this just shows a little bit of overpeaks coming in here from Team Liquid Academy. Maybe a little bit too giddy. Yeah, Cupid not able to trade there, picking up the utility, picking up a gun. GSR on a fine position, but no trade was able to come in. Another timeout from Team Liquid. Wow, Bacon is not happy with this one.
Yeah, I don't think I would be. Another couple of kind of fine margin mistakes, right, from Team Liquid Academy, or at the very least misplays, right? Whether it's a forced mistake or an unforced mistake, I guess it doesn't really matter. In the end, you lost the round. When that was a situation which should have been won, really. 3 1v1s for Ease at the end of that round gave them that one, and that's not really a situation a team like Team Liquid Academy should be losing.
No, definitely not. Especially, like I said, they have the rep time. They've been having the practice. They have the coaches. Like, do we not have a set after plan? If we do, like I said, maybe a bit of an unforced error, swapping guns at just the worst possible timing. But to give Ease his credit, he played that to perfection, isolating the angles, making it as hard as possible for Cupid, the side player, to be able to peek there and get the trade. Jumping up on the box, holding for him, taking a risk, holding the angle. Like, Ease took all the risks he needed to do and won them all. So it was a great round from him. We have to give the credits. But Team Liquid looking to do the same thing, essentially. They're pretty happy with, okay, our B hit got us onto the bomb side, which messed up the post line. Let's just do the B hit again.
Yeah. Well, let's see if it works out this time. Again, they're learning on the fly and trying to adapt to La Polizia, how they're set up on the defense, how they like to be positioned now, and they have actually pushed off the La Polizia players. Rexstone finds the first kill onto Soren up in heaven. I think that was through the smoke. I don't think he peeked out, so a lucky one to start things off, but Hawks takes down GSR. He can still come back up if the team manages to get control of that position. Wanzero finding one more, extending out. He hasn't had much impact at the start of this half so far, but he'll get on the board this time around. GSR still on the ground, gets taken out in the end. It is just Ease left, and maybe it's a little bit of deja vu here for Team Liquid this time. Rexstone is there with the Outlaw to make sure it doesn't happen. Twice on the trot, and 9-7 becomes the scoreline.
Team Liquid feeling the pressure once again there. The 2 versus 1 situation. One's going left, one's going right. Boys, get together, get ready to trade. Need to get this fundamentals down. Bit of high pressure moments, chaos in the comms maybe, who knows, but they do it again, and it looks like setting up for yet another B hit. Maybe a little bit of a timing change here, not having to go directly into it, but as we mentioned before, they do have the eco on La Polizia. They might be taking this space. They're probably just going to do the same old, same old. Big execute here. Let's see what they can do.
Right now, it is just Soren holding things down here on B. I think they're aware that that's kind of going to be the way things are going to work out. Wanzero is fully ready for a player to be posted up in that corner, and they have sight for free. This should be a very easy round for them, but you never know, right? We've seen a lot of ecos not go the way you would expect so far, and La Polizia have been hungry so far this series.
Yeah, very hungry, and the Soren there, I think it's just one of them where... Oh, yeah,
okay, well, there we go. You know what? That shows such a disrespect to the game and to the other team.
Yeah, I'm angry. I've just slammed my
Prox
desk.
checking to see if he can find anybody.
But no, there, Soren just going for the information play, hoping for the best with the camera. If nothing's there, the A-stack maybe works out. They can leave B, but fortunately gets caught. And Team Liquid Academy, are they going to do it again? But looks like La Polizia a little bit of a B-stack reading into it. They've had enough of it. Yopa played with Team Liquid Academy in the last event. He knows how Cupid thinks. He knows how the team plays. This could be a battle of the reads here. This could be chaos. Wanu Zera does have his ultimate. Look out for that if they do get spotted early.
He's just going to go for it, Hawks here. In for 1, for 2. He's looking for a little more out of the Blade Storm. That's 3. He's got the reset again. He might just be able to get a full-on ace, but he's going to back out of it. His job is done. It doesn't matter.
Great shots coming in from Hawks there. Perfect play. Change of plays from La Policia. And just showing that when they get in their face, it actually works out more often than not from them. I think this gives them confidence. Be more aggressive. Let's take these risks. Hawks moving round.
Oh, 4, man. Not able to get the ace, but still, the damage is done, right? And only
Great
2
round.
casualties. La Polizia come back with a plan of their own.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's kind of how you have to approach a lot of Valorant in the tier 2, tier 3 scene, because teams will just abuse stuff that works, right? You're not at that tier 1 level. You don't have all those adaptions. You don't have the experience, so maybe they're not sure how to counter. So Team Liquid Academy are just going to consistently run that B hit, as La Policia have not shown yet that they're able to counter it, but big adaption comes in there, changing the pace, get aggressive, get in their face. Hawks now has the AWP up, and he's done great on it so far, so it's going to be interesting to see how it works out.
He did incredibly well with it on the attacking side. A little bit of a different game here on the defense, but still Team Liquid looking for another push onto the B site. Didn't work out last time whatsoever, but this time at the very least they have the space to get going. Hawks is just being compounded again and again by utility, but he's still able to find kills. He's stuck in a corner, it doesn't matter. GSR trying to fight their way out of it. Hawks has found 2 from the middle of site with an operator. Make it 3!
Wow.
La Polizia up against a wall. Utility everywhere. They still get the round.
See, it's a nice idea from Team Liquid. I speak about the pace changing a lot. They change that. They wait 15 seconds, then the exact hit comes in. But the problem with that is it's the exact same hit, Twiggy. After 15 seconds, the drone comes in, and the gig's kind of up at that point. And normally you'll see teams where they'll mask it with the opposite, the player who lurks on the other side. Maybe it's a Cypher, right? Say if it's the opposite, Cypher's default, and B is going to put his cameras, go his cage, then you're going to 5 people behind it. Team Liquid doesn't have a Sentinel. They don't have a way to mask this opening. It's literally do nothing or do everything. So it's a very binary type of looking at it, and it allows La Policia to really be able to read into these types of players.
Unfortunately, sitting back on B has caused La Polizia to get a little bit antsy about it and move on through. Costs them a life. Gains them a little bit of information, but not really much, right? This is a default from Team Liquid Academy. Now they've gotten that pick. The question is, do you want to try B again, or do we just head somewhere else and see if we can get one more, right? They've still got 60 seconds on the timer. It should be fine to just keep it calm, right? That's what they've missed out on, I think, from the last few rounds. They have been so aggressive and wanting to do something early on in the round. And it's come back to bite them so far.
Yeah, but that's what I see, the power of doing nothing, right? Because they play this binary style, it's either a 5-man or 0-man, changing up to a default, but also doing nothing. But just playing these off angles to punish the aggressors on the defense works out perfectly. It's a great call from Team Liquid. Going into the A hit now, Soren's already punished them. Tripwire coming in, gets unlucky on the spam, big ult coming in, taking that space, and looks like they've secured the site.
Yeah, this is really good now. Yopa throws out the standard shock dart to try and stop the defuse, but it's going to, the plant, but it's going to go down either way. Hawks, what can you do with the operator from close range? And Ease, what can you do coming around from the flank? That's 2 already. He's hitting headshots.
Oh.
Left, right, and center, and he's just been doing this so far the whole time. Wanzero creates a little bit of easing up on the pressure. Wanzero with a second. Can he hit the third? It is really just the tale of 2 duelists at the moment. Well, a duelist and a controller even, but Hawks has been on the board too. Wanzero has been such a help to this team in getting out of tough situations.
It's hero play after hero play from both sides. Ease coming in, getting the 2K, getting the dink as well. But then Wanu with just that bit more. It's so heartbreaking for La Policia, getting these great positions, just not able to capitalize on them. It's so unfortunate. We see Hawks in CT spawn, awkward angle. Maybe he had the shorty, maybe he could push that out to stop the push onto himself, but gets taken down. And it's another great round from Team Liquid.
Yeah. And again, we've seen ourselves in this situation already once in this series. 11 rounds to Team Liquid, 9 to La Policia, and through the robot. Rexstone is going to be taken out with the operator. Soren finding 1-0 as well. And again, Team Liquid Academy with an early round aggression gets caught with their pants down, right? And this has kind of been the tale. Maybe they should learn from this to start playing more defaulty.
Well, I think it was a great read from Team Liquid, because how I talk about, they do this kind of binary style, doing that aggressive mid default, denying information, using smokes, knife, all this. But as I mentioned before, using like a Cypher, a Sentinel bit of utility to mask what you're doing, hide what you're doing. La Policia did that on the defense. They did a deep camera with Soren that allowed Hawks to get the angle to then peek off the drone noise to then take down a Team Liquid player. It's just high-level adaptations from both sides, where Team Liquid have adapted their style to punish La Policia, but if Hawks is hitting shots with an operator, you can force him into a peek like they did, but if he hits the AWP shot, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that is the case. They're going to have to save this round. Fortunately, on a map like Abyss, you're not going to get chased down quite as readily as you were on Corrode, so they will save these two weapons. But again, they're in that situation where they're just kind of trying to hold on to these rounds, and maybe when they do start to get that advantage in the second half, you know, the pressure mounts, right? We're so close to the finish line kind of thing, and La Policia start to just put on some extra pressure. They put on the afterburners, they have a second wind, and Team Liquid Academy have already used all of their energy getting to the situation that they're in.
Yeah, I'd love to see some kind of default here. As you mentioned, it gave a lot more success, but more importantly, finding out where Soren is, right? Soren's played in some unique positions here. He's already in male, and he's playing towards A. If we can take space, use the drone, find out where the Cypher is, and then get that KO down onto the Cypher, we're going to have a good time. So that's, for me, is the most important thing for this round for Team Liquid Academy.
We'll see. GSR is going to use his ult straight away, head on towards A, and again, early round aggression from this team. It hasn't worked out so far, but this time around, the ults that they have used, the abilities that they have used, have pushed back La Policia enough to keep them away from the site and stop them from winning those early engagements. 1-0 just walks through the smoke, through the utility, takes one at the very least, but does pay for it with his life. And Fox already down on low HP. He's going to be taken down to 0 now by Ease. Ease has been such a linchpin for this map so far. Soren gets on the board. They've retaken site control, but they have not got on that spike just yet. There it goes down. Soren from the incendiary. Rexstone finds one with the Sheriff, but he's going to back up straight into Ease. GSR with the trade into 1v1, and this time it's GSR who comes out on top, and it's match point and series point for Team Liquid Academy.
Just stick the bomb, boys. Stick the bomb. We're overplaying it. We're throwing util. They don't know if you're on the bomb or not. The astral wall covers it, all sound, all sight. And KO, you know, throwing the molly lets him know he's off and allows GSR to win an almost unwinnable round.
So really, every round this series has come down to really fine margins, right? Apart from, there have been maybe a couple of flawless rounds, and I think both of them were the first 2 rounds of the first map from Team Liquid Academy. And since then, La Policia have just put a fight up every single time. They've not given Team Liquid Academy a break. However, this time around, their first bloods have gone in their favor, right? We are down to this situation where La Policia are the ones playing catch-up. This has not been the case over the course of the last two maps. You can take a look at the scorelines and be like, well, Team Liquid Academy, they've been fighting tooth and nail for every one of these. However, it has been La Policia who have made it hard for them to do anything. And now 1-0 is lying in wait, the trap ready and set for B. Looking for that quick engagement in the second engagement of the round to close things out for them, win out the series, and they can head on to face whoever is going to be up against them next. Yopa finds one, stopping them from getting an easy time in towards site. GSR on the board, 1-0 on the board, and it is going to be GSR that closes this thing out. 13-10 for Team Liquid Academy and 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, great adaptation there coming from Team Liquid. Honestly, you can see the process, you can see the evolution throughout the rounds, how they're going through different things, and then once again they get those initial 2 entries, and it's a classic Team Liquid freeze. The simple gameplay of go as 5, if they stop you, just freeze. They probably haven't taken the space because they're so scared of you. And it works out yet again. And it's just like an effective way of playing Valorant where you just have so much utility, especially with the regeneration abilities, to then re-dump it onto the bomb site, especially when you have ults. All you need to do is just then go as a 5, because even mathematically, right, even if they get the stack right on the defense, they're going to be free on the bomb site versus your 5 with ult and other stuff coming down. Your win percentage is already so high, you don't need to make risks by, oh, can someone go lurk here, go here. You don't need to take that risk. You just simply go together, you take the odds, and as long as you execute it well, play with confidence, you're going to have a great time.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid Academy, right, they definitely, I think, learned a lot from that series. It was a difficult one. I think that's exactly what you need, right? When you're coming into the off-season, it's a slightly different roster. They've got some stand-ins. They're learning a lot about the map pool and what they want to play next year, because this is a team that is always going to have high aspirations. They did very well in the EMEA events in the Challengers Leagues, doing very well in Northeast, several series on the trot. They're going to want a lot out of 2026 as well if Team Liquid continue to support them, which I'm assuming they will, considering they're still going here under the Team Liquid banner in the off-season. And GSR is still such a big name for this team, right? Doing so well. This is a duelist player, but he's so effective with the initiator utility as well.
I think it's at this point you can just call him a great player.
Yeah, it's just an all-rounder, right?
Yeah. Just all-around great player, because you have so many of these duelist players who like go to different roles and they get labeled like a duelist player, but then it's like, actually, they're just fantastic. They're just able to play different roles and still frag out, mainly because of his mechanics, right? With someone's mechanics like GSI, you could be like, yeah, he could play duelist, but so could Proxer, so could, you know, Rextoned. All these players are that mechanically gifted, they're able to play these roles, so it's just squeezing out these little percentages here and there of what you can get out of them. And like someone like Cooper and Bacon able to enable these players to do that is exactly what Team Liquid need. Yeah. But I do have to say, La Polizia had some amazing rounds. Hawkzinho here, 20 and 19, had so many, I assume, opening kills. I can't read Turkish, so I assume 6 opening kills. I think that's what it was. It felt like he got 6 opening kills, so let's just go with that. And he was so effective with that operator. He had the shotgun up round on B where they're rushing him down. Yeah. He's getting up picks. Like I said, Wanuzera died, was it 4 times in a row to Hawk? So just like this impact from La Polizia, they had great moments, but just unfortunate that Team Liquid Academy had just a little bit more greater moments.
Yeah, I think it's kind of what we expect from Team Liquid Academy. You know, they had their kind of rough times, but you do expect them to be able to come back from that one. And it's good that they've come out on top of this challenge. They're going to be heading to the finals of this qualifier event. They're going to be up against who wins in our next series today, which is going to be CGN Esport versus Hasby, a mix of tier 1 names that you're going to recognize, and we will be back with that very shortly. We're going to head to a break between series so that the 2 next teams can get ready, but I hope you join us very shortly for this next series. Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded. It's our final game of the day, our penultimate game of the EMEA qualifiers for the event, and this will decide who is up against Team Liquid Academy in the finals tomorrow, which game will decide who is going to be the EMEA representative in the grand finals out of the 4 teams that will be there. So an incredibly important one. Again, single elimination game for this. So you win, you go through, you lose, that's your run done for the tournament. And one of these teams has had quite a long run indeed, one invited. Either way, we'll find out very shortly how that turns out. I'm Twiggy once again, and I'm joined by Eccles. So what are you looking forward to this time around? CGN Esports versus a mix of pretty impressive players.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that mix that you mentioned, Asabi. What a roster we have. So star-studded tier 1 players. We have Natank. We have Pora, who always seems to make an off-season mix. He just loves the game. Avova, Hoodie, and then Kushner. Like some of these players that we've seen at the very, very top. 2x G2 players. Pora might have even had a little stint at G2 at one point as a stand-in or trial back in the day. So we have like these incredibly high-level players. So it's always interesting to see like how these players work in different environments with different people in the off-season, right? They're all incredibly talented players, all, you know, maybe unfortunate to not be in the trials right now, might not be getting a look in for tier 1. So they're out here working on their craft, honing their skills, and trying to show everyone, hey, I've still got a lot to play for.
Yeah, and as you say, Hasby with some really, really impressive players, right? I mean, these are players you're going to know if you've been watching any kind of tier 2 or tier 1 Valorant in the past 4 years. I mean, there is a lot of experience under their belts, right? And even though it is a mix, I think they're probably going to work quite well together, just because of the fact that these are players that have been around long enough that they have worked with, in some capacity, at least 1 or 2 of the members on this mix. They're going to be up against, obviously, CGN Esports, a team that has done quite well, obviously, in the DAC region of Tier 2, and even further has been in a couple of the EMEA events as well, so has been one of the consistently kind of top teams to come out of Germany.
Yeah, and we see they also have some ex-tier 1 players. Obviously, Wolfen had a quick stint in VCT, didn't quite pan out. Maybe a bit of a role change coming in for him, playing on that Sentinel role, really making it his own. And that's like something interesting where you see these players go to tier 1. And like we mentioned in the last game, where they're just great players, so they can pick up any role and still thrive on that. So Wolfen's something where he's one to look out, still one of the mainstays, survived the CGN roster changes, it looks like so far. Him and Vince, the only two surviving from the previous iteration, with the Cypher and the Omen player coming in. So new players, Jamalinho, Chinook, Globex, not sure if they're signed yet. Maybe it's a trial, but it's really, really big day for them to show what they can do versus some, you know, ex-tier 1 professionals.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. This might not be the, as you say, fully signed roster, fully locked in. There may be more changes to happen. This could be, in essence, a trialing event. But at the same time, if this all does go very well, I assume that we're going to be seeing a lot more of these players. So there's a lot to prove in this, regardless of whether they have been signed or whether they haven't been signed. This is going to be a good idea of what we're going to see from CGN Esports, just as the last series was a good idea of what we were going to see from Team Liquid Academy going into 2026.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really good way to just see what players are able to do. Maybe like they surprise you, and it's not even just for the orgs themselves, but other orgs, other players on looking, maybe coaches having a look around, some off-season Valorant, right? We don't get too much Valorant in the off-season, so everyone has no excuse not to be watching these types of games and just see what players are cooking up with, what they've been working on. Are they looking as good as they were before? Are they looking better? How are they doing? So it's like a really, really big event to be able to just show and prove your worth, that you've still got it. Maybe even on different roles. Time to reinvent yourself as a player. Play different types of duelists, play different types of compositions. So I think it's really, really important just to see like how these players adapt to these different types of situations, because it is a mix. There's not as much structure there. You kind of have to play on your own instincts, obviously with lack of practice. So it really sees how a player is as a core, and maybe someone who thrives in this environment with less structure, whereas before there'd been a very structured, rigid system. We get to see them flourish and thrive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're going to be seeing very similar maps to what we saw last time around. Sunset this time is going to be our second map, but Corrode, again, the first one we're going to see. We're seeing a lot more Corrode here in the off-season, whether that is teams wanting to get reps in on the map in an official setting, or whether it is going to be a new meta map. We're not 100% sure yet, but regardless, I do think it will be a good one to see more of. I do like Corrode. I have made my mind up, finally, that I do quite like the map, so it's definitely better to me than Breeze ever was. So
for sure. And interesting, Hasabi, we see that go into the composition now, running that double duelist. Kushner, famous on that orb, going to be using that on the Yoru. Natank, more of like kind of like a niche player, I'd call Natank. I love Natank as a player. He loves the Phoenix. He plays all these little niche roles. The Waylay before it was popular. I think this is a role that suits him very well because he's a very strong rifler, very strong playmaker. So I think that's something that they can lean into with this double duelist comp to really, really get strong. Whereas CGN, gone for a traditional Sentinel. Vice, even after the changes, they're still playing it. That is quite interesting. Pora as well. So going to see what they've been cooking up on the Vice. How are they going to make this viable, right? It's not as strong. The Flash doesn't give you that information anymore. So it's going to be more proactive role. Maybe that suits something in the off-season. Getting more active on the Sentinel. Limit testing yourself. Seeing how well you're doing in these individual duels. But again, a very, very interesting matchup to come see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Neon out of Globex is an interesting choice coming into Corrode as well, right? Waylay is the meta pick currently, just because Waylay is strong, and kind of the kit just kind of works right now for Corrode. But Neon is obviously a strong duelist, has been a strong duelist for a while, so that is definitely probably a comfort pick rather than something that they're planning to create kind of scrapbooks around CGN Esports. I'm interested though, right? How it will work in comparison to the Waylay in a one-to-one kind of scenario here.
Yeah, I think the Neon is probably a little bit more self-sufficient. You have that wall. It's more of a protection. You don't have to rely too much on your teammates. But from Hasabi here, obviously, they have the Yoru that can support with the flashes, the Fade Recon, Omen Paranoia. It's not as much protection for the Waylay. And in a map where the choke points can be so brutal, as we saw from Team Liquid Academy today, struggling to get through that choke point when the Viper wall is up, so we need to watch out for Wolfens, it's very, very hard to break through. So if this initial push doesn't work out, how is Asabi going to, be able to react and maybe go through different positions of the map? Are they going to have Avova taking mid space, and we're going to have Pora walking up. How's that going to work? Are they going to be able to abuse that mid space that we saw the two teams today on struggle?
Yeah, that's a decent part of it, right? And again, we're seeing one team with the Viper, one team without it. And I mean, the team without the Viper won last time around on this map. That was Team Liquid Academy, but they were running a slightly different comp all around. And I mean, look, Viper is incredibly instrumental on the defensive side to just hold down B, to make sure that there are no free amount of space being taken in what is a very dangerous choke point for both teams if you don't play it well. But I do think these are two teams that are going to be trying to really hold the chokes rather than play retake like Team Liquid Academy were going for that time.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a lot more aggressive. Kushner going to get on that roll. He's going to be able to use that TP to be able to be in these more aggressive positions. And I think that's why the Viper from CGN will be less effective, as we saw earlier today in the Team Liquid La Policia game, because with only a wave layer, you have a limited time. You have to set up your teleport, right, with from a safe location, whereas your route, you can be in an advanced location and throw it back to safety. So this is not going to bother Kushner as much with the wall going up and down, because he's able to get that TP out if needed. So it's going to allow him to control the space a lot better and like take these one-on-one duels to, you know, be able to punish CGN on their default. So I think Hazabi are a little bit better to deal with that, and also just the experience level. Like a duelist like Kushner and the tank, they're able to get these deep lines, and they know when they need to hold, they know when they need to push, they know when they need to reset, right? So this is going to be very, very valuable for a CGN where they don't have flashes besides the Vice. I wouldn't really call it a flash. It's kind of like a half flash, I'll call it in my eyes. They don't have this ability to break the lines as well, so they're probably going to have to rely a lot more on these like contact plays, executes, all this kind of stuff, instead of little pop flashes here and there to make picks.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, very kind of similar ideas going on behind this one. I can't see that there is going to be like different plans from these two teams on this map. You know, I wouldn't say we have an established meta quite yet. We won't until we see more VCT teams play it, regardless, or more VCT coaches coming up with ideas of what will be kind of played in the pro scene. But I don't think that we're going to be seeing anything too crazy. We're not going to be seeing any groundbreaking stuff that, you know, everybody's going to be VOD reviewing in a couple of weeks' time to learn from. Regardless, though, this is all about testing these players, testing the teams, and then seeing how far you can get in the tournament.
Yeah, we're just seeing Kushner there, like I said, being in that aggressive position, be able to get out, but unfortunately they have had to play retake. 5 versus 5 retake is never a good sign, but they might get a little bit aggressive here, try and take some space. It could go wrong if Pora has a little off angle here. Peeking out, might be able to take a little cheeky kill.
Looking for it, and he's going to find the first. Right click from the Classic is going to do the job there. Globek's looking for info, sticking his head out in a scary place, and Pora will take advantage of that as well. Looking for more, not quite able to find it onto Jamalino, who again got some reps in on this map yesterday. In Project Blender did a good job there, but it is Hasby that come out on top to start things off. The pistol round, I wouldn't say is usually a good indication of how things are going to go on this map specifically, but it's definitely a nice one to have under your belt.
Yeah, nice round from Pora there, just working up, being confident, taking those fights. I do wonder, the Viper orb there from Wolfen, to me it looks like it missed, because it enabled Pora to sneak out through that smoke and get his second kill. So maybe that's something, say you can't tell how things are going, but maybe if we're missing Viper orb so early, it's not really a great time, Twiggy.
Yeah, maybe not. Like for CGN, again, as we saw with Team Liquid Academy, there's a lot to learn here, right? This is an invited team into this one. They haven't been playing a massive amount with this roster specifically, right? A couple of these players have been playing in other tournaments and therefore have still got reps in, but that just confounds your issues, right? In that you haven't been playing with the same people. You might get your strats mixed up with the teams that you've been playing with before. And so for CGN, this is more a test, right? You're playing against a team that has been playing in this tournament for a little while now. Has qualified to this stage of it already, and therefore it's more just kind of, you know, stress testing.
Yeah, I think it's kind of an advantage from Hasby to be able to like get these actual match reps in, because it really matches really expose your weaknesses, where you're going wrong, right? Because that's what a team is going to adapt for. Whereas in practice, they might be practicing other things and all this kind of stuff. So Hasby are having some actual reps in there where they can adapt. And I'm not saying they might not be rod reviewing, as it might not be that kind of level, but still being able to adapt and understand, okay, right, we need to fix this, this, and that, and keeping it in mind for themselves. So I think it's them. They're going to be a little bit more match fit, as you can say, compared to CGN, but yeah, they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, a lot of respect given as well. They've managed to just hold on to areas. Yeah, 20 seconds, and CGN is taking their sweet time, looking for default kind of kills on this one. They have not found anything just yet, and they're actually running out of time now. Kushner finds the second shot there with the Outlaw, and Pora is getting on the board with the Bulldog as well. One player remains, Pora. Itchy trigger finger.
Crisp shots from Pora there. He was really in no man's land, to be honest. 20 seconds, he's in the open. Main smoke goes down, gets exposed. Hasby able to convert that eco round. CGN not able to really get like much into that. They had the position. We talk about the positions before. By being able to take so much space, you're able to, you know, crunch onto the bomb site there. They had mainly worked up through middle, they did a little bit of back and forth. But yeah, Pora just standing firm, nice and strong. Good showing from him early on. Good shines for Hasby.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Now is the real test, obviously. The bonus round. See if they can find anything a little more out of this one when CGN really throw everything they've got at the wall. Right now, it's still very, you know, they're not going too aggressive, but they do want that mid control quite badly.
They do, but a little bit of a start to block it down. Kushner again, just playing these little half spaces, you could call it, with the teleport up and ready, not allowing CGN to take this free control, as we see in the early game. But with this heavy mid pressure, 4 towards middle here, looking to take that risk on that bonus round. Evolver's going to have to give up this angle with Spectre. He can't really fight this. CGN, though, hesitate a little bit. Might not be able to get in here, but I think it's going to be enough time for them to take the A side. Kind of swapping space here. Evolver's nice little lurk smoke, giving him opportunity to walk through.
We might be seeing
take that.
Very much a slow-paced team, right? It's not very often that you see a team come along that do want to wait until the clock is almost run out, but CGN may just be heading that way with this roster now. Regardless, Hasby still on top of things in terms of the numbers. The spike is on the ground for CGN, but they haven't got the weaponry to really hold this one down solidly now, as Hasby are going for the Steel Garden, going to move on through and look for the space control to get that spike diffused, and it's looking good. That flash is brilliant. They don't manage to hit the shots, however.
Oh, wow.
Chinook and Jamalino get on the board, and Natunk is going to play that bodyguard there, and Avova can't quite get it done. I don't know how CGN almost survived that. The defuse came through, though.
That is crazy. Just defusing the bomb, 2 of them shooting in the smoke. One shoots left, one shoots right, and he's just in the middle.
No idea what was going on. Hasby win the round. That is okay.
CGN got to be kicking themselves for that one.
Yeah.
Just missing in the smoke there. So unfortunate. They did well. They did so well in that situation. But unfortunately, don't get it through. Now look at the money. Kushner, Orp, Hoodie, Odin. It's going to be a difficult one here for CGN. On limited utility, limited armor. Easily can get pushed down by the Odin. Yeah. There we go.
Not a good start. Hoodie immediately taking down Vince. And right now, Hasby is showing that it doesn't matter what kind of organization you have behind you. If you've just got 5 great players, sometimes it can just work out perfectly. Pora gets on the board on Jamalino as well, and Kushner does have that operator in hand to take off the head of Globex. Going for seconds. Not quite, no, his belly's full. He'll head back for now.
He's a disciplined man, I can give you that.
Yeah, well, the flash comes through. Kushner will find his second eventually, and CGN cannot find answers as it stands.
Yeah, that Odin doing great work on towards middle, and it's kind of like, how do you counter it, right? Unless you got like a gimmicky Sage Wall to be able to peer into this top window here. Maybe not having the Viper Wall up. It's kind of just like a good counter from Hasby, and it's just like a fundamental thing of Valorant where, okay, Viper Wall, they're going to try and lurk up. You can just spam it. Any smoke you're going to spam in the game, but if you have the Odin, you have unlimited ammo, essentially, to be able to get down in that mid position, get chip damage, or even just pressure onto them where Natank is able to work up on the waylay with the dismiss ready, so give him a better chance. But a little technical pause coming in here. Something not quite right.
Yeah, look, CGN, of course, is a new look for them. They've got players from all over the shop in terms of, you know, really, really good tier 2 players. Of course, Wolfen coming from, Globex coming from Koi Phoenix in EMEA Stage 3. You've got that kind of CGN core still there. Jamalino is coming on through as well from mostly, you know, FMCL mix that we've seen in Project Blender, but before that playing in a lot of tier 3 tournaments, UCAM Esports Club. So this is a stacked roster, but so far untested as a 5, right? And that is, I think, what this is for right now.
And it's like the teething stage. You got to make sure, you know, obviously these players are all great in their own right, but why they're so great is the puzzle pieces that the coach and the IGL needs to be able to fit together, right? You can have these star-studded players, but you need to make sure everything's working out. And I think it's a little bit too early to tell. Like, they're playing a slow, methodical gameplay, which I am quite partial to. They're doing back and forth on the map. They're pushing people away. They're doing quite well with map space. Just unfortunately, the fine details, right, have not gone their way. Obviously, we have that round with the spam into the smoke, but if that goes a different way, this half could easily be a 2-2 right now, and we wouldn't even be mentioning this. So might be a little bit too early to, you know, count the chickens before they hatch on CGN, but I think it's something where they have a points to prove, where they've all come from different teams and they've left them or not a part of them for all different reasons. So they've all got a point to prove. And like a team like Hasby, where you look at all these are names you recognize in Valorant. Some of them since the very start, like a Vova, Hoodie, Pora, Kushner early on, and the tank a little bit later with Gentlemates. These are all players where it's like, not that you look up to, but you see them and they've been in positions where you want to play. So now this is your chance. Okay, I get to play versus these tier 1 level guys. I get to show why I deserve to be there. Yeah.
Look, I mean, here's the thing, right? What is essentially 2 mixes of a moment in a way. The wealth of experience and the wealth of kind of, you know, teams that they have beaten, right, in terms of how standout they are, is in the favor of Hasby right now. They have such insane names on their team that you will recognize no matter what. Oh, he is indeed. Oh, but he doesn't care.
Oh,
he finds a first, almost a second as well. He's actually just going to go for it. He could get out of dodge. He pays for it. Chinook, 5 body shots there with the Sheriff. But Natank will take one down in mid. Wolfen one more with the Sheriff, and maybe Hasby again in a little too big for their boots, but they're still in control.
No, Pora once again versus the Eco, having insanely crisp shots. He's so fast. I forgot how fast this guy was. It's not been a while since I've seen Pora play, but he's pretty damn quick. So doing well there, kind of stuck in a bad position, kind of realized Hoodie's too far away to be able to help him. Then instead of letting himself get util dumped in that corner, which I thought was going to happen, he just forces the early fight. And this is the type of decision like these top level players make, right? It's like, you could look from an outside perspective, oh, this guy's just peeking into ecos, but like if he stays there, realistically, his chances are a lot worse of surviving. So good decision by Pora there. But 2v2, and all of a sudden we've got something to play for.
Yeah, well, could be over as Wolfen goes to check on his planter there and gets taken out by Kushner. Again with that operator doing so much work. It is just Chinook versus Hoodie here, and Hoodie is closing in on that position. Finds the head first with the Odin. That's 5 on the trot for Hasby. And, you know, we were just talking there about Pora. Pora, I mean, I think if Hasby get through this game and get through Team Liquid Academy, of course, Pora was part of S2G, right? Who are currently competing on the Turkish side of this tournament, and I think have a good chance of making it through into the main event. So it's very likely at that point that if Hasby do the same, Pora will be coming up against his old team here, and there may be old organization at the very least, right?
Yeah.
So that will
can
be
get
an
his get
interesting
back. I think Pora is one of those players. He's always on the cusp of tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah,
like he does a job in tier 2. He just performs so well, and still in tier 1 he does. But obviously tier 1 they might be looking for certain things. So maybe it's a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's able to, you know, prove himself once again and get another chance out of that tier 1 level. But nice little push coming in there from Natank. Great utility, not needing to dash. Great decision. Something you don't see many duelists, but Yeah.
Avova gets out
through the
there.
smoke.
Unreal. Natanka is just going to keep him alive as well. Make sure nobody else is coming through that choke point. Kushin is going to find one more with the operator. I could predict that well before he turned around that corner. And it is only Vince left in a 1 versus 5. Unless they give him 3 kills here. That should be all she wrote. Hasby, I don't see a way they even lose 1 round right now. Like, the way these two teams are playing, Hasby are on top of things. Both individually and as a team.
Yeah, just look at the little set play coming in from that tank there, get the opening pick. But when they come back into the middle, just notice how close together they are, right? They're always ready to trade, and this is like the difference that we see from like a Team Liquid Academy compared to a Hasby, right? These players have been on Tier 1, they've been there for many years, they've played in teams for so long, they have that structure, it's just natural. These guys might not have even practiced together, they might have just done the qualifier and just played, and they're so well and fine-tuned, and they play off each other so well that they're always there to back each other up. And it shows as a team like CGN, who are all great individual players in their own right, is then just getting torn apart by such great team play. Kushin having the AWP up early, Hudin having the Odin up early. It's kind of like perfect scenario for Hasby, but nightmare scenario for CGN. So this is why we see the tac pause coming in. And they've just got to really think about how we're going to structure things differently now.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Capio's still the coach of CGN. Going to be having a few words right now. And look, it's a difficult job, I think, for a coach that has been part of this team for a little bit now and is having to kind of rework from the ground up this CGN side with new players. May still be testing out a roster. It's a difficult one to manage, right? When you're 6-0 down with something completely new, what do you even say?
I think it's just focus on getting back to basics, doing things well. They have 4 ultimates here, of course, so does Hasby. But something like this, like a simple start, like we're seeing here, maybe try and bait out ults. Just give them something small to focus on. And that could be like doing strong defaults, avoid this operator, and just get something working. Then the round can develop from there, and you can trust them in that. But this is the problem with a default versus the kind of operator. Like, the wall's going up, Kushin's going to hold this angle, it's going to drop, and he's going to take a peek. This is classic AWP play. Wow. Misses the shot and gets punished.
I didn't
But that's a great
expect
play
that.
from Kushin.
Yeah. Good idea, the execution wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it's one of them where obviously the wall drops and he has that ability where he can be in any off angle, so it's like such an advantage for the AWPer to take the angle. Unfortunately misses the shot. CGN was there as a free, ready to shoot him, so I think even if he gets the kill, he probably gets traded out. But nice idea from both sides, and we see now they're just playing simple. CGN got a pick, they have ults now that they convert. Obviously, they no longer have to deal with this operator, so just walking towards A, contacting is not a bad idea. And then once they get contact, they're going to use these ults to speed up. So they don't get spammed.
Yeah, already got one there. Avova taken down in mid, and that gives CGN a couple more options at the very least. And the tank is just trying to keep them back for as long as possible. And that will do a good amount of work on that front. Can he get a couple of kills to his name as well? He's going to have to get out of there. But it is now CGN that have to make a move, otherwise they're just going to get flanked down by the Hasby players, and it's good from Vince, but it might just be a spray down here. CGN get their first round on the board. It was certainly chaotic, but whether by an inch or a mile.
Yeah, they really had to work for that one, but obviously great play from CGN, just kind of playing a little bit simple, playing back to basics. And that's kind of all you need to relax the players. It's like give them a little bit of a task, take a main control, try and bait out the wall, get rid of this AWPer, and then trust them from there. Like we saw with Team Liquid Academy, you have that pick in that area. You have a decent bit of map space, but maybe not too much where you're going to have to commit too much resources to go back. So the easy decision is just hit A, use our fade ult, let's take that space, and they convert the round. Well played for CGN.
Yeah, wonderful stuff now. Oh my god, and the tank goes hard on mid, but Globax is already behind him on the Neon. And that does mean that CGN again get that advantage, but you cannot count out any of these players individually, and I don't think CGN are. I think CGN are very respectful of the names that they're playing against, and it's worked out for them one round now. But, you know, well, I mean, the question is respectful a synonym for scared, or is it... Or is it good from them?
I'd say it's more aware. I think they're being aware because obviously Kushin still has the AWP up. So when an AWP is up in Valorant, you have to play like a certain style with the limited resources that you have, right? As an initiator, they've got an eye and 2 dogs. That's all they can use. So they have to be so careful with their util. But coming in here, they've made the right decision, clearing out close. Glow going to be trying to take the space here. Great util coming in. overwhelming Hasby on the site.
You know what? They've barely even seen a Hasby player, and yet they've still taken down 3, mostly through smokes or walls, or just doing a lot of damage in general. So good stuff from CGN. You don't have to take a gunfight. Don't go for it. And it will be a save from Hasby. There is no alternative for them, I don't think.
Yeah, and we can see from CGN, they're not trying to do too much, and I think this is like a big key, because we see Pora gets pushed off towards B by 1 player. They're able to have suffice mid pressure to be able to, you know, not worry about them flanking down, and the rest of them towards A main. Like, they've accomplished a lot by not doing much, which is very, very valuable. And the reason they're playing this way is because this operator's up, and they know he's going to be saving it, so it's going to be a similar style now, right? They can still play this, like, safe default, where they're not doing too much, not risking too much, or even more so, they could change the pace now and go a bit of a fast round, depending on the economy from the rest. Hoodie, Avova, and the tank are a bit low on cash. Let's see if they're able to buy here. If not, it could just be a little bit of a pace change, like a fast A hit, fast B hit. They have that Omen ult, they have that Neon ult. Could be something here where it could be good food for thought for them to change the pace and, again, further adapt on this operator.
Well, they're going to invest into it. It's going to require a Spectre in the hands of Avova, but I'm sure he'll be able to hope that one of his teammates will get a weapon dropped from the CGN side for him to pick up. Definitely not down and out in this round, Hasby. However, 2 rounds in a row now where CGN has had their number, has made something happen, and Globex is warming up. You can see getting more confident on the Neon.
Yeah, great adaptation there. We know Pora has been very aggressive towards B main this entire game. Last round he was caught jump spotting, so good adaptation from CGN. Going, hey, this guy's jump spotting B main. Let's wait. Let's see him. If he makes sound, he makes sound, and that's the cue. That's the go. Okay, we'll try and punish this guy. Unfortunate not to get him. He jumps away, just misses the shots, but good start now. Baits out a lot of utility towards B, and that look at that B pressure. It enables them to go back in towards middle, all the way through towards A, and the Hasby players still aren't sure where they are.
Yeah. Jump peeking from the tank here in mid, but he has not gained any information whatsoever. In fact, he's only giving away information by making those footstep sounds. CGN have reconvened over towards A, gonna look for another late round hard push here. The information is gained from Fusion. He's gonna be chased down in his dimensional drift, down by Globex, who changes targets over towards Hoodie, ulting by himself here and finding another one on the board. He might just move over into their spawn. Avova gets one with the Spectre, but taken down in turn by Vince now, and Globex keeps pushing the issue. For Globex. He did not need any support from his team. And now it's CGN in the driver's seat this half.
Yeah, good back and forth there once again. Go for the B pressure. Does enough to push them off. I think Hasby had a great read. They left B. They still had the Vice Warp on B main. So for me, they could have gambled a little bit more there. They had the right idea towards middle and A. But then I think they just doubted themselves. They didn't commit to the A stack. And the tank had full middle. They had B pressure. And the tank's jump spot in full middle, and they didn't stack towards A. I think that was a missed opportunity there for them, but great round from CGN. They're really getting into the flow now. That pause has helped them out tenfold.
Yeah, wonderful stuff now, and it's exactly what they needed so far. Obviously, that's the advantage you have, being backed by an organization. Having that roster of coaching staff means that you do just have those extra minds. You have the opportunity to calm down a little bit and have a different pair of eyes give you some insight into what is going on here, where it has been just a 5-man mix going into things, playing it by ear. It's been working out for them, and obviously they have that advantage of just being really good players off the bat, but CGN have the advantage of, after a little bit of time, getting the number of their opponents. Now, Hoodie has been able to find one weapon, but he'll very likely save that in a 1v4.
Yeah, I think a little bit over-eager now from Hasby, because it's gone from like a great half, 6-0, now quickly going to change into a 6-4. Ult's coming up as well from CGN. They still have that Viper ult, they still have that Omen ult. Fade is close. I imagine he's going to be the one chasing here. Maybe not quite yet, but they're now Hasby in a very high risk of ending the half 6-6. It could very likely happen. So a little bit too aggressive here. We see Pora there getting taken down towards B. And it's one of them where you want to be aggressive on Eco, you need to take some kind of risk. Gets taken down, and then the round unfolds from there. Kind of forces pressure on his teammates to also make plays. CGN understanding that, just holding the little off angles in middle and towards A main, punishing the players. And like it feels like CGN have just the map has just flipped 180.
Yeah.
CGN now has such good control over the game.
They really do. It is, yeah, like a switch has flipped in their minds right now. And unless Hasby can, you know, kind of regain some confidence on this one, it's not looking likely that they'll have an answer back to CGN right now. Again, CGN kind of dictate the pace of play right in the attacker's side, so for the rest of the half, it really is just whether CGN can keep up this pressure that they've been putting on Hasby for the last 4 rounds, rather than can Hasby react to it any differently, right? We know how they're going to react. We've seen it over the course of the map so far. It's the attacker's side where I'm looking towards Hasby to really show their prowess, right, as these players with immense mechanical skill and lots of experience.
Yeah, seen a little bit split up here. We could kind of do a bit of a 2-2 aggressive play. Double duelist towards middle. Taking the A main space as well. Playing off each other. Really putting trust into Bora on this B site on his own. We'll see how long Kushner can stay in this mid position, because it's pretty vital. I think they're expecting him to come back, because CGN have done a lot of back and forth so far. Not particularly deep in towards the middle. But Hasby has the read here. They think, hey, this is something they've not really done. They like back and forth. They've not really done it through middle. Let's just be strong on A main, set a trap towards middle, and see if they come into it, which they could very well right here.
Yeah.
Great break. The tank.
Yeah, 2 shots sprayed. Kushner taken down, and that means the tank is very likely to be taken down as well. And again, Hasby not finding anything at the start of the round, needing to get something towards the end here. Bora caught in towards sight, finds one head, backed into the corner, looking for a little more, but he has no help coming anytime soon. Avova is on his way, Hoodie is on his way, but the double flank here from Wolfen could come through absolutely massive.
Looking at each other. Slip by. Side by side. Avova, nice shots. Wow. Really showing what I can do here. But the flank's coming in from Wolfen. The flank on the flank. Wolfen!
Insane. I mean, oh, Globex finds one more, but 1v1 now. Globex just has to play with time. Comes around the corner, he'll take one tag, but the headshot is there from Avova, or maybe not, but still, the shots land. 4 kills. That is the mechanical skill that Hasby need to push them through against CGN.
I'm in disbelief, Twiggy. I'm in absolute disbelief.
Yeah.
What have we just seen? Great shots from Avova, showing the aim labs is paying off. Wolfen forgot to do aim labs. His subscription ran out or something. Whiffs on Avova's back and then just gets punished for that miss. And that is what happens when you play the best of the best. When you play these players who have been in tier 1, any mistake they're gonna absolutely punish you, and it's gonna be like a rock in your stomach after that round for CGN.
Yeah, difficult stuff there, but that is the risky run playing against a team like Hasby, right? Is at any point, you never know. These players can bring out one of the moments that we have seen over the past 4 years of them playing Valorant. So much potential within them. Steel Garden goes down. Doesn't really find anything, but you might as well use it, right? So.
Good block. Good block. They can't get in now. And you see, this is like, as we mentioned, the Team Liquid Academy side before. CGN at least have a bit of an out. Wolfen was more towards middle. They're not too sure on A main, but they reset quickly, and this still gives CGN a good way to adapt this round, right? I'd prefer if they left one towards B main, because the information might come in from Hasby. They might retake that. They might, as we see Pora here, very aggressive. Looks like he's going to be doing exactly that. This is why you need to deposit someone in the location that you've been, because now the hard read can come in for Hasby. They can move more towards A. The only gap could be the mid to B, but very unlikely right now.
Yeah. CGN will head over towards A eventually. They've had some good success here. A couple of...
A sit break?
Yeah, that was interesting. Got tagged by the Haunt there, unnecessarily so. Took a lot of damage for that, but Kushner is on the board with the first kill. Good blind, but a lot of work to do here for Hasby. A lot of space to take. Vince takes out the tank as he tries to get that done, but Globex and Wolfen also on the board. That should be it, but Pora, here he comes. 2 on the board. 2 more left to deal with. Still a little bit of time left, but it is ticking down.
Yeah, Pora waiting out the smoke here. Might run out of time itself. Has to get a move on. Checking all his angles. He doesn't have time for this. He needs to take some risks here to be able to win this round.
He finds the first, but he really just doesn't have enough time whatsoever. That is the end of the half. And it will be 7-5 in the end. Pora putting on some heroics to finish it off, but it doesn't come to anything. And that will equal out the round where they managed to get that defused before CGN could get the job done in terms of kills. Bring us to a way more even scoreline than I expected to begin with.
Yeah, it was such a dominant start from Hasby. Slowed down a lot there. CGN really pulling their way back into the game. Impressive stuff from them. Coach took the pause, and they've been a lot better since then. So it's great to see more of a competitive game. But yeah, Hasby running out of steam, and it's kind of looking like these small mistakes here and there where it's kind of costing them. The cracks are beginning to show. CGN are really pushing, pulling them apart, seeing what's working, what's not. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works on the attack side from Hasby. With that double duelist, how are they going to approach it? They're going to be execute heavy? Are they going to be opening fast? What are they going to do to be able to open up this very strong CGN defense?
Another tentative start here for Hasby this time. Really just looking to figure out where CGN are playing, I think. Placing their players, obviously. The Viper is always going to be on B, but the rest is kind of up to interpretation here. Globex is trying to play that mid-angle and get some information. He sees the head of Kushner. Actually, he'll tap it from long range. That's a lot of damage done, but no kill other than the info.
Yeah, no kill from the info. Recon just went in towards B now. It's kind of give a timing for Pora to be able to walk up. He should be screaming, calling them back towards B now. He has a great timing. It looks like they're not going to take it. Fake coming in towards A. This is beautiful. This is great from Hasby. If they can sell this fake now, this could be fantastic from them. Pora opens up on B, takes the space. This is great mid-round calling from him.
Yeah, they have basically freedom to do whatever they want now that they have that space, as long as they avoid these mid players from CGN. And Avova may not be able to do that, but at the very least, he can stay there and make things difficult for the team. Doesn't have his gun out. He'll get his head taken off for that one, but the spike is on the ground from Hoodie, and it's a 4v4. And CGN are a little split up for this retake.
Yeah, but they got good space here. Pora once again leading the line. Assuming he's in-game leading this roster, doing very well, commanding space, taking it from them, not allowing CGN any access to work with.
Oh my lord, Pora is on for the ace at this point. It is just Vince left, but a monumentous task. One down. It is Pora remaining. He'll take out the ace incumbent. He'll take down 3. He's got 1 more left to deal with, but he's taken down in midair by Hoodie. And it was a little bit scary there.
That was very scary. If Vince doesn't jump up there, there's a world he gets Hoodie, and all Pora's hard work goes down. But great mid-round there. That is perfect. That is textbook how you play that situation. He gets the timing towards B, and he sells the story on A. He's like, guys, fake A. They think it's A right now. Fake A. They'll believe it 1,000,000%. Then we can walk in towards B. He takes his time, and he wins that shot, takes the space. Beautiful round from Pora and Hasby there.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. I mean, regardless of how the rest of the round turned out, the bones were there to make a good round out of it now. CGN again on the back foot this half. Looking for something more. The tank finds the first kill. Easy one onto Jamalino to get things going. And honestly, they can just cut that and go, okay, we got the kill. We've got plenty of time left. Let's reconvene.
Well, that's what I don't like, Twiggy. That from Jamalino just gives up a kill so early. Like, Maxi gets his 1-for-1 there, but do you even want a 1-for-1 in that situation? They're playing stacked. They're clearly putting heavy utility. Like, he dies there. Now it's a 4 versus 5 on an eco. It's going to be so hard to win this round as long as CGN don't have a miracle.
Pora just keeps going there. I mean, Sheriff in hand, no more needed, right?
Full confidence leading the charge.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff from him.
Yeah. You come up against a player with that much, well, I mean, with that much Pora, he's going to do a lot of work. And there he is again. I mean, 2 more on the board. Barely even taking damage. CGN again, once all over, right? They have to do this thing again that they did last half, where they go, okay, now we've figured out what Hasby are doing. Now we can actually stage a comeback, which is just not a situation you want to be in, right? Is setting yourself up to have to come back from a deficit every single time.
Yeah, especially when the deficit is Pora walking in and ripping everyone's head off. It's quite hard. He has his ult up now, so this bonus round from Hasby could be insane. CGN really need answers for this one. Be interesting to see how they adapt to how well Pora is playing. He's been a big nuisance all this B main area. Yeah. Are they going to be looking to punish him? This could be something where you see a player getting over aggressive. He's playing very well. You're able to punish him. So watch out for this later on in the half. I think after this round, this could be a big thing to exploit.
Indeed. CGN have got to be feeling the pressure now, obviously staring down the barrel of double digits here for Hasby. And when Pora is doing stuff like he has been the last couple of rounds, it's a difficult situation to know what to do about it, right? It's not a strategy that you can counter. It is a man with a gun who is still bonusing.
Yeah, confident that Sheriff used it well, but can we notice the difference of speed of how Hasby bait out that wall on A there? Yeah. Jamalino used his flash in the exact same location that gave it away. Pora's aura has worn off, so it's now going to be a 4 versus 4. Kushner gets the kill through middle. Could be quite interesting here, because if push B main, you've killed middle. Mid to B should be weak here. Hasby respecting the smoke, but this should be the gap that they're looking to prod here, or at least fake it out.
Well, we'll see. I mean, while Pora didn't get a kill, did damage and drew a lot of attention out of the B site, allowed for that mid-aggression from the remaining Hasby players. And now they can kind of decide where they want to go off the back of that.
Yeah, no, it's very good because they do enough to bait out the Omen smoke. We see it in front of the Viper right now. Denies zone defense's information. This is what enables them to walk back in towards A. Time is low. Jamalino, nice off angle. The other players sneaking up. I'm not sure if they know.
Yeah. There's not a lot of time left. Hasby this time. The ones with only 10 seconds remaining as the spike goes down. They're not going to be contested for that one. Kushner will take out Jamalino, get revenge for his teammate. A third on the board as well, and only 2 players remain on the CGN side. Kushner will find his 4th. And there's only 1 player left to deal with. Chinook reeling from the losses of his teammates over the course of this round now. And well, he's definitely in a position to be able to get something out of this one. He's got the spike now in his hands, but these Hasby players can just peek one by one here. Avova has the information. Kushner is coming round from the back to find that ace, and that should be all she wrote. Avova is going to steal it from him, but I don't think he'll mind that much.
Great round from Hasby. That, for any aspiring player watching, is how you fake control on a map. Right, you have this mid space, you recognize where the gaps are. They went aggressive towards B main, so unless it's a stack, the B link area is going to be much weaker, and you pressure it until they react to it, right? So they're putting that utility there, they're putting that pressure, they wait out until the Omen smoke from the defense comes in, and then once they've done that Omen smoke, then you can safely walk away because they've denied their own information, and you can use that smoke against them. This is textbook from Hasby, really showing their experience right now.
Yeah, incredibly good stuff right now. You don't need a timeout for that one. That is, at some point, fundamentals, right? You get good enough at the game, you played in a team setting for long enough, that kind of thing can become second nature. And for CGN now, the answer has become, let's just make a lot of pressure. We've got Sheriffs in hand. If we can overwhelm one extremity of the map, then we can try and pick up some weapons and bring the fight to Hasby here. But so far, just holding that space. And Hoodie is fully aware that there can be players around these corners. However, they still pay for it with their lives. The edges of walls, taking chips out of them. Wolfen can't quite find the same success as his teammates have. Can Chinook get another on the board? Not quite. And that does mean that Hasby are back in the driver's seat this round.
Got a little bit dicey there. Oh, Neon could catch Pora. There's a world. Don't think so, though. He's going to opt to go back together. But that's the problem with Valorant with this single initiator. Hoodie doesn't have the utility there to risk to re-clear middle. They just go for the dry fights, and sometimes players hit their shot. So the Sheriff's connected, punished Hasby there, and enabled CGN to get a little bit back into this round.
Well, Globex is going to have to play off his teammate's contact here. Jamalino, of course, with the Sheriff. looking to gain information, do a little bit of damage, and then Globex can come in for the trade and try and find a little more success off the back of that. Jamalino is going to get nothing out of his engagement. That spike is in such a difficult position. Globex not able to do much more, and Hasby looking very solid on CGN's map pick.
Oh yeah, for sure. We see there, Twiggy, as we saw in the last game, that plant and re-wrapping. CGN also prompted for this play. It just takes so long. By the time you get there, it's not, you have limited time to work with, and the angle strength from the attackers in this post. Like Jamalino comes down the corner, he has no chance. And the tank just zaps him down, and there's not much he can do. So the re-wrapping this, for me, it's just not worth it. It's not worth the investment of all that time just to still be in a bad position.
Essentially. And now Hasby can just make use of all of the ult points that they built up over the last few rounds as well. The dimensional drift comes out from the side of Hasby, and Cushion is just going to use it to get himself into a smoke on site. Nobody on the CGN side knows exactly where he is, and therefore just spraying, hoping to find something, and they're going to go for the retake play in the end. Out comes the Steel Garden. Jamalino has to run away back around the corner. Globex trying to come in for support, does not find anything. Jamalino, he gets a headshot, but he's only got a classic. No more than that. Chinook finding one, but Avova is there off the back of his teammates' pressure to get that kill done, and it's looking like it might be match point here for Hasby. Vince looking for one more, nothing to find. 12-5 the scoreline. This is the point in the last half, of course, where CGN started to bring a comeback together, but on match point, it's a little bit of a different story.
Have they not used a second port?
Oh, there you go. Exactly 6 rounds in, the exact same time.
Yeah, I guess it's one of them. I think I've had it before where teams, if you lose 4 in a row, you just do the pause just for like momentum breaking, because you only have 12 rounds a half in Valorant, so it's not that much. So being able to kind of stop the momentum a bit earlier might be something that CGN should look into. Of course, the pause worked out well last time, but what if that pause was 2 rounds earlier, right? They got 2 more rounds to play with. Same on this time. Add up those 2 rounds, another 2 rounds, all of a sudden they got 4 rounds, and it could be a totally different scoreline right now. So could be something for them to look into a little bit more. Maybe it's more of like a test series, seeing how these players gel together, how they think under pressure, because you're not always going to have that miracle timeout from a coach who sets everything right. Sometimes you use them up, sometimes they don't have the exact read that you need. So just seeing how they work here could be the play, but wow. Hasby are playing absolutely fantastic, especially Pora, really star of the show so far on this Vice. I doubted how well the agent is, but it's a bit of a Vice diff right now. Complete opposite ends of the scoreboard from 2 different players on the same agent.
Yeah, and Jamalino, the thing is, he's always just felt the brunt of every Hasby attack as well, right? Obviously, on the attack, it's a different story. The way you play Vice is going to vary greatly, right? Whether you're playing it as a lurker or whether you're playing Vice as a full-on kind of, almost as an initiator like Pora is doing, is going to dictate how many kills you get. However, on this half, Jamalino has just been shut down at the start of every single round so far. He has got very unlucky with the way that Hasby have been attacking and just not able to get those kills onto these incredibly talented players, which is completely understandable, but it is definitely reflecting itself on the scoreboard. As you say, very much more so in comparison with Pora, and mid-control is the name of the game now for Hasby. They've taken all of that space. They're going up in towards the defender's spawn as well. They're not even taking a site.
No, this is good now. Hasby can freeze. Again, sell the story. Put the pressure. They're not going to expect them in spawn ever in this moment. Just keep the pressure up. This is going to work beautifully. Just don't get spammed through the smoke. Don't hug the wall in the tank. You're going to get spammed down.
And Vince, look, he has no idea that there are players behind him. Pora finds one, and out he comes from heaven. Takes down Chinook as well, who did get one on the board, but that was the faking player out through mid, and now Kushner gets a free kill onto Vince. Absolutely fine. Globex is going to be the next player to come up against the gauntlet, but it looks like it's already over. A 2v4 for these 2 players in such a monumentous position. Globex finds one. Can Wolfen do anything? Flash down and killed. It's just Globex, and he is no longer. 13-5 against CGN on CGN's map pick. Hasby looking like the mix to beat today.
No, they looked absolutely fantastic there. That little bit of a comeback from CGN. Good pause came in. They adapted well. But then Hasby got into their stride. They were playing absolutely fantastic Valorant, playing off each other. Some of these fakes and these mid-round decisions are top level. It's so impressive to watch it. For a team that doesn't even practice, they're not even together, they're not signed. And for any orgs out there, need to be looking at this. And like, they just absolutely demolished one of the best teams in Germany with zero practice. Imagine what these guys can do with some practicing throughout the entire season. With it all backing them, these guys could do absolutely great work together.
I mean, look, these are names that are always going to be floated around any scouts kind of spreadsheets when it comes to picking up players for tier 1, let alone tier 2. So, you know, everybody already knows that they have the skills. It's just whether or not they still have the same skills that they did last time we saw them. And I'm sure this is definitely putting together a good picture for any scouts out there for next season. I'm excited for the prospects of this team, but they've still got work to do in this tournament. That's only one map of this series against CGN. It's going to be their map pick up next. It's Sunset that is going to be coming up next, and then they still have Team Liquid Academy to beat to make it into the main event, where there will be 2 more invited teams into that stage that they will have to fight up against that they do not yet know about. So still lots of work, a mountain to climb for this team, but right now I'm excited about what I'm seeing, and we have more Valorant up for you very shortly. We're going to go into a quick break, and then we will be back with Map 2 in CGN versus Hasby. Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded. It's maybe our final map of the day, because from what we have seen so far from our star mix of the day, Hasby, things are looking very, very one-sided. It was CGN Esports map pick up first there of Corrode, and it was not a great scoreline for them, right? This was a Hasby show all over, and they showed no signs of stopping. I think when we get onto Sunset, it really, really depends on what CGN have prepared, because if nothing insane, I think Hasby just have that, skill and momentum to take this one.
Yeah, I think it's one of them where I'm hopeful for CGN. It's going to be their map pick, right? So this is something where we have to hope they've got the practice in, they've got the reps in from CGN. They're going to be able to have some kind of structure, and we saw that during the last game. After that pause came in, where that structure is able to be, refreshed to the players or reiterated by the coach, they performed a lot better. So I'm hopeful of a Sunset where it's going to have a lot more structure, they're going to have the reps in, and we're going to see a much better showing from CGN, because we've seen it in the past where they have the ability to play very well. They have great players on their team, but not able to convert it most of the time here. So Sunset, I'm hoping for a much better showing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, obviously it's Sunset, and we're seeing a Sunset comp from both teams. Nothing out of the ordinary from either of them as it stands, but yeah, this is just going to be a tale of whether or not CGN can take what they've learned from the last map and rise to the occasion, right? Because it wasn't anything crazy that Hasby was doing at any point other than individual performances that just went off the rails, right? And CGN Esports were just not quite able to rise to the occasion that time around. But they have a fresh start here on Sunset and an opportunity to bring this one back.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a comp dynamic change for CGN running the double duelist now. That's something that they didn't do. Interestingly, Jamalino is going to be on the Neon, Globex on the Yoru, and Wolfen on that Cypher. Wolfen's a player where I think he has the key to be able to unlock this roster. He has that high peak that we've seen before on the Operator. I'd be interested to see him on the Yoru. I don't know if that's something they're willing to try out, but different change-up, expecting them to be more aggressive here with this double duel. Is going to have to take more fights, which I think will suit them better. Well,
we'll see very shortly. Things are going to get started here on Sunset as it's some aggression outside of A for CGN, and Avova is ready for it. Blinds 3 players, not able to get the kill, but at the very least that will send a clear message to CGN to back the hell off, and that is exactly what happens.
Yeah, nice try there from CGN, going for a little 4-1 pistol. A common play, you see our teams being able to get that A lurker and just have a solid B retake. Avova aware to it, showing his experience, uses that paranoia, saves himself, but also provides the call to his teammates, take the B site, it is free.
Kushner is stuck between a rock and a hard place here in Market, finds 1 kill, is going to be stunned up and taken down by Jamalino, but the spike is on the ground and Hasby already have that advantageous positioning of CT side here. Winded up is the tank, but on site is where the action is going down. Jamalino finds 1 more. All of these players on low HP. The tank comes on through. He's on that Neon. He can make some space. Finds 1 more. It is just Vince versus Pora here. Pora has had some absolutely insane performances over the course of the last map, and now just has to get this 1 kill. The stick is not going to come through from Vince. He's going to find the shot that he needs to land and get the defuse in time. CGN, a sorely needed pistol.
Yeah, good round from CGN there. Pora, honestly, I had my bets on him. He's been playing absolutely fantastic as of late. And there, that risk, that low HP, take the risk. He tries to reposition, not quite ready for Vince to be able to come out the smoke and take him down, but CGN, good start now. This is a much more positive outlook. They started aggressive. That 4-1 didn't work out. Didn't matter. Still did well in the retake. Hopefully get some win behind their sails now and really take this into the defense.
Yeah, I quite like that they didn't overinvest into that aggression that they had at the start of the round. They learned what they needed to learn from the push, and they didn't overcommit to the issue. They set them up for success at the rest of the round, right? Globex has put himself in a nice position up in mid and finds 1 kill for it. Now, a little bit trapped here, but he can definitely get out at some point or find a 2nd kill, and then he gets out of dodge. No more needed than that, and Hasby, so far, are the team that have to catch up.
Yeah, good play from Globex there, really using his teleport to the limits. Outlaw has 2 bullets, he's trusting himself, he's confident, takes that first shot, and we see it from less experienced players where they'll take that first shot but instantly teleport away. He's just making sure he's getting the full value out of it, showing a bit of confidence, trying to get his flow going after the first map went so flat for them. So now he's doing a much better job of being aggressive, taking down these positions, and it's looking much better from CGN. Now Hasby in a bad position. 1, 2 sheriffs to work with, and a dream.
Well, they definitely have the quality for it. There's 1. The trade will come through, and a little bit extra for them as well. CGN get their 2nd round here, but this is where things start to get hairy for them. Obviously, Hasby picking up the weapons now that they did so well with on the last map. CGN definitely need to stay alert.
Yeah. Honestly, that outlaw from Globex is going to force Hasby here. Realistically, they need full armor. Avova's not going for that. Probably prefers to have the paranoia. Maybe he's not taking the first shot. But everyone here forced onto full armor. Missing little bits of utility here and there for Hasby, but they need to take that. That outlaw forces them into that situation to have a good chance versus this bonus. Because the last thing you want is instantly get picked off by Globex's outlaw.
Yeah. To back up straight away for CGN. They don't want to force the issue when it comes to taking space, but it's slow once again for Hasby. Like, space taken up in mid from Pora, but apart from that, everybody else just waiting for information before they commit to a side.
Pora once again taking great space, instantly taking full middle here, and he's in that power position we call it. He's here, able to hear the rotations. He probably heard the steps from Wolfen here, doesn't know it's the Cypher, but now he's in this great position where when Hasby pressure A, he can hear the rotations. He knows how CGN's adapting this, and this enables him to make these great mid-round calls that we've seen so far.
The tank is going to make that move up through elbow now. Oh, almost hits a shot onto Vince through the smoke as well, but the call will come on through to get a quick rotate going on. But Pora with the good bit of utility just to give them a little more to think about, right? Gets the kill as well. That is going to stop any over-rotation towards A. Jamalino, though, great aggression there with that one. Take down Natank. Globex onto Pora, and it goes down to a 3v3. Shot landed from Globex, no more than that.
Great again from Pora. Really unlocked this round for his team once again. Kushner brave here on the other side of the smoke. Spam's coming in, doesn't connect. Gets the transfer. What a shot from Kushner. And Hasby, again, they're just playing so well. As CGN, what is the counter to this? Pora's walking at middle on his own, taking space. They're going back and forth. They're making these great mid rounds. What do you do?
Yeah, it really is one of those, right? It's not being 100% sure what you can even counter on this one, right? Of course, Pora taking mid aggression was a big part of that round, right? Had a lot to work with there, so maybe that's something you want to focus on as CGN, but a lot of the rest of that was just good fundamentals from Hasby, and that's not something you can counter.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mid-round adaptation. They are going A. Their intention is to go A. CGN have the correct read, but because obviously the adaptation comes in, then it leaves them falling flat on their face. Pora walks through his cage towards B, gets the opening kill, and then takes that off. Kushner, again, same story, walking up B. These players are just so brave. They're just taking the fights. Wolfen gets a bit of a punish down. Bit of chaos towards B. Also, Vova TPing away. Omen on Omen battle. Gets away, skedaddles out. And they've taken the B bomb site. Great shot from Buddy.
Good start once again. Once they've warmed up into this map a little bit and got that pistol round out of the way, things are looking good for them. Spike on the ground. And Kushner with the operator in hand that he did so well with on that first map. CGN obviously getting those first 2 rounds may have given them some confidence, but the fight just isn't over off the back of that. And they still have to fight for every single kill, let alone every single round now. It's just Chinook left, 1 versus 4. Hits the first headshot, but not sure where the operator shot came from, whether it was behind him or in front of him. Either way, it doesn't matter. He takes down the operator. Something to fetch for the Hasby players, but he's not going to be winning this round.
Yeah, I think it's one of those as operator. I'm not sure if they will fetch it. Looks like they're going to. Yeah, Kushner wants... No,
not enough
okay,
time to get away once they get it, I don't think.
So the reason for this is as well, maybe you could have got it, maybe not, but if the problem is if you give the defense an AWP, it's so much harder to deal with than an attack side. So as an attacker, do you want to risk giving them an AWP and allowing them back into the game? Jamalino bought that AWP. Kushner ripped his head off on the opening, took his AWP, and then just tossed it out the map essentially. And it really changes up now how CGN can approach this defense.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it now. And of course, I think when Hasby have had kind of the momentum and they felt confident, that's when it's been really difficult for CGN, right? When Pora is getting 4 kills in a round, when Kushner is picking up 4 kills in a round, Avova, Natang, all of them have had standout moments even on just 1 map over the course of 18 rounds. And therefore, there's nothing as CGN that you can go, okay, here's what we need to focus on. You just need to play well. Struggling to find form, I would say. They're looking good, and they're warming up more and more as the series goes on. But will they warm up enough to be winning it?
Well, they got a chance here. Neono is down. This is their win condition. Needs to go crazy with this. But Hasby did so well this round. They put the early A pressure, baited out, took middle. They're baiting out the trap. They know it's coming from CGN. They know they have the Omen Paranoid. They know they have the Neon ult. And they're just baiting it out, playing together. So when they do use it, they're there to capitalize on. And it's very, very high level from Hasby. They have CGN in the palm of their hands. They're making them do what they want. And they're just full ready to counter it every single time.
Yeah, really good stuff there once again. Hasby, well, I mean, when it comes down to individual engagements, they are just a team that is made of something different here, and CGN still yet to find an answer in one of these buy rounds. Luckily, this time, with those first 2 rounds on the board, it's not something they need to think about quite as urgently as in the last map, where they had to take that timeout 6 rounds in.
It's going to be huge.
Yeah. Oh.
But they're away again. They're baited out once again, Twiggy.
Oh, God.
They're fully aware for everything.
Yeah, that was really
CGN.
Good. Did not commit to the site. Let that ult go down and just... I mean, yeah, of course, there's still value out of that, right? You've still discouraged the push. But any further than that, nothing.
yeah, quite disheartening, I'd say. Right? You're ready for the push, ult comes in, they've fully baited out. It's like, oh, they're ready for that. Now the counter ult comes in. Much better. The Yoru Silver ult coming into play. Great delay here from Hasby. Kushner, great shots coming in, taking the bomb site on his own, essentially.
Yeah, the more Valorant we watch, the more it feels like a foregone conclusion that Hasby just are the team to beat here. But CGN,
They are those guys.
still with a fighting chance here. They can get something done. Morphin finds the first pick. Avova is there with a trade, but 2 players are left remaining. And that is... okay, never mind.
Gaster's curse. Yeah. Jamalino, great shots. Finally stepping up for his team. Showing us what he can do here. I'm happy for him there. He must be feeling good after that round. But yeah, little bit slight overextension there. I just wanted to highlight Hasby's IQ level for this round. They bait out the push early. Then they save their ult to combine it to the A hit. Then it all falls apart because they get a little bit excited and overextend into A short here. They didn't need to, but wow, great shots there from Jamalino. Seeing more from him on the duelist and the Vice is maybe more of his more natural role, something that suits him a little better. So I'm glad to see he gets a little bit more to show himself shining more. Pora picking up the operator though here. Let's have a big look at this because the tank has the Stinger, Pora with the operator. Looking to catch that mid-rotation.
Something a little bit different. The tank is going to go in with the ult in hand. First one isolates that fight. Not able to quite find enough time onto Globex to get the kill, but still made some space for his team to work with now. And to whether or not they want to capitalize off that or head back and do something else, that is the question.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck towards A main here. Pora has been holding this mid line with the operator, trying to catch someone off guard. Tripwire down. They could have the deep B main space and not pass the tripwire. Might catch Chinook here. Misses, unfortunate.
Yeah, not quite able to find that shot. But still, giving CGN something to think about here. It's exactly what they want. And the re-hit onto A looks like it's going to be what they go for. CGN have not taken back up this space, and therefore they're not going to get any info from this push. They're going to have to learn as they go. And, well, everybody from CGN has backed out of the site.
Yeah, Omenot creating the pressure there. I think Avova cancelled that too early. I think that could have been a big giveaway if CGN were checking the radar. They know it was a fake. Contact coming in now. Pora has the short side. Camera coming in. Smokes taking the site nice and cleanly. I feel they're going to realize soon it is empty. We can get the plant down. No real ults from the attackers to convert this. Globex Euro is going to become in huge here. Finding the information, finding the space. Vince, unfortunately, doesn't have his paranoia. So it's not going to be as easy, but they're still going to get that information, which is crucial. Yeah,
precisely. Kushner takes some more space, finds that first, finds the second as well. The head of Chinook is taken off, and the third. I mean, the guy's just going absolutely crazy. It's just up to Vince now at this point. He's flashed by Kushner, taken down by Hoodie, and again, just amazing fundamentals and just good mechanical skill from Hasby is really what is taking them over the line here. CGN can't quite find an answer to that part of the gameplay.
Yeah, even Kushner, great decision-making there to get into the cage, to isolate that 1v1. And you preach a lot in Valorant, don't take 1v1s, but there's times where you have to. And this from Kushner is the perfect example of that. He's under pressure, the Euro's behind him, forces him into the cage, takes the 1v1, then Chinook shoots. So Kushner knows exactly where Chinook is, so he delays it a second, then comes through the cage pre-aiming, forcing that 1v1 and controlling his engagement, right? He doesn't know how long the cage has left, he could give it in flanked. He controls his fights and wins them with exceptional skill.
Again, trying to learn from the start of the round here is Hasby, while CGN are the ones getting a bit antsy, looking for engagements right off the bat. I mean, Avova is going to learn from that one, at the very least, where Jamalino is playing, and Jamalino has been such a good fragger for this team so far that it might be worth it to avoid that player. There you go, case in point. Taken down in one fell swoop. Kushner has to be left reeling.
Yeah, not what you need. Kushner gets taken down. Avova unable to trade. Low HP. Maybe better off for not peeking that. Could have easily gone down and they could have lost two. Might have to look to regroup here.
Well, they get their revenge. Trade comes through. The tank finds one over towards B as well. And that just gives a lot of question marks towards CGN, right? What is going on? Where are they hitting? I mean, the call has gone out from the tank that the space has been made here on B site. And Pora has found a kill over towards mid as well. I mean, there's just no quarter being drawn here for CGN. They have absolutely no chance to get back their wherewithal on this one. Hasby taken another very solid round, despite having lost their duelist very quickly.
Yeah, it shows the prime example of what I've been preaching all day. Is like having space versus the eco, it gives you an option. And a tank towards B main gives them an out. Obviously, he wins his individual fight, but you are able to do that. You are confident. You have a rifle versus a pistol. So having that spread out allows the rotation to come in and just eases the pressure on Hasby compared to a Team Liquid Academy style team where they're all 5 towards A, then going back towards B is a lot more scary as is. So good setup there, good strategy from Hasby, knowing what to do. Avova not taking the risk, which I kind of respect, honestly, because that could have easily got out of control, but CGN must be kicking themselves. Got the opening, got in a good position, maybe stayed too long towards A main, committed that paranoia, and still got punished.
Another timeout for CGN. This time, fortunately, not in a position where they are down 6-0. But still, every time they have had these timeouts, there has been some amount of adaptation, some amount of change from this team in a positive light. So maybe Hasby are going to have a little more to worry about. However, again, it's their pace of play that is going to set the tone for the attacking half here for them. And therefore, for CGN, answers, I don't know. I don't know what would have been talked about there other than giving the players a little breather off the back of those 2 last rounds.
I think it's a lot of, well, we see a nice little sentinel walk up here from Pora, fight behind it. I love this type of play. Just does it all himself.
Wonderful stuff. Avova is taken out. Wow, the kills are through, and already the round is over for CGN, right? What do you even do off the back of that rather than just try and get as much damage as possible? And nothing is found. Vince is the only remaining player, and Hasby they're hunting for kills, right? They're going all the way into spawn. Yeah. They don't care about the plant. They've just gone straight for those kills. They're feeling confident, and off the back of a timeout for CGN, that's going to be painful.
Yeah, what I wanted to say and highlight earlier, the only real success from CGN has been the aggressive plays, right? Globex like walking down middle, a lot of A main aggression, the fast retakes going together. That has been what they've won their rounds from, and they've not won many rounds by being passive. So I think it's one of them where a pause comes in, it's like, do we continue to be aggressive even though it's obvious? But it's the only thing that's working for us. So either we need to completely change up how we play passively, or continue trying to do what's got us our rounds. And I think Hasby there had a great read into that. Pora, again, we see it all the time. Fake pressure into middle, walking up behind the sentinel. Obviously, Pora does it all himself at that point, but the 4 of the players were there with him and able to take the space.
Well, a lot of space taken once again here by Kushner with his ult. Globex can't get out in time. That's a lot of damage done there with the Hunter's Fury on the side of Hasby, and they're just farming kills at this point. Wolfen finds 2 with the Sheriff, and there's Jamalino with his ult as well, so not yet over here for CGN. Things still to think about for Hasby. Can Jamalino get anything more? He gets the information. That's good enough. Blinded up now. And Avova's just trying to fight for space. Finds 1, but he's going to have to find 2 more if he wants to win this round. The time is not ticking down fast enough for him to avoid these engagements. And CGN find a way back in. It took a little bit of investment from Jamalino with the ult, but that's good enough.
Yeah, great shots there from Wolf, and I think he kills one, 180s and kills the other. That was insane. What a round from CGN. Like, they get their kills when they need to. Jamalino steps up with the ultimate. It's so annoying to deal with. The jumping back and forth. Pora stuck in the corner, doesn't know where he can go. Just toying with him long enough for Vince to come in with a paranoia and just essentially removes Pora out the round, but then for the rest of the retake to come in.
Well, a little bit of a breather there for CGN then, at the very least, right? Finding themselves some success, and it comes off the back of, again, some good aggression, right? Jamalino getting in there and getting stuck in and involved with his ult has done a good job, and Globex finds an opening kill before being traded out. So these guys can do a lot of work when they take the aggression to Hasby here. There it is again, Jamalino isolating the spike away from these Hasby players.
Drone coming in, pushes them back. They give it up. Don't have much utility here from CGN to counter it. They've burned the paranoia, burned the stun. They don't want to overstay their welcome. Going to come regroup as a 2. Good protocol here, playing together. Make sure they've been able to bounce off each other. And the tank punishes.
Oh, it's brought down to a 2v2.
So does Pora.
Once again, has been just able to do the best they can with every situation they're given now. Even when CGN do get aggressive, which does seem to put them in tough situations, right? They adapt and they think about everything they're doing so well. I don't want to count CGN out of this one, but it always feels like when Hasby gets into these situations, it goes well for them. It's down to a 1v1, and Chinook has the ult available if he wants to discourage an ult, but 25 seconds remaining to work with for Pora.
A lot of re-wraps going on recently.
Yeah.
Might be the latest trend. Pora might get lucky here. He is low HP, so this is where, like, you want to try and take a risk where you're low HP. I half expected him to pick up his camera,
Right.
but with the ability of Chinook being towards top middle, he doesn't want to risk that. So we'll still respect it. Want to see where he goes here. Is he going to play the post plant normally? Is he going to do something different? And yeah, he's low HP. He's going to take a risk here. Planted for main. He's going to go in towards market and try and look for an early timing.
Work out for
Not
him.
a bad strategy.
It is going to be checked, of course, by Chinook. There would be no reason not to look down there, but that timing is absolutely ridiculous. Pora has turned around at the exact moment that Chinook has moved on through. He doesn't know where Chinook is yet, but he knows now. There it is. Pora, I mean, look, whether that's luck or game sense, the amount of time he has logged into this game, who knows? But regardless, it won him the round.
I'll tell you what, you make your own luck, and that's what I was saying. When you're low HP, sometimes you can go for these ambitious plays where he's going to do a little loop-de-loop wrap around. He's just taking a risk. He's just hoping that exact situation happens. So it's a bit of luck that it actually happens, but he's like hoping for this. He's manifesting this in a way in his plays. He's planting, not for himself, loops around, gets a good timing. Pora can't do no wrong today, and to treat himself, he's picked up an operator.
Yeah. Wonderful start. You do really start to see over the course of this series how the immense amount of experience that has been garnered by this team comes through, right? You don't need a coach to give you fundamentals, to give you just the kind of the sense and the skill that you can build up over the course of years of Tier 1 experience. It's wonderful to see that it is still very much within these players. They have not lost any of the touch that they have. It's working out well for them so far.
Yeah, it's like riding a bike. You never forget. The fundamentals are always there. The coaches, the more set play, how you want to play the style is a little bit different, but sure, these players have still got it. And then some.
Janguinho does a good job to find one, but the tank has out the ultimate. Found 3 already. Looking for the 4th. There it is. One more player. It's just Vince. He knows exactly where it is. 1 tag, 2 tags. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh.
That will do. Oh, 8-4 half. That is not what CGN wanted when they had that timeout of 5-3 there.
No, but that just shows why Natank has his own song. He might be the only Valorant player to have his own song.
So far,
but that is exactly why. Yeah. Great stuff from Hasby. There's such high level, just the little adaptations, even here. Like, first time using this top mid smoke, but they just wait till the last second to be able to use it, right? They're not telegraphing things, obviously. They're not setting things up. They're just, the first time they do it, they run it, but they run it in such a fast pace that CGN aren't none the wiser. They're not, oh, they're front of smoke, I'm getting ready to counter. It's happening now, and they're on top of you, and that's what the Neon out enables, and that's why it can be so strong.
Yeah, and this really is the difference, I feel like, between a mix like Hasby and a mix like Lapalizia that we saw earlier today. Is just, you know, while Lapalizia is a great unit that was made up of good players, it's just not the same as a mix that is made up of absolutely ridiculous, well-tested, tried, and true players from the Tier 1 scene that we're seeing here in Hasby, and it's showing right now. And yes, CGN right now is very much in a limbo state. They're not 100% sure. Well, we're not 100% sure if they're going to stick with this roster, what kind of this is for them, whether it is a testing period or whether it is, you know, an actual strat building, confidence building period for what is going to be the new CGN roster. But regardless, it is a org-backed team as opposed to a mix of players that we're seeing in Hasby, and it's looking really good. CGN with another pistol round. They're going to need to convert more than 4 this time if they want to get the win on this map.
Clean, more than 4, absolutely there. CGN, yeah, looking to get the momentum, and this is what they need. We said at the start, and they started strong, but then kind of filtered out, so maybe they're a little bit of a streaky team. So if they get this momentum early, they can really ride the wave and go into the rest of the half doing much better. I think Sunset is a map where if they've got the practice on their attack side is going to be really, really nice. I'm going to expect some good things out of them. Obviously, they're in the Neon Yoru, so some fast, aggressive players here. A bit mixed by here. Okay, Wolfen buying the Bulldog is a little bit worried there. Looked a little bit too weak, but sorted that out nice and quickly.
Globex finds the first. Hoodie is there with the trade, which is definitely a high-value trade with the weaponry that you have, and Bora almost finds one more, but Chinook is there with the Guardian to make sure that doesn't happen. But there is a weapon in the hands of Avova now, and that can turn the tide. We will see.
I think Avova does have a good marshal on him, you know. Expect to see some good things from him here. Maybe if he gets a little opportunity, will he be able to take it?
We'll see. Chemelino holding guard.
Utility.
He's been tagged up. He's a little more than that.
Fancy it.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Hoodie goes for the peak, gets taken out. Kushner goes for the peak, gets taken out. Avova, unfortunately, his weapon has been taken away from him now, so he's alone. He's going to try and die to the spike. He might die to a CGN player if he's not careful.
Yeah, anyone close to ults? No one really close to ults on the CGN side. Chinook is the closest. He's going to be one chasing, but Wolfen
Take those.
Wants the ecos, but it does work out. Chinook actually gets it. Only 3 away now from his ultimate. Might not come into play this round, but in the next one it definitely can do. And this is a massive, massive round here we have for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, once again, on the first half, this is where Hasby started to really make things work in their favour. Obviously, they have the advantage here of all the better weaponry. This time on the defensive side, but from what we saw on the last map, it doesn't really matter which side they're on. Their fundamentals are the same. Their shooting power is the same. So I would expect to see something very similar here. It's going to take a lot out of CGN to get a win here.
Catches Avova and Hoodie with their pants down.
Yeah, that is good.
Kushner saves the day, though.
Equalizes things, slows down the CGN attack most critically, and, well, at least they know there's somebody coming in from main still already. Wolfen still on that aggression up mid and has got himself into a very nice position while the rest of his team reconvenes, heads out of there. Might try and occupy the space that Wolfen has gained, but it does look like Hasby are semi-aware of what could be going on the rest of the map because they're being very cautious about things.
Yeah, it's a good gamble here. I like this from Hasby. Might not pay out in this case, but really taking that risk to go a 4-man play to retake the space because they gave it up. They're going to trust in the retake here. Fortunately, Pora doesn't have a camera down on the B site. That would have been nice for him to use. They're going to take their time here on the retake, but this could get out of hand pretty quickly. CGN have those lesser guns, but
yeah,
when there's less time on the clock, they become more and more effective because Hasby might be forced into a bad decision. Already having to pivot from CT, going back forward to Market retake instead.
The tank is blinded. Has to back out of there, but it looks like Market is going to be where this spearhead is going to come on through. Kushner will find the first. Wolfen not able to do any damage to that side, but Globex is there. He's the one who's picked up that Vandal and is able to get 1 kill. CGN still on top of things here in the 3rd round. That's exactly what they needed in this map. They're going to convert this one and finally put the fight to Hasby.
Yeah, it was an interesting call from Hasby versus the bonus round. In hindsight, probably not what they wanted to take that big risk. On a gun round, it's probably more fine. Maybe have an ult to retake. But giving up the bomb site completely for free, no early information, versus a bonus round has now really put them in an awkward position now, where CGN, like we said, looking for that momentum. Sova ult's here, looking to convert this round, and they could be in a really good spot to take the lead.
Yeah, it's looking good. Still a lot to do. Still a lot to do for them. Obviously, 1 round is the difference, but we know that every round is going to be tough against Hasby, and therefore, you know, the job isn't done, right? They still need to get on top of things and stay on top of things. Chemelino has been so good so far this map, And there he is again, taking one out. And the tank also gets one on the board. It's exactly what you need from that hero rifle. He's going to drop it to his teammate. Pick up his own. Or almost dies trying to get that one, but hey.
Worth the risk.
Vova has been found here. A main is going to be where CGN decide to go. They don't check Hoodie. Hoodie's able to find one, not quite able to find two, but the damage has been done. It really is just 2 rifles versus 2 rifles at this point. I mean, Guardian not taken into account, but Jamalino again, he just runs on through, finds heads. This guy has absolutely shown up where Hasby has shown a lot of potential in terms of their mechanical skill. It really has been Jamalino that has risen to the occasion so far.
Yeah, looking a lot more natural on this Neon role compared to the Vice. Free-flowing gameplay, moving around. Big cage here, takes down another. Jamalino, what a round he has. Well, the pressure's on, he's really provided the goods for CGN this game. Yeah. But no match for Pora. Pora can do no wrong. Pora still has aura and takes down Jamalino, but still a great round from them overall. CGN looking to take the lead. They still have that Chinook ult. Jamalino has the Neon ult. That's going to come into play now. And they're in a really good position to win this map.
Yeah, a lot better from them. I'm liking what I'm seeing now. And Jamalino is really coming into his own. I think gaining a lot of confidence from the amount of kills that he's been getting this half. 16 and 12. Now Chinook is also up on the board, of course, but definitely Jamalino is the one that you want to be having confidence, right? He's the one that's going to be running around, taking space, trying to confuse the members of Hasby. Give you an opportunity to plant the spike, obviously, on the attacking half. So good stuff from them so far, and you can see that they really are kind of letting him lead the charge now. All 5 members moving towards B.
Don't fight this Pora. They got the deep in for an A. Hoodie's ult should be coming in soon if you can get in there. They play the full retake instead.
Nothing found from the Hunter's Fury, particularly on the side of CGN. Smoke drops. Jamalino takes a chance and finds the kill onto Pora. Not quite sure how he knew exactly where he was going to be on that one, but it gets it done in the end, and he's finding even more. Hoodie is able to stem the blood flow, but it's still a 3v4 now, and whether you want to invest these weapons or not into this fight, it really does come down to the confidence of the players. They're still confident. They're still going to go for it. The tank has stuff left to say. It's a 2v2. The time is ticking down. The tank is going to have to make all of that space. Puts up the wall. Is he going to push past it and go for the kills? Hoodie is being sprayed down. The tank finds one, but the time is ticking down, and there's nothing left for Hoodie to do but run away.
Wow. Jamalino, check his PC. One tap through the smoke whilst falling, maybe even? That was crazy. But what a round. Honestly, Hasby nearly got back into it there. I think Natant's decision on the wall, having that straight wall there, kind of lost him the round. He kind of walled himself off. He wasn't able to push through the smoke, and it just allowed CGN to get the spam down onto the spike. Of course, hugging that close wall. Nice try from Hasby, but CGN are in full control now, and Jamalino stepping up like we've not seen before.
Really, really good stuff. And again, as I said earlier, job's not done, but it's looking more and more like it may be very soon. Hasby are the ones that look like they don't have an answer right now. And look, there's only so much that the pure skill can do for you, right? You do need more strategy coming out, and it does feel like Hasby are very much relying on their gut instincts against CGN. CGN are just controlled enough and well drilled enough to make it work so far.
Yeah, we see, like, especially towards the later end of this attack tide from CGN, that are a lot more structured, a lot more 4-1s and 5 hits, just using that advantage of having the ults. We saw Chinook and Jamalino. Oh, what a shock dart, by the way. Pora taken down, and they're just going to go in on this. Forget what I was saying, they're taking the space. Jamalino again gets away with murder. Chinook, second kill of the round.
Doing a really good job of just keeping Jamalino alive, and you can see how much more confident they are going for these peaks. Wonderful stuff.
Wow. He's
He's moving at that point. I mean, that's because the tank, the only one left. He's got a bucket. There's no point in saving this. You might as well try and find an exit here.
But yeah, I'm going to really look towards Hoodie from Hasby right now. because the information they're getting is kind of able to direct what CGN are doing. They're doing lots of 4-1s, they're doing lots of 5 hits now. That arrow timing needs to be pivotal, so they're able to get the rotation in towards the correct side. Pora there got caught in the corner with a shock dart. Kind of unfortunate low buy. You want to take a risk, but now Hasby really need to step up. I wouldn't mind attack pause coming in from them. Obviously, they don't have a coach in the coach slot, so that might be a little bit of an oversight from them. But maybe just trusting themselves to get the job done when it matters the most. So let's see what they can do here.
10-8, getting closer and closer to CGN just being able to bring things back to their own, and they're getting more and more high tempo as Jamelinho moves up into elbow here. This time, though, it is Hasby with the first blood. Natank is taken down by Vince in the end, but they have the numbers advantage at this point, and really no map control to speak of.
Yeah, holding strong. They've kind of realized, and we saw the hoodie dart instantly coming in there, going for that information. Kushner with a TP are able to get away from his aggressive position. They know they have a Neon and Yori themselves where they're able to punish an aggressive position. So really fully prepared for it this round. A little bit of bait and switch from Natank and hoodie, allowing Natank to get that first kill. Kind of on his own from that point, but with Kushner's AWP pick coming in towards backhole, didn't really matter.
Well, I mean, here's the thing about it being Jamelinho largely that is doing a lot of the work here for CGN, is that as soon as Jamelinho is taken out, it looks like the team is maybe not out of options, but definitely hamstrings, right?
All free. Yeah, definitely, especially with the Neon not being able to create that space. Globex also went down. Without their duelists this round, going to have to be very contacty. Hoodie gives away his position here. Might not want to overextend. He's kind of put himself in a bit of a bad position here, but backing himself to hold the space, which is also good. Well, it's only a 4 versus 3. Smoke coming in. Kush's not going to have any chance with that orb.
Oh, Wolfen finds
and
kill.
Wolfen takes a pick on middle.
Yeah, can you deny the plant here of over? That's the question. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case, which means you have to fight for that control, and he gets taken down by Vince.
Oh,
Over
wow.
peaks that angle. It's just Kushner and Hoodie left, and Kushner is blind on sight. He gets taken down by the shorty. Just Hoodie. 1 versus 2. Takes down the first. Doesn't know where the final one is. He's going to check CT first with that recon dart. Concludes that there must be a player in market. It doesn't matter. Wolfen is the one that hits the shot first and makes it to 11.
Wow, CGN really pulling themselves out there. I think Hasby just kind of didn't really get into that great positions. Hoodie took a deep line, which was great, then got spotted by the trip. Kind of made them feel a little bit uneasy. Then Pora taking the 1 versus 1 towards middle, whilst not even defending the B site themselves. It was kind of like they were in two minds. Are they playing together? Are they not? If so, Pora needs to be a little bit more passive, can wait for Hoodie to rotate round. We don't need to take these 1v1 fights that early. We need to be playing together. We have the advantage.
Oh, Lord. Things are getting a little tough here for Hasby. This is a situation they haven't found themselves in so far. Not for quite a while, as far as I can tell from their match history in the tournament. But once you get into a point where you're coming up against invited teams, this is the problem that can arise, and Hasby now really need to push on a little further. Find a second gear here. Globex takes out Hoodie in mid.
That's not looking good for Hasby. The pressure's coming in. Full mid control, full B control, full A main control now. Running out of options. The tank gets the information though on his own. Doesn't want to run away to make it obvious. Still making CGN guess as much as they can. He's going to have to hold strong here.
Well, they're going on through. And CGN are going to utilize that dimensional drift to find some space. And then Natanka's taking down Jamelinho again. That could spell disaster for CGN, but Globex is there to fill up the mantle. Get one back in their favor. Hasby still feeling that pressure that they have felt over the last 5 or so rounds, where they really haven't found much success. Of over getting ready for the push now. They're going to move on through. Natank is blinded up, taken down by the Hunter's Fury. Wolfen is there, and CGN make it to match point.
Wow, it's like a different team to
It really is.
Looking so composed, playing so well together. Paranoia comes in, they've got the counter utility, counter Paranoia, counter Sovereign comes in instantly, denying any chance Hasby has of the retake. And for Hasby, it just feels like they're kind of falling flat. They're getting the pick sometimes, the tank doing most of the work, but besides that, I can't remember when they're getting the first entry or an advantageous position to start the round.
No, you're right.
It feels like they're always starting on the back foot.
Yeah, a lot of it is just CGN finding those first bloods. That was the change they needed. And when they're deathballing in towards somewhere, you get that first pick and you can back up afterwards. After having that advantage, and they just have a much better chance of getting this round done. This time around, taking all of the mid control. Avova has felt the pressure, he's closed the door, he doesn't want to take that fight. That's a lack of confidence, I think, that we haven't really seen from Hasby over the course of the series so far.
Yeah, Avova's one of those players you want confident, because when he has confidence and he takes his fight, he has such incredible aim. But we see him sometimes where he shies away from the fights when he's not performing as well, and this is like one of those cases. Even missed the dart at the start of the round that gave CGN the full mid control, wasn't able to close it in time. Break the dart after closing the door. So it's always like a bad start, and it's like a little bit of a disheartening, you know, for Hasby. A little bit, oh no, I've started bad here this round, I've allowed the mid space, and now look, they're having to fight again for this mid space. They're pushing them off, they're jiggling the A line, they're showing the FB, but it might all be down to Pora once again.
Yeah, well, so far no problems yet for Hasby, but they're mounting as Globex and Wolfen move in. Globex taken down by Pora now, but he can't get anything more than that. And again, 2 versus 4. Hasby had to invest into this round, didn't have great weaponry. And now it's looking like it might have to be a map 3 for them to make it work, unless some real heroics come on through. Jamalino still with that ult as well. Things go incredibly wrong. Hoodie finds him first. That's 1 down. Can they find the other 3? Cushion are not able to find the head of Jamalino, and the time is very quickly falling away from them. Wolfen with 1. It is just Hoodie left, and it's Wolfen with the 3rd to close it out. 13-8 is the 2nd map, and we head to Haven.
Yeah, we go to map 3. What a comeback from CGN. Really looked down and out there, but they came back strong. A bit of a pause, bit of a self-confidence boost. We saw Jamalino really taking in his stride the duelist role here. Be interesting to see what composition they run on Haven. Will they stick to the double duelist to enable Jamalino to play like that again? That could be really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, I think so. Jamalino definitely, if not even right at the, you know, was always the linchpin of the team, definitely gave them the confidence, the whole team, to start coming back into that one. Those few rounds where he was absolutely popping off definitely gave them the push they needed to feel good enough to beat this mix, and that's wonderful stuff. I don't know what Haven is going to look like at this point, because if we see the CGN from the last 6-7 rounds of Sunset there, then it should be a CGN show.
Yeah, no, 100%. They really had control of that game. Hasby looked kind of like out of ideas. They were kept going aggressive. Natank was doing well, getting those opening picks. But I think, honestly, lack of pauses, lack of coach, you can feel the momentum's not on their side. Sometimes it's like pause for the sake of pausing. Try and break the momentum of the other team and try and get yourself back into it, even if there's nothing really you have to talk about. They don't know that. They're going to be overthinking what you're talking about. So something like that could be coming. So hopefully we get to see that adaptation from them in map 3, but guess we'll just have to wait and see.
One more break coming up for you guys, and then we will be back with our final map of the day, Hasby versus CGN. Things are heating up, and we will be right back very shortly. Welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded, everybody. We've got one more map for you today because it's going to go the distance here between Hasby and CGN Esports. CGN Esports, we thought, were down and out for the count after their first map. It was a 13-5 affair, not in their favor, but they brought things back in quite a heroic fashion towards the end of their last map, losing 8 rounds and then essentially just coming back out of nowhere, completely unstoppable force against Hasby. Well, they've given themselves a chance to win this series, and if they do, they'll be up against Team Liquid Academy next.
Yeah, we saw Hasby kind of run out of steam there. Maybe not able to rely on Poor as much as we did on the first map. Obviously there he was doing a lot of things, opening up the map by himself. But towards the end, it was kind of like Natank had a little bit of a go. Like he was getting in the opening kills here and there, but the rest of them really falling flat. And CGN able to capitalize off that. Jamalino really coming out strong and back on the Neon here is what I'm happy to see. This is definitely the best role that we've seen in him so far this tournament. So getting to see if he can replicate this could be very, very interesting, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they can carry over that momentum, obviously they've had a short break now. It might not be the same kind of conditions, but Jamalino's still on that Neon. And he was just so insane, right? I think definitely while, you know, he wasn't the only one doing all the work on the CGN side towards the end of the game, he was the one who gave them the inspiration to get going, right? Like, when they were down by about 4 rounds towards the middle of the game, Jamalino had a couple of pop-off rounds, and then suddenly CGN looked unstoppable, and maybe this is just same as Team Liquid Academy, very much just a momentum-based, emotion-based team where once they're in that kind of mindset, like, we can take down these players that we might even look up to, you know, names like Avova, names like Pora that you've seen so, like, all over the place in Tier 1 over the last 4 years. You know, once you find out that the Titans can bleed, suddenly you're able to do it a lot more often.
Yeah, and they're going to have to do that in such a unique way. CGN, quite famous for one of their previous players named Benny. Very big fan of the Phoenix, and we see it's carried over to this iteration of the roster. Globex on the Phoenix, and it's quite a unique take. Obviously here, both teams on the double duelist, kind of where the meta is going at the moment due to over breach changes. So Phoenix, I think, is a great option on this map, mainly just due to he's still only 6 ult orbs to get his ultimate, and that ultimate gets so much space, so much value, and it's such an easy grab on both sides. On the attacking side, going towards C, grabbing the orb and resetting, or in the defense, getting the A main orb as well, is so quick and so easy to get that it allows the Phoenix to have much more value on a Haven compared to some other maps where the orbs are maybe more contested.
Yeah, that's very smart.
Thank you.
Not something I would have thought of, but that's why you're here, I think. Well, Hasby, can they recover, I think, is the big question here. Can they reset, go for it once again with a fresh mindset off the back of what was a very tough few rounds towards the end of last map? Because Kushner was absolutely in that kind of driver's seat that Jamalino was in before, and then just kind of fell asleep when we got towards the end of that last map.
Yeah, it wasn't the Kushner that we know and love, having so much impact, especially with the orb getting those opening duels. It was a little bit more relaxed, more passive, not getting as many chances. But you have to give credit to CGN with their gameplay, their style. They made that adaptation. They played more together. They were more conscious about the abilities they were using, and they were limiting the kills. But Jamalino and Natank both starting this game as strong as the last.
Yeah, Natank was definitely the player that was giving Jamalino the most problems towards the end of last map. And once again, just making sure nothing went unpunished. Pora goes into his cam right as Globex turns around the corner. You can't call that much other than unlucky at this point. Avova very up close, does a lot of damage. Everybody on CGN hurting right now, but there's only 2 players left to deal with on the side of Hasby, and it looks like the start of Haven here might just go the same way that the end of Sunset went.
And this is the new Phoenix coming to play. Globex with a 2K, now gets another flash.
Oh!
Lines them up!
Not able to find the
drops
kill.
his spaghetti everywhere.
Yeah, but at the very least, a lot of damage. Unless Hoodie and the tank can hit some clean shots, he can just spray him down like that, I suppose. Globex finds 2 for free, and CGN another pistol round in hand. I mean, they've been getting a lot more of those as the series has gone on.
Yeah, they got both last map as well, and it really enabled them to get back into the game. Could see them more here, because Valorant is so hard when you lose both pistols, and obviously the consequential eco rounds, that you're essentially starting the game 4-0 down, which is a big, big deficit when you only need 13 to win.
Yeah. It's all about converting them, though. Here's the thing now for CGN. It's whether or not they can keep up that momentum. Globex has brought up the hero rifle here, that Vandal in hand here on the second round. Full armor as well, fully investing into this one, looking to not drop that weapon. Kushner finds the first kill onto Jamalino. There's Globex, he finds one, but no more. That Vandal now down on the ground. Chinook able to pick it up, get out of that.
Yeah.
Still a 3v3 though, and that's very good for Hasby right now.
Yeah, a little bit naive start there. Wasn't really checking the right from Jamalino. Maybe a little bit too excited, but got to keep those fundamentals sharp. Got to be checking those corners. He is leading the line, and he is expendable in that way. But that doesn't mean you don't do your best. You don't do your due diligence. You have to be checking the corners here. Pora might get a lucky timing here. Could be something he can work with.
Maybe. He's got himself on site. He's waiting quite a while, though. Oh, the shot lands, but it's just not enough. Wolfen only takes about one to the head there, and oh well. CGN managed to close out the rounder, and they retain that Vandal as well. So Hasby, the exact same situation to try and work with as they did last time. I mean, keep in mind, it was 8-4 by the end of the first half last map as well, for Hasby.
Yeah. I just want to highlight how unlucky Pora has been so far. Right-click point-blank range, doesn't get the kill. Checks his camera, someone comes around the corner. And now CGN, Globex has that ult to use, and we need to highlight how are they going to use this. Commonly towards A short, we've seen a lot of teams go fast and aggressive, so let's see what they do here. Maybe towards a little bit of a C-split. The options are unlimited with a Phoenix ult, because it's so adaptable. Looks like it might just be a straight B here.
Yeah, lined it up. That's going to help quite a lot. Kushner finds the kill onto Jamalino there. I just got the scare of a lifetime because a firework just went off right outside my window. It's absolutely fine. We're still going. I forgot it was the 5th of November.
You didn't remember?
I didn't. That's the whole point. Oh, well.
Hasabi might remember this if they do fail this round to CGN. Pora, though, knows better.
Wonderful stuff. Vince and Chinook get on the board to find those kills, but they need a little more than that. That's a little more. Can Chinook find one more with the Guardian? Not quite, and it's a 1v1. Or 1v2, sorry. To close out this round. Power gets on the spike. Oh, and almost a spray transfer from Vince, but it's all good. Hasby, whilst they did lose a lot of weaponry there, managed to secure the round.
Yeah, it's a big round to win, especially with the ults that come in from Globex, and now Chinook has one as well. It's a very, very important round. Pora once again stepping up, having that discipline in Garage there to wait for the timing, not forcing the situation, and then obviously getting the final trade in the end. Pora really showing that even in an IGL, you're able to step up individually. You have these big moments, and he's realistically been consistently delivering for Hasabi so far.
That was a tongue twister and a half right there.
It was.
Well done.
It was indeed.
Yeah, CGN still, that's such a good round for them, right? 4 casualties on the side of Hasby with no investment from CGN whatsoever. Really, really nice stuff. If they can carry that over into this bye round, they're going to be in a really good spot. And the more rounds that they can get in this first half here on a map like Haven, the better spot they're going to be in. They're going to be very, very happy. Again, they still kind of have that momentum from the last map as well. Hasby are still kind of reeling, I think, from that. It's just about converting all of this.
And it's going to make them even more comfortable with this unique gameplay. The Phoenix coming in, the up-down situation takes them down, and it's Hasabi. They're playing well. They're making the right decisions. Good little setup there. Just don't get the kills. It's got to be quite disheartening to play like this. You have the exact read, perfect counter, but you just both don't connect. Wolfen as well, taking down Pora. CGN, I like this out of them. They have this discipline where they're able to slow down the round, and Hasabi are just committing these pushes and getting punished quite consistently at this point. So they might need to have a look at how they're adapting in these mid-rounds, how they're going to claw it back. Instead of taking these individual plays, maybe group it together, retake the space in that kind of way instead of individually.
Yeah. I mean, I think more than anything, the confidence from this team is nothing like what we saw on the first map. And, I mean, certainly nothing like we saw on the first half of the second map either. So something has come together here for CGN that we really didn't see at any point over the course of the last, like, hour and a half. And Hasby so far have not come up with an answer for the last kind of half an hour of Valorant that they have played.
Yeah. And it's like CGN aren't doing anything incredible, just playing simple. Even there, they take the A space, freeze, hold, wait, see what happens, then make a little micro play. Oh, let's double peek this. 3, 2, 1. Oh, we got double entry. Oh, brilliant. We're not in a position to capitalize on that straight away. Let's freeze, let them make mistakes. Oh, they make a mistake. Oh, we win the round, right? Very, very easy from CGN, and the calling is very, very effective, so you got to give them props. Sova ult as well, so it maybe is Hasabi reading a little bit too much into the ultimates, being a little bit too aggressive and making these set plays, because obviously you don't want to let Chinook execute onto the site with that. So going for the up-down setup instead of playing more passive on the site, but not working out. I don't think what they're doing is bad. It's just the execution. It's just the fine details, the fine margins aren't there for them right now.
Yeah, and I really didn't think it would be this team that I would be thinking that and saying that about at this point in the series here, and maybe a bit of over-aggression from over there causes him to have to get out of dodge very quickly. CGN deciding to go the exact same direction that he was looking to aggress, but not over-investing either. This is something that they have kind of built up over the course of this series too, CGN, in that they are not going too much for everything. They're an aggressive team, but only to a certain point. They don't over-invest into fights, engagement, or map control.
Yeah. But they still have the confidence to go for that play. Zavolva obviously a risky TP at the start, but CGN put the pressure towards A, they keep the free there, and now by the time Hasby are able to retake that space, regain that confidence, regain that line, they're already towards C and they're taking the bomb side.
Yeah, wonderful stuff again. Jamalino spearheading that attack, gets the first kill. Yeah, of course it's an eco round for Hasby, but as we've seen with so many of these rounds over the course of the 2 series that we've watched today, it really can come down to how many casualties you have on rounds like this in the side of CGN, right? How many you're losing to Sheriffs, and how much economy you're losing.
Well, Globex wants to lose something. He wants his Phoenix ult here badly, and I think he should go for it here. Jamalino as well. Looks like they're trying to maximize the situation.
Oh,
good call
so
from
confident.
CGN here. Get the ecos, but this is just perfect gameplay. Look now, Phoenix ult, Neon ult ready in combination with the Silver ult next round. This is Hasby's worst nightmare. They really need to get a hold of the situation.
Yeah, what do you even do? The thing is as well, when you're against this wall, there is no, there's no safety net, right? This is not a double elimination bracket. This is, if you're out, you're out. There is one game happening tomorrow, and it is between the winner of this game versus the winner of the last game we watched. And right now, things are very much falling in CGN's favor. It will be the 2 invited teams that will play up against each other, Team Liquid Academy versus CGN Esports. If nothing changes at this point, Hasby have worked very hard to get to where they are in the tournament, and things seem to be slipping away from them incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I think they're going to get Kushner on this short angle, lock it down, potentially even getting a Cypher trip, an extra bit of util towards A, because CGN, the only real deny they have is taking A space early or doing late cages or late smoke. So if you get Kushner on an angle on A with a tripwire to supplement it, it can block it, but they're just hitting B here, and they're just out of position already, Hasabi. Ult comes in, see what they can make of it, get some chip damage in there. Kushner getting ran down by the ult, get the space, and you have the bomb site again for free, Twiggy. 5 versus 5. What is going on?
Yeah, and of course B, a slightly more difficult one to hold, especially when you're going to be pushed at from all angles by the Hasby side here. It's a very good cage to keep himself alive from Wolfen, and turns around the corner at exactly the right time to take down 4. And, these are situations on the first map where Hasby would have been winning these solo engagements, but this time they're not. CGN have warmed up enough mechanically as well that they're able to just win these 1v1s.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's like too much of a respect thing from Hasabi. And I'm thinking this in theory of CGN have this many ults, right? If you get caught off by these ults, you're going to die. But also, if you let them take the space for free, you're going to lose off abilities alone, right? So I think they need to have more of an individualistic look because they have the skill to be able to do that, but they're not really getting any of these opening kills. I'm seeing them go for little 3-man plays. Kushner, I've not seen him as active as I want him to be. Again, he had the operator. We're taking the operator towards C at the start. Is that the answer? I think it's a decent idea versus the Phoenix ult, but we need to be more adaptable. We need to be able to react to what CGN is doing, because the Phoenix ult doesn't just have like one location. It's not just going to be a C hit. It's not going to be this. You need to be in a position where you can affect multiple angles at once, and this is what I need to see more from Kushner right now.
At this point, is it turning into this case of, oh man, you know, like the mental is just going out the window. You've lost so many of the last 10 or so rounds that for CGN, not only are things looking good for you, but for Hasby, things are just looking so bleak that you can't really find a way back into things, especially when Jamalino just keeps getting the consistent value every single round. They have not shut him down for a while now, before he's able to get a first blood.
Yeah, it's full confidence from CGN. And I think Hasby just need a pause. They need to recollect themselves, take a breather. They're good players. They're able to deal with the situation, but they're just not finding the right answers right now. Evolver here with the hero gun, trying to make something happen. 2 great shots coming in. All of a sudden, it's possible.
Yeah, that's so confident from Globex just to go in towards the smoke and get that kill. Oh, now he just needs to find one more and it's over. I mean, look, you can let the time tick down as well, but they're confident enough that I feel like they're going to go for these peaks at some point. Smoke goes down to one-way it. He's just going to have to either stick it or try and find kills, and Globex finds the final one with the shorty. It looks like a foregone conclusion. CGN in the lead.
I think this Twiggy highlights how different the map has changed since the breach, because A control with the breach on defense allows it to be so much easier, but right now with this lack of breach, you have the Neon Sun maybe that you can push in, but you have to commit that much more resources to controlling A, where I think Hasby aren't sure if they want to do that, because if they commit free resources towards A, they know it's likely an A stack, and then CGN can just react to the other side. So there's no clear way out for them here. Natank got the AWP out. He's had enough, looking to change things up.
Yeah. Well, Hasby, another buy round for them, and another one which is so important for them, right? If they lose this, there we go, finally able to take out Jamalino.
There we go.
It's exactly what they've been looking for the last almost an hour of Valorant at this point. But Wolfen finds a kill onto Kushner, and when you're able to find that first kill, but you're still losing your duelists.
Cypher ult comes in.
Yeah, that's big info for them.
And they have CGN walking up short here. Contacting out. They know where Hoodie is. They know he's on the side. Paranoia comes in. They need to capitalize on this.
It's good.
He gets one, though.
Yeah, the kills are good.
A tank.
But still now, whether or not Globex can win these fights. He's confident enough to go for the peak, but Natank is watching the angle. Hasby finally find their second round.
Bet from Hasby. Good confident peak there from Hoodie. Little off angle. Confident. That's what you need to do. You can't be giving up the space for free. You have to make them work for it. And okay, if they util dump, you can't block them all on your own. But little peak here and there, taking that individual prowess that we know Hoodie has. He's shown it on G2. He's shown it on Giants. And just like saying, like, this is my bomb site, mate. This is my angle. I'm not giving it use for free. And this is more what we want to see from Hasby, because due to their composition, they can't be strong everywhere. So they need to make CGN work for stuff more. They can't be weak everywhere. And it's like similar to what we saw before in the past games, where if you give up too much space, you're just going to have a very, very bad time. It allows teams too many options to use on you.
Yeah. It's another important round here for Hasby, of course. One more and you're starting to break the CGN economy. They're not checking corners this time around. Jamalino just runs in on that side of his wall, and he just gets taken down. CGN back in the driver's seat though, as Vince finds one more. He's just going to shoot that. It doesn't matter. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. It's not getting any kills. The value not gained, and Hasby are back in that tough situation that they have been in for so long now.
Phoenix close CT, such a nuisance to deal with. Overextends though. We've seen this before go the wrong way. Let's see what happens. This is Valorant. You make a mistake, you do get punished. Kushner, Hoodie doing great work here. Wolfen taking another one on the site. Gets out though. Thinks better of it.
well. Oh, that's a spray down from Wolf, and he has the angle. He'll find it. 7 rounds to 2 now for CGN. If they can keep this up for the rest of the half, it's looking really, really tough for Hasby.
But this just shows the dilemma that Hasby are playing against, right? Now CGN just go to the complete C hit that they've not done before, but with the power of the Phoenix ult, and that's why Kushner was there earlier on, it just enables them to get out. Okay, Jamalino gets taken down, Phoenix gets taken down, but the rest of the players, they still have 4 alive, even with losing 2 due to that Phoenix ult. Vince here potentially overextended, Globex potentially overextended, but CGN, they have that much space and that many options, it doesn't really matter. They're still able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, wonderful stuff again to start off the round. Globex finds the first kill onto Hoodie for completely free. And unfortunately, well, Jamalino has not had the impact that we've seen for the last couple of rounds, but there you go. Back.
Twiggy. 2 of them. 2 of the rifles have not taken a fight, but the pistols are fighting instead. What is going on? Hasby, you're experienced players.
I don't know.
Need to be doing better than this.
Might be a little bit of mental boom coming through at this point, and I don't blame them, right? After such an insane first map, just not finding any of the success you were, you know, slowing down to a halt almost. And CGN get the spike down, and Kushner has to be checking every single corner. He's been so confident over the course of this series, running around everywhere. Now, he's one of the most hesitant players that I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, not taking the fights there. Hoodie fighting on A long. Kushner gets pushed off the angle, doesn't fancy the fight. Another player comes, Avova comes in, takes the fight. We need to see our players taking the fights that we should be using. We're Yori, we're Neon. We need to be taking these aggressive angles. That what is your role, is your duty as a duelist. That is how the game is designed to be doing that. We're not seeing that right now.
Waited behind the whole Hasby side there to take advantage of every little bit of space that CGN have gained. It's another round on the board, and it didn't look even remotely like it was ever going to be out of their control.
No, not at all. Full control from CGN. Hasby, take attack clause, please. Someone needs to be watching. Give him a message on, give him a message in game. Call attack, boys. Sort yourselves out. This is not the players that we see. This is not the Natank, the Pora, Avova, Hoodie, Kushner. We've seen these players on the biggest stages performing well, but today CGN have full control over them. They need to change their ways.
I really hope you can't hear the fireworks outside my window, because my lord, they are happening. That is.
It's the CGN fans.
Yeah, it is.
They're going crazy
celebrating.
right now.
I understand why at this point. I definitely understand why. I mean, regardless now. Well, they've lost Jamalino again at the start of this round, but so far they've been able to fill in that gap here as a team, way better than on the last map. And Hasby, you know, their problems are not over just by dealing with that one player.
No, definitely not. But it looks like they're opting to play more defensive towards A. We could see a flank coming in instead, changing it up instead of trying to go and just do a standard retake as we've seen on B. But another B hit from CGN. They are quite strong, and this flash misses somehow. Doesn't matter though, trades come in and they do take the space.
Yeah, it's going to be another plant on B for them, and Wolfen finds another kill. He's been very consistent over the course of this map for CGN. It's back down to a 3v3. Campora finds a kill, he finds one. He's going to have to back around the corner, out of ammo, running all the way around. And I mean, Wolfen's just chasing that kill down and doing so much damage. He's found it. I mean, he's just walked off of his own site to find that kill. The confidence coming through from this team. He has the angle onto it from that position too. The smoke comes through, one-waying that spike. Vince finds the next. And it's got to be over for them at this point. There is no defuse happening in that one way. Kushner has to find these kills, and he's just not going to do it. CGN are playing with their food.
Wow. What a round from CGN. I have to give Pora his credit. I thought he did so well there. He lived for so long, then just gave up his life at the very last second, and his teammates just weren't quick enough to get there. I don't know, maybe the hesitation, so many angles to clear on B, I get it, but sometimes you gotta get there for your teammate. He's asking for help, he's screaming in the Discord, but they just weren't able to get there. Great smoke coming in from Vince there. That is great on the fly play, but this was a round where Hasby got the entry, double entry, 5 versus 3 situation. They've got to be kicking themselves after this one.
Yeah, you really do. Like, this is the situation where it's make or break, right? Can you reset after that, or is that just going to take you to the end of the game?
Wolf.
We're already right into things on the next round. Jamalino back in that driver's seat. He takes the first kill. He's waiting to find more Hasby players. Go for it, mate. Look, you have been incredibly consistent when you've just run at this team, and Hasby are running away from you right now. All 4 players grouped up in the CT side. Jamalino finds the next. He's going to back out of there. The tank is on that one, but Jamalino again finds that kill. Go in. He finds the 4th. He's got the ace in this round, and that's one hell of a way to close out the half.
CGN, do not put this man on Vice ever again. I don't want to see this. This boy is a Neon player and one of the finest at that. What a round from CGN. He was up C long before we could even get into the round. Like, he was so far up we come in. He gets the entry, finishes off with the ace. Jamalino, what a player he's turned out to be from this series. Who would have thought, hey?
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous, right? And he's had a bit of a slow start to this map as well. 14 kills on the board at this point, but that last round just shows you, right, the impact that he has had. If he isn't getting kills, he's still making ridiculous amounts of space. It's striking fear, really, into the hearts of the Hasby players.
Yeah, Hasby just so, like, it just sums up that game. Kushner pops his ult, but peeks 1 second too early. He gets spammed through a smoke and dies, so no ult comes through. It's the most frustrating game I think I could see from a Hasby side. Very unfortunate, but they're not out of it yet.
No.
They still have a chance. This map is very attack-sided, especially versus a double duelist like the Neon and Phoenix. They're going to run into the same issues that they had on the other side. So, win pistol here and build up brick by brick.
Yeah. Very, very difficult situation to be in mentally. This far down in the second half. That's completely not even taking into account the end of the last map as well. But if there's anything these players have learned over the course of their careers, it is probably to be able to reset, go again at the start of a new half. And there it is. That's a good start for them.
Great start. Little 3K gets them into the round. They've lost these before, so they need to be careful here. Hoodie, though, looks like he's controlling the situation. And more confidence has the flawless round. Back on it. Let's see what they can do here. I think it's one of those where they can easily do this back to CGN. They have it in their locker. They've shown it before. They just need to get the momentum going, get the comms back up, get the energy. As you said before, they looked a little bit down and out, but now pistol round, convert this eco, and the game and the world is your oyster.
Yeah, for sure. There's a long climb left to go for them, but that is the way you start it. One round in your favor. It's just so important that you convert everything from here on out. Cannot give CGN a way to build back momentum, and Jamalino is so confident. Yeah, he's got nothing to lose with the pistol, but he's still going for it, and the trade might come through from Wolfen now. Pora's backed into a corner. The blind comes through, it's too late. Wolfen finds the kill, and now he's back in working order. Gets taken out in the end, but the damage has been done, and Globex on the other side of the map is taken out in a tank. Kushner, he's left reeling. He's by himself over in A main. His teammates are heading towards B and C, sorry. And what is going on there? Ove turns around the corner backwards. Vince finds a kill with his weapon. It's only Kushner left, and it's exactly what I said they couldn't do.
What is going on? Kushner hears the rotation away from A. Pull them back. The players still go through the smoke and they die. And then Hasby, they've got to be down and out at this point, surely. That is a sucker punch like I've ever seen one. You finally get your round, flawless round, and the next round you get eco'd, and it's just from bad mistakes all over the server.
Brought back down to earth. I mean, that is... there's no real way to recover from that one. I mean, economically, they're in a horrible situation. Mentally, they're in an even worse situation. Yeah, they've had to invest into this round. They need to get something out of it right now to stop CGN from making it to the overtime digits, and they've still got so much left to win. Even if they lose a couple of players, which has already happened, it's still going to be rough for them. Jamalino, there he is. He finds his third. He's over it. He's ready to go to bed.
Jamalino so ready for it. Absolutely dominating the server right now. I'm happy for him. After that start, it was such a tough first game. To come back and play like this on a different role to what he was on. really shows like, hey, I've got what it takes. Jamalino really taking advantage here of putting these Hasby players in a headlock.
That was all they needed from that one, and it's a 1v3 now. Hoodie, I mean, the pretense trying to put down that fake plant. He finds the kill onto Jamalino. I think a nice shot just went into chat there, I heard, but Wolfen is there with the trade in the end. CGN is on the cusp of moving on to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and they've earned it. The way they've been playing today is absolutely fantastic. Jamalino especially, real standout player for me.
Yeah.
The storyline behind it, the way he's been playing, the shots he's been playing, he's aggressive now, he's running them down, full of confidence, exactly what you want to see versus a player. But Hasby, disappointing performance here, really letting themselves down maybe even. Like, I think they were expecting better. Maybe the first map made them believe, oh, this is going to be a little bit too easy. We don't have to try as much. We've already got this in our locker, but CGN showing it's not over till it's over, and you can still make a big comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they gave themselves just enough time to make it not just a big comeback, but a ridiculous comeback, right? It went from not looking good for them whatsoever to being absolutely dominant in their favor. And now, I mean, Hasby, what can you even do from this situation except throw everything at the wall and try and bring back, you know, a glimpse of the former glory of your mechanical skill from the first map? Regardless, it's going to be a tough watch.
Jamalino again. He is inevitable at this rate. But I just want to go back to second half of Sunset. Did Hasby win a round? I don't think so.
No.
I think it's been that. At least it feels that way. It's been that dominant.
Yeah.
So 2-3 halves of Valorant now. Like you said, it's like it feels like a completely different game to how we started.
Yeah,
But
entirely.
he gets a timing, but gets caught off guard.
He's got one.
Takes his shot down. Yeah.
Jamalino, and he
He's
can't. I
hoping
mean,
this
come on, man.
Oh, wow.
He's still turning, and he finds the one tap. There's only one player remaining. It's the tank. If anybody could do it, it would be him, but I just don't think there is any chance. And CGN close out map 3, 13-3. They were invited to this one. I thought maybe they were not going to be a match for this team that has grinded for every single position that they have had in this tournament. Has been a great mix, but they're going to be dropping out of the tournament, and CGN move on to face Team Liquid Academy in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, what a performance from CGN. Really surprising. I think when everyone looks at the team sheet and sees Hasby's lineup, the star-studded roster, then for CGN to come in and play like that, Jamalino to absolutely dominate. And I think he's quite a new player on the block. He's only played 6 games on Neon, Twiggy. 6 games on Neon on VLR, and he's performing like this versus X-Tier 1 players who have been at that level for years. They've gone to boot camps, they've played at the biggest organizations. Then Jamalino comes in and says, hang on, lads, I'm going to show you what I can do here. And he's done that fantastically today.
Yeah, that's a fresh face that I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of. I think CGN are definitely going to want to be holding on to that talent as they move forward into 2026. We will see how it works out. Maybe a bigger team will come along and snatch him up at this point. But there's still lots left to prove, right? You've got tomorrow. We're going to be against Team Liquid Academy. If CGN play like they did in that last map, I don't think that should be much of a problem for them. But of course, we never know what to expect from Team Liquid Academy. They have a brilliant coaching staff behind them and a lot of very talented players themselves, so it's still going to be tough for these guys to get anything out of it. But right now, yeah, wonderful team. Everybody getting involved over the course of that series, and Hasby just completely fell over.
Yeah, completely fell over. Jamalino is 16, by the way, so this guy might be the absolute future of Valorant. Get your stocks in early now, guys, because what a performance out of him. Playing absolutely fantastic. But the big test is a Team Liquid style, a team that has that structure, a team that's been practicing, has that coaching staff. Will he be able to perform the same way versus that type of structure? Well, I guess we've got to find out tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be really, really exciting stuff for the grand finals. Obviously, the winner of that game is going to the next stage of the tournament, the final stage of the tournament, to play against the one team that has made it through the Turkish qualifiers and the 2 invited teams into that final main event. That'll be at the end of this month. The 22nd and the 23rd is when those semi-finals and grand finals will be happening, but there's how things stack up for now. Team Liquid Academy versus CGN Esports, the two invited teams for this tournament, completely crushed the dreams of the two mixes, the two teams that have fought their way to this position, showing that just because they got an invite, just because they didn't get their reps in before now, it does not mean that they will fall over under the weight of these very impressive teams, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And I even thought, like, having that match reps in where you're really, really tested in these qualifiers versus random teams with random compositions where you don't really know what you're going to come up against, that is a real good test and really gets you into your adapting phase, how to play to win compared to practice, or maybe even not practice, as some of these teams might have done. So I think it's a big, big statement for these teams with no official matches to come in and play so well like that, especially a team like CGN. So yeah, I just can't wait to see tomorrow's matchup. I think it's going to be an absolute banger, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah, so much more to look forward to, whether that is tomorrow or towards the end of the month. Really exciting stuff. I'm definitely excited to see more of CGN if they keep that warm. Obviously, it took them a while to get into that series, but if they manage to keep up that kind of tempo, they could really be a force to be reckoned with. I'm not 100% sure who the teams they're going to be coming up against, or whoever wins this is going to be coming up against in the main event. We're not 100% sure on the Turkish side either. Of course, they've still got plenty of games left to play, but it could be a really good time.
Oh yeah, I think so. I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be really good. The invited teams are exciting. Bit of mystery there. You don't know who you're going to face, but if teams like CGN and Team Liquid Academy get invited to the qualifier, you don't imagine it's much bigger, much better teams, and a much bigger test for these teams to go out tomorrow, earn that place, and see themselves play versus some of the best of the best.
Of course. Well, that will be it for us today. We have crowned our two semi-finalists, getting into the finals. Now, I've been Twiggy, I've been joined by Eccles, and we will see you again tomorrow for the finals of the EMEA qualifiers. Have a good night, everybody, and goodbye.
Goodbye.